The Voice in the Night by William Hope Hodgson. It was a dark, starless night. We were becalmed in the northern Pacific. Our exact position I do not know, for the sun had been hidden during the course of a weary, breathless week by a thin haze, which had seemed to float above us, about the height of our mastheads, at whiles descending and shrouding the surrounding sea. With there being no wind, we had steadied the tiller, and I was the only man on deck. The crew, consisting of 2 men and a boy, were sleeping forward in their den, while Will, my friend and the master of our little craft, was aft in his bunk on the port side of the little cabin. Suddenly, from out of the surrounding darkness, there came a hail, "Schooner ahoy!" The cry was so unexpected that I gave no immediate answer, because of my surprise. It came again. A voice, curiously throaty and inhuman, calling from somewhere upon the dark sea away on our port broadside. "Schooner ahoy!" "Hello?" I sung out, having gathered my wits somewhat. "What are you? What do you want?" "You need not be afraid," answered the queer voice, having probably noticed some trace of confusion in my tone. "I am only an old man." The pause sounded odd, but it was only afterward that it came back to me with any significance. "Why don't you come alongside, then?" I queried somewhat snappishly, for I liked not this hinting at my having been a trifle shaken. I can't. It wouldn't be safe. The voice broke off, and there was silence. "What do you mean?" I asked, growing more and more astonished. "What's not safe? Where are you?" I listened for a moment, but there came no answer, and then a sudden indefinite suspicion of I know not what coming to me, I stepped swiftly to the binnacle and took out the lighted lamp. At the same time I knocked on the deck with my heel to waken Will. Then I was back at the side, throwing the yellow funnel of light out into the silent immensity beyond our rail. As I did so, I heard a slight muffled cry, and then the sound of a splash, as though someone had dipped oars abruptly. Yet I cannot say with certainty that I saw anything, save it appeared to me that with the first flash of the light there had been something upon the waters, where now there was nothing. "Hello there!" I called. "What foolery is this?" But there came only the indistinct sounds of a boat being pulled away into the night. Then I heard Will's voice from the direction of the after scuttle. "What's up, George?" "Come here, Will," I said. "What is it?" he asked, coming across the deck. I told him the queer thing that had happened. He put several questions, then, after a moment's silence, he raised his hands to his lips and hailed, "Boat ahoy!" From a long distance away there came back to us a faint reply, and my companion repeated his call. Presently, after a short period of silence, there grew on our hearing the muffled sound of oars, at which Will hailed again. This time there was a reply. "Put away the light!" "I'm damned if I will," I muttered, but Will told me to do as the voice bade, and I shoved it down under the bulwarks. "Come nearer," he said, and the oar strokes continued. Then, when apparently some 6 fathoms distant, they again ceased. "Come alongside!" exclaimed Will. "There's nothing to be frightened of aboard here." "Promise that you will not show the light." "What's to do with you?" I burst out, "that you're so infernally afraid of the light?" "Because," began the voice, and stopped short. "Because what?" I asked quickly. Will put his hand on my shoulder. "Shut up a minute, old man," he said in a low voice. "Let me tackle him." He leaned more over the rail. "See here, mister," he said, "this is a pretty queer business, you coming upon us like this, right out in the middle of the blessed Pacific. How are we to know what sort of a hanky-panky trick you're up to? You say there's only one of you. How are we to know, unless we get a squint at you, eh? What's your objection to the light, anyway?" As he finished, I heard the noise of the oars again, and then the voice came, but now from a greater distance, and sounding extremely hopeless and pathetic. "I'm sorry. I wouldn't have troubled you, only I am hungry, and so is she." The voice died away, and the sound of the oars dipping irregularly was borne to us. "Stop!" sang out Will. "I don't want to drive you away. Come back. We'll keep the light hidden if you don't like it." He turned to me. It's a damn queer rig, this, but I think there's nothing to be afraid of. There was a question in his tone, and I replied, Nah, I think the poor devil's been wrecked round here and gone crazy. The sound of the oars drew nearer. Shove that lamp back in the binnacle, said Will. Then he leaned over the rail and listened. I replaced the lamp and came back to his side. The dipping of the oars ceased some dozen yards distant. Won't you come alongside now? Asked Will in an even voice. I've had the lamp put back in the binnacle. I cannot, replied the voice. I dare not come nearer. I dare not even pay you for the provisions. That's all right, said Will, and hesitated. You're welcome to as much grub as you can take. Again hesitated. You are very good, exclaimed the voice. May God, who understands everything, reward you. It broke off huskily. The lady, said Will abruptly, she... I have left her behind upon the island, came the voice. What island? I cut in. I know not its name, returned the voice. I would to God, it began, and checked itself as suddenly. Couldn't we send a boat for her? Asked Will at this point. No, said the voice with extraordinary emphasis. My God, no! There was a moment's pause. Then it added, in a tone which seemed a merited reproach. It was because of our want, I ventured, because her agony tortured me. Oh, I'm a forgetful brute, exclaimed Will. Just wait a minute, whoever you are, and I'll bring you up something at once. In a couple of minutes he was back again, and his arms were full of various edibles. He paused at the rail. Can't you come alongside for them? He asked. No, I dare not, replied the voice. And it seemed to me that in its tones I detected a note of stifled craving, as though the owner hushed a mortal desire. It came to me then in a flash that the poor old creature, out there in the darkness, was suffering for actual need for that which Will held in his arms, and yet, because of some unintelligible dread, refraining from dashing to the side of our schooner and receiving it. And with a lightning-like conviction there came the knowledge that the invisible was not mad, but sanely facing some intolerable horror. Damn it, Will, I said, full of many feelings, over which predominated a vast sympathy. Get a box. I must float off the stuff to him in it. This we did, propelling it away from the vessel out into the darkness by means of a boat hook. In a minute a slight cry from the invisible came to us, and we knew that he had secured the box. A little later he called out a farewell to us, and so heartful a blessing that I'm sure we were the better for it. Then, without more ado, we heard the ply of oars across the darkness. Pretty soon off, remarked Will, with perhaps just a little sense of injury. Wait, I replied. I think somehow he'll come back. He must have been badly needing that food. And the lady, said Will. For a moment he was silent, then he continued. It's the queerest thing I've ever tumbled across since I've been fishing. Yes, I said, and fell to pondering. And so the time slipped away, an hour, another, and still Will stayed with me, for the queer adventure had knocked all desire for sleep out of him. The third hour was 3 parts through when we heard again the sound of oars across the silent ocean. Listen, said Will, a low note of excitement in his voice. He's coming, just as I thought, I muttered. The dipping of the oars grew nearer, and I noted that the strokes were firmer and longer. The food had been needed. They came to a stop, a little distance off the broadside, and the queer voice came again to us through the darkness. Schooner, ahoy! That you? Asked Will. Yes, replied the voice. I left you suddenly, but there was great need. The lady, questioned Will. The lady is grateful now on earth. She will be more grateful soon in heaven. Will began to make some reply in a puzzled voice, but became confused and broke off short. I said nothing. I was wondering at the curious pauses, and apart from my wonder, I was full of a great sympathy. The voice continued. She and I have talked, as we shared the result of God's tenderness and yours. Will interposed, but without coherence. I beg of you not to belittle your deed of Christian charity this night, said the voice. Be sure that it has not escaped his notice. It stopped, and there was a full minute's silence. Then it came again. We have spoken together upon that which has befallen us. We had thought to go out without telling anyone of the terror which has come into our lives. She is with me in believing that tonight's happenings are under a special ruling, and that it is God's wish that we should tell to you all that we have suffered since... Yes, said Will softly. Since the sinking of the Albatross. Ah, I exclaimed involuntarily. She left Newcastle for Frisco some 6 months ago, and hasn't been heard of since. Yes, answered the voice, but some few degrees to the north of the line she was caught in a terrible storm and dismasted. When the day came, it was found that she was leaking badly, and presently, it falling to a calm, the sailors took to the boats, leaving a young lady, my fiancée, and myself upon the wreck. We were below, gathering together a few of our belongings when they left. They were entirely callous through fear, and when we came up upon the decks, we saw them only as small shapes afar off upon the horizon. Yet we did not despair, but set to work and constructed a small raft. Upon this we put such few matters as it would hold, including a quantity of water and some ship's biscuit. Then, the vessel being very deep in the water, we got ourselves onto the raft and pushed off. It was later when I observed that we seemed to be in the way of some tide or current which bore us from the ship at an angle, so that in the course of 3 hours by my watch, her hull became invisible to our sight, her broken masts remaining in view for a somewhat longer period. Then, towards evening, it grew misty, and so through the night. The next day we were still encompassed by the mist, the weather remaining quiet. For 4 days we drifted through this strange haze, until, on the evening of the 4th day, there grew upon our ears the murmur of breakers at a distance. Gradually it became plainer, and somewhat after midnight it appeared to sound upon either hand at no very great space. The raft was raised upon a swell several times, and then we were in smooth water, and the noise of the breakers was behind. When the morning came, we found that we were in a sort of great lagoon, but of this we noticed little at the time, for close before us, through the enshrouding mist, loomed the hull of a large sailing vessel. With one accord we fell upon our knees and thanked God, for we thought that here was an end to our perils. We had much to learn. The raft drew near to the ship, and we shouted on them to take us aboard, but none answered. Presently the raft touched against the side of the vessel, and seeing a rope hanging downward, I seized it and began to climb. Yet I had much ado to make my way up, because of a kind of grey, lichenous fungus that had seized upon the rope, and which blotched the side of the ship lividly. I reached the rail and clambered over it onto the deck. Here I saw that the decks were covered in great patches with grey masses, some of them rising into nodules several feet in height. But at the time I thought less of this matter than of the possibility of there being people aboard the ship. I shouted, but none answered. Then I went to the door below the poop deck. I opened it and peered in. There was a great smell of staleness, so that I knew in a moment that nothing living was within, and with the knowledge I shut the door quickly, for I felt suddenly alone. I went back to the side where I had scrambled up. My sweetheart was still sitting quietly upon the raft. Seeing me look down, she called up to know whether there were any aboard of the ship. I replied that the vessel had the appearance of having been long deserted, but that if she would wait a little, I would see whether there was anything in the shape of a ladder by which she could ascend to the deck. Then we would make a search through the vessel together. A little later, on the opposite side of the decks, I found a rope side ladder. This I carried across, and a minute afterwards she was beside me. Together we explored the cabins and apartments in the after part of the ship, but nowhere was there any sign of life. Here and there within the cabins themselves we came across odd patches of that queer fungus, but this, as my sweetheart said, could be cleansed away. In the end, having assured ourselves that the after portion of the vessel was empty, we picked our ways to the bows, between the ugly grey nodules of that strange growth. and here we made a further search, which told us that there was indeed none aboard but ourselves. This being now beyond any doubt, we returned to the stern of the ship and proceeded to make ourselves as comfortable as possible. Together we cleared out and cleaned 2 of the cabins, and after that I made examination whether there was anything eatable in the ship. This I soon found was so, and thanked God in my heart for his goodness. In addition to this, I discovered the whereabouts of the freshwater pump, and having fixed it, I found the water drinkable, though somewhat unpleasant to the taste. For several days we stayed aboard the ship without attempting to get to the shore. We were busily engaged in making the place habitable. Yet even thus early, we became aware that our lot was even less to be desired than might have been imagined. For though, as a first step, we scraped away the odd patches of growth that studded the floors and walls of the cabins and saloon, yet they returned almost to their original size within the space of 24 hours, which not only discouraged us, but gave us a feeling of vague unease. Still, we would not admit ourselves beaten, so set to work afresh, and not only scraped away the fungus, but soaked the places where it had been with carbolic, a canful of which I'd found in the pantry. Yet by the end of the week the growth had returned in full strength, and in addition it had spread to other places, as though our touching it had allowed germs from it to travel elsewhere. On the 7th morning my sweetheart woke to find a small patch of it growing on her pillow, close to her face. At that she came to me as soon as she could get her garments upon her. I was in the galley at the time, lighting the fire for breakfast. "Come here, John," she said, and led me aft. When I saw the thing upon her pillow, I shuddered, and then and there we agreed to go right out of the ship and see whether we could not fare to make ourselves more comfortable ashore. Hurriedly we gathered together our few belongings, and even among these I found that the fungus had been at work, for one of her shawls had a little lump of it growing near one edge. I threw the whole thing over the side without saying anything to her. The raft was still alongside, but it was too clumsy to guide, and I lowered down a small boat that hung across the stern, and in this we made our way to the shore. Yet as we drew near to it, I became gradually aware that here the vile fungus which had driven us from the ship was growing riot. In places it rose into horrible fantastic mounds which seemed almost to quiver, as with a quiet life, when the wind blew across them. Here and there it took on the forms of vast fingers, and in others it just spread out flat and smooth and treacherous. Odd places it appeared as grotesque stunted trees, seeming extraordinarily kinked and gnarled, the whole quaking vilely at times. At first it seemed to us that there was no single portion of the surrounding shore which was not hidden beneath the masses of the hideous lichen, yet in this I found we were mistaken. For somewhat later, coasting along the shore at a little distance, we descried a smooth white patch of what appeared to be fine sand, and there we landed. It was not sand. What it was, I do not know. All that I have observed is that upon it the fungus will not grow, while everywhere else, save where the sand-like earth wanders oddly, pathwise, amid the grey desolation of the lichen, there is nothing but that loathsome greyness. It's difficult to make you understand how cheered we were to find one place that was absolutely free from the growth, and here we deposited our belongings. Then we went back to the ship for such things as it seemed to us we should need. Among other matters, I managed to bring ashore with me one of the ship's sails, with which I constructed 2 small tents, which, though exceedingly rough-shaped, served the purposes for which they were intended. In these we lived and stored our various necessities, and thus, for a matter of some 4 weeks, all went smoothly and without particular unhappiness. Indeed, I may say with much happiness, for we were together. It was on the thumb of her hand that the growth first showed. It was only a small circular spot, much like a little grey mole. My God, how the fear leaped to my heart as she showed me the place. We cleansed it between us, washing it with carbolic and water. In the morning of the following day, she showed her hand to me again. The grey, warty thing had returned. For a little while we looked at one another in silence. Then, still wordless, we started again to remove it. In the midst of the operation, she spoke suddenly. "What's that on the side of your face, dear?" Her voice was sharp with anxiety. I put my hand up to feel. "There, under the hair by your ear, a little to the front a bit." My finger rested upon the place, and then I knew. "Let's get your thumb done first," I said, and she submitted, only because she was afraid to touch me until it was cleansed. I finished washing and disinfecting her thumb, and then she turned to my face. After it was finished, we sat together and talked a while of many things, for there had come into our lives sudden, very terrible thoughts. We were all at once afraid of something worse than death. We spoke of loading the boat with provisions and water and making our way out onto the sea, yet we were helpless for many causes, and the growth had attacked us already. We decided to stay. God would do with us what was his will. We would wait. A month, 2 months, 3 months passed, and the places grew somewhat, and there had come others. Yet we fought so strenuously with the fear that its headway was but slow, comparatively speaking. Occasionally we ventured off to the ship for such stores as we needed. There we found that the fungus grew persistently. One of the nodules on the main deck soon became as high as my head. We had now given up all thought or hope of leaving the island. We had realised that it would be unallowable to go among healthy humans with the things from which we were suffering. With this determination and knowledge in our minds, we knew that we should have to husband our food and water, for we did not know at that time but that we should possibly live for many years. This reminds me that I have told you that I am an old man. Judged by years, this is not so, but, he broke off, then continued somewhat abruptly. As I was saying, we knew that we should have to use care in the matter of food, but we had no idea then how little food there was left of which to take care. It was a week later that I made the discovery that all the other bread tanks, which I had supposed full, were empty, and that, beyond odd tins of vegetables and meat and some other matters, we had nothing on which to depend but the bread in the tank, which I had already opened. After learning this, I bestirred myself to do what I could, and set to work at fishing in the lagoon, but with no success. At this I was somewhat inclined to feel desperate, until the thought came to me to try outside the lagoon in the open sea. Here at times I caught odd fish, but so infrequently that they proved of but little help in keeping us from the hunger which threatened. It seemed to me that our deaths were likely to come by hunger, and not by the growth of the thing which had seized upon our bodies. We were in this state of mind when the 4th month wore out. Then I made a very horrible discovery. One morning, a little before midday, I came off from the ship with a portion of the biscuits which were left. In the mouth of her tent I saw my sweetheart sitting, eating something. "What is it, my dear?" I called out as I leaped ashore. Yet on hearing my voice she seemed confused, and turning slyly threw something toward the edge of the little clearing. It fell short, and a vague suspicion having arisen within me, I walked across and picked it up. It was a piece of the grey fungus. As I went to her with it in my hand, she turned deathly pale, then a rose red. I felt strangely dazed and frightened. My dear, I said, and could say no more. Yet, at my words, she broke down and cried bitterly. Gradually, as she calmed, I got from her the news that she had tried it the preceding day, and liked it. I got her to promise on her knees not to touch it again, however great our hunger. After she had promised, she told me that the desire for it had come suddenly, and that, until the moment of desire, she had experienced nothing towards it but the most extreme repulsion. Later in the day, feeling strangely restless and much shaken with the thing which I had discovered, I made my way along one of the twisted paths, formed by the white sand-like substance which led among the fungoid growth. I had, once before, ventured along there, but not to any great distance. This time, being involved in perplexing thought, I went much farther than hitherto. Suddenly, I was called to myself by a queer hoarse sound on my left. Turning quickly, I saw that there was movement among an extraordinarily shaped mass of fungus close to my elbow. It was swaying uneasily, as though it possessed life of its own. Abruptly, as I stared, the thought came to me that the thing had a grotesque resemblance to the figure of a distorted human creature. Even as the fancy flashed into my brain, there was a slight, sickening noise of tearing, and I saw that one of the branch-like arms was detaching itself from the surrounding grey masses and coming towards me. The head of the thing, a shapeless grey ball, inclined in my direction. I stood stupidly, and the vile arm brushed across my face. I gave out a frightened cry and ran back a few paces. There was a sweetish taste upon my lips where the thing had touched me. I licked them and was immediately filled with an inhuman desire. I turned and seized a mass of the fungus, then more and more. I was insatiable. In the midst of devouring, the remembrance of the morning's discovery swept into my mazed brain. It was sent by God. I dashed the fragment I held to the ground. Then, utterly wretched and feeling a dreadful guiltiness, I made my way back to the little encampment. I think she knew by some marvellous intuition, which love must have given. So, as soon as she set eyes on me, a quiet sympathy made it easier for me, and I told her of my sudden weakness, yet omitted to mention the extraordinary thing which had gone before. I desired to spare her of all unnecessary terror. But for myself, I had added an intolerable knowledge to breed an incessant terror in my brain, for I doubted not but that I had seen the end of one of these men who had come to the island in the ship in the lagoon, and in that monstrous ending I had seen our own. Thereafter we kept from the abominable food, though the desire for it had entered into our blood. Yet our drear punishment was upon us, for day by day, with monstrous rapidity, the fungoid growth took hold of our poor bodies. Nothing we could do would check it materially, and so, we who had been human became, well, it matters less each day. Only we had been man and maid, and day by day the fight is more dreadful to withstand, the hunger lust for the terrible lichen. A week ago, we ate the last of the biscuit, and since that time I have caught 3 fish. I was out here fishing tonight when your schooner drifted upon me out of the mist. I hailed you. You know the rest, and may God, out of his great heart, bless you for your goodness to a couple of poor outcast souls. There was a dip of an oar, another. Then the voice came again, and for the last time, sounding through the slight surrounding mist, ghostly and mournful. God bless you. Goodbye. Goodbye, we shouted together, hoarsely, our hearts full of many emotions. I glanced about me. I became aware that dawn was upon us. The sun flung a stray beam across the hidden sea, pierced the mist dully, and lit up the receding boat with a gloomy fire. Indistinctly, I saw something nodding between the oars. I thought of a sponge, a great grey, nodding sponge. The oars continued to ply. They were grey, as was the boat, and my eyes searched a moment vainly for the conjunction of hand and oar. My gaze flashed back to the head. It nodded forward as the oars went backward for the stroke. Then the oars were dipped, the boat shot out of the patch of light, and the thing went nodding into the mist. The moonlit road
by Ambrose Bierce. Part 1. The Statement of Joel Hetman, Jr. I am the most unfortunate of men, rich, respected, fairly well educated, and of sound health, with many other advantages usually valued by those having them, and coveted by those who have them not. I sometimes think that I should be less unhappy if they had been denied me, for then the contrast between my outer and my inner life would not be continually demanding a painful attention. In the stress of privation and the need of effort, I might sometimes forget the somber secret ever baffling the conjecture that it compels. I am the only child of Joel and Julia Hetman. The one was a well-to-do country gentleman, the other a beautiful and accomplished woman to whom he was passionately attached with what I now know to have been a jealous and exacting devotion. The family home was a few miles from Nashville, Tennessee, a large, irregularly built dwelling of no particular order of architecture, a little way off the road, in a park of trees and shrubbery. At the time of which I write, I was 19 years old, a student at Yale. One day I received a telegram from my father of such urgency that in compliance with its unexplained demand, I left at once for home. At the railway station in Nashville, a distant relative awaited me to apprise me of the reason for my recall. My mother had been barbarously murdered. Why and by whom, none could conjecture, but the circumstances were these. My father had gone to Nashville, intending to return the next afternoon. Something prevented his accomplishing the business in hand, so he returned on the same night, arriving just before the dawn. In his testimony before the coroner, he explained that having no latchkey, and not caring to disturb the sleeping servants, he had, with no clearly defined intention, gone round to the rear of the house. As he turned an angle of the building, he heard a sound as of a door gently closed, and saw, in the darkness, indistinctly, the figure of a man, which instantly disappeared among the trees of the lawn. A hasty pursuit and a brief search of the grounds in the belief that the trespasser was someone secretly visiting a servant, proving fruitless, he entered at the unlocked door and mounted the stairs to my mother's chamber. Its door was open, and stepping into black darkness, he fell headlong over some heavy object on the floor. I may spare myself the details. It was my poor mother, dead of strangulation by human hands. Nothing had been taken from the house. The servants had heard no sound, and excepting those terrible finger marks upon the dead woman's throat, dear God that I might forget them, no trace of the assassin was ever found. I gave up my studies and remained with my father, who, naturally, was greatly changed. Always of a sedate, taciturn disposition, he now fell into so deep a dejection that nothing could hold his attention. Yet anything, a footfall, the sudden closing of a door, aroused in him a fitful interest. One might have called it an apprehension. At any small surprise of the senses, he would start visibly, and sometimes turn pale, then relapse into a melancholy apathy deeper than before. I suppose he was what is now called a nervous wreck. As to me, I was younger then than now. There is much in that. Youth is Gilead, in which is balm for every wound. Ah, that I might again dwell in that enchanted land. Unacquainted with grief, I knew not how to appraise my bereavement. I could not rightly estimate the strength of the stroke. One night, a few months after the dreadful event, my father and I walked home from the city. The full moon was about 3 hours above the eastern horizon. The entire countryside had the solemn stillness of a summer night. Our footfalls and the ceaseless song of the katydids were the only sound aloof. Black shadows of bordering trees lay athwart the road, which in the short reaches between gleamed a ghostly white. As we approached the gate to our dwelling, whose front was in shadow, and in which no light shone, my father suddenly stopped and clutched my arm, saying hardly above his breath, God, what is that?" "I hear nothing," I replied. "But see, he said, pointing along the road, directly ahead. I said, "Nothing is there. Come, father, let us go in. You are ill." He had released my arm and was standing rigid and motionless in the center of the illuminated roadway, staring like one bereft of sense. His face in the moonlight showed a pallor and fixity inexpressibly distressing. I pulled gently at his sleeve, but he had forgotten my existence. Presently, he began to retire backward, step by step, never for an instant removing his eyes from what he saw, or thought he saw. I turned half round to follow, but stood irresolute. I do not recall any feeling of fear, unless a sudden chill was its physical manifestation. It seemed as if an icy wind had touched my face and enfolded my body from head to foot. I could feel the stir of it in my hair. At that moment, my attention was drawn to a light that suddenly streamed from an upper window of the house. One of the servants, awakened by what mysterious premonition of evil who can say, and in obedience to an impulse that she was never able to name, had lit a lamp. When I turned to look for my father, he was gone. And in all the years that have passed, no whisper of his fate has come across the borderland of conjecture from the realm of the unknown. Part 2. Statement of Caspar Graddon. Today I am set to live. Tomorrow, here in this room, will lie a senseless shape of clay that all too long was I. If anyone lift a cloth from the face of that unpleasant thing, it will be in gratification of a mere morbid curiosity. Some, doubtless, will go further and inquire, who was he? In this writing, I supply the only answer that I am able to make: Caspar Graddon. Surely that should be enough. The name has served my small need for more than 20 years of a life of unknown length. True, I gave it to myself, but lacking another, I had to write. In this world, one must have a name. It prevents confusion, even when it does not establish identity. Some, though, are known by numbers, which also seem inadequate distinctions. One day, for illustration, I was passing along a street of a city far from here, when I met two men in uniform, one of whom, half pausing and looking curiously in my face, said to his companion, "That man looks like 767. Something in the number seemed familiar and horrible. Moved by an uncontrollable impulse, I sprang into a side street and ran until I fell exhausted in a country lane. I have never forgotten that number, and always it comes to memory attended by gibbering obscenity, peals of joyless laughter, the clang of iron doors. So I say a name, even if self-bestowed, is better than a number. In the register of the potter's field, I shall soon have both. What wealth! Of him who shall find this paper, I must beg a little consideration. It is not the history of my life. The knowledge to write that is denied me. This is only a record of broken and apparently unrelated memories, some of them as distinct and sequent as brilliant beads upon a thread, others remote and strange, having the character of crimson dreams with interspaces black and blank, witch fires glowing still and red in a great desolation. Standing upon the shore of eternity, I turn for a last look landward over the course by which I came. There are 20 years of footprints, fairly distinct, the impressions of bleeding feet. They lead through poverty and pain, devious and unsure, as if of one staggering beneath a burden. Remote, unfriended, melancholy, slow. Ah, the poet's prophecy of me, how admirable, how dreadfully admirable. Backward beyond the beginning of this Via Dolorosa, this epic of suffering with episodes of sin, I see nothing clearly. It comes out of a cloud. I know that it spans only 20 years, yet I am an old man. One does not remember one's birth, one has to be told, but with me, it was different. Life came to me full-handed and dowered me with all my faculties and powers. Of a previous existence, I know no more than others, for all have stammering intimations that may be memories and may be dreams. I know only that my first consciousness was of maturity in body and mind, a consciousness accepted without surprise or conjecture. I merely found myself walking in a forest, half-clad, footsore, unutterably weary and hungry. Seeing a farmhouse, I approached and asked for food, which was given me by one who inquired my name. I did not know, yet knew, that all had names. Greatly embarrassed, I retreated, and night coming on, lay down in the forest and slept. The next day, I entered a large town which I shall not name, nor shall I recount further incidents of the life that is now to end, a life of wandering, always and everywhere hunted by an overmastering sense of crime in punishment of wrong, and of terror in punishment of crime. Let me see if I can reduce it to narrative. I seem once to have lived near a great city, a prosperous planter, married to a woman whom I loved and distrusted. We had, it sometimes seems, one child, a youth of brilliant parts and promise. He is at all times a vague figure, never clearly drawn, frequently altogether out of the picture. One luckless evening, it occurred to me to test my wife's fidelity in a vulgar, commonplace way, familiar to everyone who has had acquaintance with the literature of fact and fiction. I went to the city, telling my wife that I should be absent until the following afternoon, but I returned before daybreak and went to the rear of the house, purposing to enter by a door which I had secretly so tampered that it would seem to lock, yet not actually fasten. As I approached it, I heard it gently open and close, and saw a man steal away into the darkness. With murder in my heart, I sprang after him, but he had vanished without even the bad luck of identification. Sometimes now, I cannot even persuade myself that it was a human being. Crazed with jealousy and rage, blind and bestial with all the elemental passions of insulted manhood, I entered the house and sprang up the stairs to the door of my wife's chamber. It was closed, but having tampered with its lock also, I easily entered, and despite the black darkness, soon stood by the side of her bed. My groping hands told me that although disarranged, it was unoccupied. She is below, I thought, and terrified by my entrance, has evaded me in the darkness of the hall. With the purpose of seeking her, I turned to leave the room, but took a wrong direction, the right one. My foot struck her, cowering in the corner of the room. Instantly, my hands were at her throat, stifling a shriek. My knees were upon her struggling body, and there in the darkness, without a word of accusation or reproach, I strangled her till she died. There ends the dream. I have related it in the past tense, but the present would be the fitter form, for again and again the somber tragedy reenacts itself in my consciousness. Over and over I lay the plan, I suffer the confirmation, I redress the wrong. Then all is blank, and afterward the rains beat against the grimy window panes, or the snows fall upon my scant attire. The wheels rattle in the squalid streets where my life lies in poverty and mean employment. If there is ever sunshine, I do not recall it. If there are birds, they do not sing. There is another dream, another vision of the night. I stand among the shadows in the moonlit road. I am aware of another presence, but whose I cannot rightly determine. In the shadow of a great dwelling, I catch the gleam of white garments. Then the figure of a woman confronts me in the road, my murdered wife. There is death in the face, there are marks upon the throat. The eyes are fixed on mine with an infinite gravity which is not reproach, nor hate, nor menace, nor anything less terrible than recognition. Before this awful apparition I retreat in terror, a terror that is upon me as I write. I can no longer rightly shape the words. See, Now I am calm, but truly there is no more to tell. The incident ends where it began, in darkness and in doubt. Yes, I am again in control of myself, the captain of my soul. But that is not respite. It is another stage and phase of expiation. My penance, constant in degree, is mutable in kind. One of its variants is tranquility. After all, it is only a life sentence. To hell for life, that is a foolish penalty. The culprit chooses the duration of his punishment. Today, my term expires. To each and all, the peace that was not mine. Part 3. Statement of the late Julia Hetman through the medium bay rolls. I had retired early and fallen almost immediately into a peaceful sleep, from which I awoke with that indefinable sense of peril which is, I think, a common experience in that other earlier life. Of its unmeaning character, too, I was entirely persuaded, yet that did not banish it. My husband, Joel Hetman, was away from home. The servants slept in another part of the house, but these were familiar conditions. They had never distressed me before. Nevertheless, the strange terror grew so unsupportable that, conquering my reluctance to move, I sat up and lit the lamp at my bedside. Contrary to my expectation, this gave me no relief. The light seemed rather an added danger, for I reflected that it would shine out under the door, disclosing my presence to whatever evil thing might lurk outside. You that are still in the flesh, subject to horrors of the imagination, think what a monstrous fear that must be, which seeks in darkness security from malevolent existences of the night. That is to spring to close quarters with an unseen enemy, the strategy of despair. Extinguishing the light, I pulled the bedclothing about my head and lay trembling and silent, unable to shriek, forgetful to pray. In this pitiable state, I must have lain for what you call hours. With us, there are no hours, there is no time. At last it came, a soft, irregular sound of footfalls on the stairs. They were slow, hesitant, uncertain, as if something that did not see its way. To my disordered reason, all the more terrifying for that, as the approach of some blind and mindless malevolence to which there is no appeal. I even thought that I must have left the hall lamp burning, and the groping of this creature proved it a monster of the night. This was foolish and inconsistent with my previous dread of the light, but what would you have? Fear has no brains, it is an idiot. The dismal witness that it bears and the cowardly counsel that it whispers are unrelated. We know this well, we who have passed into the realm of terror, who skulk in eternal dusk among the scenes of our former lives, invisible even to ourselves and one another, yet hiding forlorn in lonely places, yearning for speech with our loved ones, yet dumb and as fearful of them as they of us. Sometimes the disability is removed, the law suspended. By the deathless power of love or hate, we break the spell. We are seen by those whom we would warn, console, or punish. What form we seem to them to bear, we know not. We know only that we terrify even those whom we most wish to comfort, and from whom we most crave tenderness and sympathy. Forgive, I pray you, this inconsequent digression by what was once a woman. You who consult us in this imperfect way, you do not understand. You ask foolish questions about things unknown and things forbidden. Much that we know and could impart in our speech is meaningless in yours. We must communicate with you through a stammering intelligence, in that small fraction of our language that you yourselves can speak. You think that we are of another world. No, we have knowledge of no world but yours, though for us it holds no sunlight, no warmth, no music, no laughter, no song of birds, nor any companionship. Oh God, what a thing it is to be a ghost, cowering and shivering in an altered world, a prey to apprehension and despair. No, I did not die of fright. The thing turned and went away. I heard it go down the stairs hurriedly, I thought, as if itself in sudden fear. Then I rose to call for help. Hardly had my shaking hand found the doorknob when, merciful heaven, I heard it returning. Its footfalls as it remounted the stairs were rapid, heavy, and loud. They shook the house. I fled to an angle of the wall and crouched upon the floor. I tried to pray. I tried to call the name of my dear husband. Then I heard the door thrown open. There was an interval of unconsciousness, and when I revived, I felt a strangling clutch upon my throat, felt my arms feebly beating against something that bore me backward, felt my tongue thrusting itself from between my teeth, and then I passed into this life. No, I have no knowledge of what it was. The sum of what we knew at death is the measure of what we know afterward of all that went before. Of this existence we know many things, but no new light falls upon any page of that. In memory is written all of it that we can read. Here are no heights of truth overlooking the confused landscape of that dubitable domain. We still dwell in the valley of the shadow, lurk in its desolate places, peering from brambles and thickets at its mad, malign inhabitants. How should we have new knowledge of that fading past? What I am about to relate happened on a night. We know when it is night, for then you retire to your houses and we can venture from our places of concealment, to move, unafraid about our old homes, to look in at the windows, even to enter and gaze upon your faces as you sleep. I had lingered long near the dwelling where I had been so cruelly changed to what I am, as we do, while any that we love or hate remain. Vainly I had sought some method of manifestation, some way to make my continued existence and my great love and poignant pity understood by my husband and son. Always if they slept, they would wake, or if in my desperation I dared approach them when they were awake, would turn toward me the terrible eyes of the living, frightening me by the glances that I sought from the purpose that I held. On this night, I had searched for them without success, fearing to find them. They were nowhere in the house, nor about the moonlit lawn. For although the sun is lost to us forever, the moon, full-orbed or slender, remains to us. Sometimes it shines by night, sometimes by day, but always it rises and sets, as in that other life. I left the lawn and moved in the white light and silence along the road, aimless and sorrowing. Suddenly I heard the voice of my poor husband in exclamations of astonishment, with that of my son in reassurance and dissuasion, and there, by a shadow of a group of trees, they stood, near, so near. Their faces were toward me, the eyes of the elder man fixed upon mine. He saw me at last he saw me. In the consciousness of that, my terror fled as a cruel dream. The death spell was broken. Love had conquered law. Mad with exultation, I shouted. I must have shouted. He sees, he will understand. Then, controlling myself, I moved forward, smiling and consciously beautiful, to offer myself to his arms, to comfort him with endearments, with my son's hand in mine, to speak words that should restore the broken bonds between the living and the dead. Alas, alas, his face went white with fear. His eyes were those of a hunted animal. He backed away from me as I advanced, and at last turned and fled into the wood, whither it is not given to me to know. To my poor boy, left doubly desolate, I have never been able to impart a sense of my presence. Soon he too must pass to this life invisible and be lost to me forever.
The Treasure of Abbot Thomas by M.R. James. Veremusque in presentem die multa gariunt inter se canonici de abscondico quodam mistius abbatis Thomai thesauro, quem saepe quamquam ad hoc in casum, quaesi verunt Steinfeldensis, ipsum emim Thomam ad hoc Florida in aetate existentem ingentem auri massam circa monasterium defodisse perhibent. De quo multoties interrogatus ubi esset cum risu respondere solitus erat, Job, Johannes et Zacharias vel vobis vel posteris indicabunt. Idemque aliquando adicere se inventuris minime invisurum. Inter alia huius abbatis opera hoc memoria praecipue dignum judico quod fenestram magnam in orientali parte alae Australis in ecclesia sua imaginibus optime in vitro depictis impleverit. Id quod et ipsius effigies et insignia ibidem posita demonstrant. Domum quoque abitalialem ferrai totam restauravit puteo in atrio ipsius effoso et lapidibus marmoreis pulcre celatis exornato. Decessit autem morte aliquantulum subantea per cursus aetatis suae anno septaquinta duo incarnationis vero dominicae mille quingenti viginti noem. I suppose I shall have to translate this, said the antiquary to himself, as he finished copying the above lines from that rather rare and exceedingly diffuse book, the Certum Steinfeldense Norbertinum. Well, it may as well be done first as last, and accordingly the following rendering was very quickly produced. Up to the present day, there is much gossip among the canons about a certain hidden treasure of this abbot Thomas, for which those of Steinfeld, I suppose Steinfeld, have often made search, though hitherto in vain. The story is that Thomas, while yet in the vigour of life, concealed a very large quantity of gold somewhere in the monastery. He was often asked where it was, and always answered with a laugh, Job, John, and Zachariah will tell either you or your successors. He sometimes added that he should feel no grudge against those who might find it. Among other works carried out by this abbot, I may especially mention his filling the great window at the east end of the south aisle of the church with figures admirably painted on glass, as his effigy and arms in the window attest. He also restored almost the whole of the abbot's lodging and dug a well in the court of it, which he adorned with beautiful carvings in marble. He died rather suddenly in the 72nd year of his age, A.D. 1529. The object which the antiquary had before him at that moment was that of tracing the whereabouts of the painted windows of the abbey church of Steinfeld. Shortly after the Revolution, a very large quantity of painted glass made its way from the dissolved abbeys of Germany and Belgium to this country, and may now be seen adorning various of our parish churches, cathedrals, and private chapels. Steinfeld Abbey was among the most considerable of these involuntary contributors to our artistic possessions. I'm quoting the somewhat ponderous preamble of the book which the antiquary wrote. And the greater part of the glass from that institution can be identified without much difficulty by the help either of the numerous inscriptions in which the place is mentioned, or of the subjects of the windows in which several well-defined cycles or narratives were represented. The passage with which I began my story had set the antiquary on the track of another identification. In a private chapel, no matter where, he had seen 3 large figures, each occupying a whole light in a window, and evidently the work of one artist. Their style made it plain that the artist had been a German of the 16th century, but hitherto the more exact localizing of them had been a puzzle. They represented, will you be surprised to hear it, Job Patriarcha, Johannes Evangelista, Zacharias Propheta, and each of them held a book or scroll inscribed with a sentence from his writings. These, as a matter of course, the antiquary had noted and had been struck by the curious way in which they differed from any text of the Vulgate that he had been able to examine. Thus the scroll in Job's hand was inscribed Auro est locus in quo absconditur, for conflatur. On the book of John was habent in vestimentis suis scripturam quam nemo novit, for in vestimento scriptum. The following words being taken from another verse. And Zacharias had super lapidem unum septem oculi sunt, which alone of the 3 presents an unaltered text. A sad perplexity it had been to our investigator to think why these three personages should have been placed together in one window. There was no bond of connection between them, either historic, symbolic, or doctrinal, and he could only suppose that they must have formed part of a very large series of prophets and apostles, which might have filled, say, all the clerestory windows of some capacious church. But the passage from the Sertum had altered the situation by showing that the names of the actual personages, represented in the glass now in Lord D's chapel, had been constantly on the lips of Abbot Thomas von Eschenhausen of Steinfeld, and that this abbot had put up a painted window, probably about the year 1520, in the south aisle of his abbey church. It was no very wild conjecture that the three figures might have formed part of Abbot Thomas's offering. It was one which, moreover, could probably be confirmed or set aside by another careful examination of the glass. And as Mr. Somerton was a man of leisure, he set out on a pilgrimage to the private chapel with very little delay. His conjecture was confirmed to the full. Not only did the style and technique of the glass suit perfectly with the date and place required, but in another window of the chapel he found some glass known to have been brought along with the figures which contained the arms of Abbot Thomas von Eschenhausen. At intervals during his researches, Mr. Somerton had been haunted by the recollection of the gossip about the hidden treasure, and as he thought the matter over, it became more and more obvious to him that if the abbot meant anything by the enigmatical answer which he gave to his questioners, he must have meant that the secret was to be found somewhere in the window he had placed in the abbey church. It was undeniable, furthermore, that the first of the curiously selected texts on the scrolls in the window might be taken to have a reference to hidden treasure. Every feature, therefore, or mark which could possibly assist in elucidating the riddle, which, he felt sure, the abbot had set to posterity, he noted with scrupulous care, and returning to his Berkshire manor house, consumed many a pint of the midnight oil of his tracings and sketches. After 2 or 3 weeks, a day came when Mr. Somerton announced to his man that he must pack his own and his master's things for a short journey abroad, whither, for the moment, we will not follow him. 2. Mr. Gregory, the rector of Parsbury, had strolled out before breakfast, it being a fine autumn morning, as far as the gate of his carriage drive, with intent to meet the postman and sniff the cool air. Nor was he disappointed of either purpose. Before he had had time to answer more than 10 or 11 of the miscellaneous questions propounded to him in the lightness of their hearts by his young offspring, who had accompanied him, the postman was seen approaching, and among the morning's budget was one letter bearing a foreign postmark and stamp, which became at once the objects of an eager competition among the youthful Gregorys, and was addressed in an uneducated but plainly an English hand. When the rector opened it and turned to the signature, he realized that it came from the confidential valet of his friend and squire, Mr. Somerton. Thus it ran: "Honoured Sir, as I am in a great anxiety about master, I write at his wish to beg you, sir, if you could be so good as step over. Master has had a nasty shock and keeps his bed. I never have known him like this, but no wonder. Nothing will serve but you, sir. Master says, would I mention the short way? Here is drive to Koblenz and take a trap. Hoping I have made all plain, but am much confused in myself, what with anxiety and wakefulness at night. If I might be so bold, sir, it will be a pleasure to see honest British face among these foreign ones. I am, sir, your obedient servant, William Brown. P.S. The village for town I will not term, it is name Steenfield." The reader must be left to picture to himself in detail the surprise, confusion, and hurry of preparation into which the receipt of such a letter would be likely to plunge a quiet Berkshire parsonage in the year of grace 1859. It is enough for me to say that a train to town was caught in the course of the day, and that Mr. Gregory was able to secure a cabin in the Antwerp boat and a place in a Koblenz train. Nor was it difficult to manage the transit from that centre to Steinfeld. I labour under a grave disadvantage as narrator of this story in that I have never visited Steinfeld myself, and that neither of the principal actors in the episode from whom I derive my information was able to give me anything but a vague and rather dismal idea of its appearance. I gather that it is a small place with a large church despoiled of its ancient fittings. A number of rather ruinous great buildings, mostly of the 17th century, surround this church. For the abbey, in common with most of those on the continent, was rebuilt in a luxurious fashion by its inhabitants at that period. It has not seemed to me worthwhile to lavish money on a visit to the place, for though it is probably far more attractive than either Mr. Somerton or Mr. Gregory thought it, there is evidently little, if anything, of first-rate interest to be seen, except perhaps one thing, which I should not care to see. The inn where the English gentleman and his servant were lodged is, or was, the only possible one in the village. Mr. Gregory was taken to it at once by his driver, and found Mr. Brown waiting at the door. Mr. Brown, a model when in his Berkshire home of the impassive whiskered race who are known as confidential valets, was now egregiously out of his element, in a light tweed suit, anxious, almost irritable, and plainly anything but master of the situation. His relief at the sight of the honest British face of his rector was unmeasured, but words to describe it were denied him. He could only say, "Well, I am pleased, I'm sure, sir, to see you, and so I'm sure, sir, will master." "How is your master, Brown?" Mr. Gregory eagerly put in. I think he's better, sir, thank you, but he's had a dreadful time of it. I hope he's getting some sleep now, but what has been the matter? I couldn't make out from your letter. Was it an accident of some kind?" "Well, sir, I hardly know whether I'd better speak about it. Master was very particular. He should be the one to tell you, but there's no bones broken. That's one thing I'm sure we ought to be thankful." "What does the doctor say?" asked Mr. Gregory. They were by this time outside Mr. Somerton's bedroom door, and speaking in low tones. Mr. Gregory, who happened to be in front, was feeling for the handle, and chanced to run his fingers over the panels. Before Brown could answer, there was a terrible cry from within the room. "In God's name, who is that?" were the first words they heard. "Brown, is it?" "Yes, sir, me, sir, and Mr. Gregory." Brown hastened to answer, and there was an audible groan of relief in reply. They entered the room, which was darkened against the afternoon sun, and Mr. Gregory saw with a shock of pity how drawn, how damp with drops of fear was the usually calm face of his friend, who, sitting up in the curtained bed, stretched out a shaking hand to welcome him. "Better for seeing you, my dear Gregory," was the reply to the rector's first question, and it was palpably true. After 5 minutes of conversation, Mr. Somerton was more his own man, Brown afterwards reported, than he had been for days. He was able to eat a more than respectable dinner, and talked confidently of being fit to stand a journey to Koblenz within 24 hours. But there's one thing," he said, with a return of agitation which Mr. Gregory did not like to see, "which I must beg for you to do for me, my dear Gregory. Don't," he went on, laying his hand on Gregory's to forestall any interruption, "don't ask me what it is, or why I want it done. I'm not up to explaining it yet. It would throw me back, undo all the good you have done me by coming. The only word I will say about it is that you run no risk whatever by doing it, and that Brown can and will show you tomorrow what it is. It's merely to put back, to keep, some... No, I can't speak of it yet. Do you mind calling Brown?" "Well, Somerton," said Mr. Gregory as he crossed the room to the door, "I won't ask for any explanations until you see fit to give them. And if this bit of business is as easy as you represent it to be, I'll very gladly undertake it for you the first thing in the morning." I was sure you would, my dear Gregory. I was certain I could rely on you. I shall owe you more thanks than I can tell. Now, here's Brown. Brown, one word with you. Shall I go? Interjected Mr. Gregory. No, not at all. Dear me, no. Brown, the first thing tomorrow morning, you don't mind early hours, I know, Gregory, you must take the rector to there, you know, a nod from Brown, who looked grave and anxious, and he and you will put that back. You needn't be in the least alarmed. It's perfectly safe in the daytime. You know what I mean. It lies on the step. You know where we put it. Brown swallowed dryly once or twice, and failing to speak, bowed. And yes, that's all. Only this one other word, my dear Gregory. If you can manage to keep from questioning Brown about this matter, I shall be still more bound to you. Tomorrow evening, at latest, if all goes well, I shall be able, I believe, to tell you the whole story from start to finish. And now I'll wish you good night. Brown will be with me. He sleeps here. And if I were you, I should lock my door. Yes, be particular to do that. They like it, the people here, and it's better. Good night. Good night. They parted upon this, and if Mr. Gregory woke once or twice in the small hours, and fancied he heard a fumbling about the lower part of his locked door, it was, perhaps, no more than what a quiet man suddenly plunged into a strange bed and the heart of a mystery might reasonably expect. Certainly, he thought, to the end of his days, that he had heard such a sound twice or three times between midnight and dawn. He was up with the sun, and out in company with Brown soon after. Perplexing as was the service he had been asked to perform for Mr. Somerton, it was not a difficult or an alarming one, and within half an hour from his leaving the inn it was over. What it was, I shall not as yet divulge. Later in the morning, Mr. Somerton, now almost himself again, was able to make a start from Steinfeld, and that same evening, whether at Koblenz or at some intermediate stage on the journey, I'm not certain, he settled down to the promised explanation. Brown was present, but how much of the matter was ever really made plain to his comprehension, he'd never say, and I am unable to conjecture. 3. This was Mr. Somerton's story. You know roughly, both of you, that this expedition of mine was undertaken with the object of tracing something in connection with some old painted glass in Lord D.'s private chapel. Well, the starting point of the whole matter lies in this passage from an old printed book, to which I will ask your attention. And at this point Mr. Somerton went carefully over some ground with which we are already familiar. On my second visit to the chapel, he went on, my purpose was to take every note I could of figures, lettering, diamond scratchings on the glass, and even apparently accidental markings. The first point which I tackled was that of the inscribed scrolls. I could not doubt that the first of these, that of Job, there is a place for the gold where it is hidden, with its intentional alteration must refer to the treasure. So I applied myself with some confidence to the next, that of St. John. They have on their vestures a writing which no man knoweth. The natural question will have occurred to you, was there an inscription on the robes of the figures? I could see none. Each of the three had a broad black border to his mantle, which made a conspicuous and rather ugly feature in the window. I was nonplussed, I will own, and but for a curious bit of luck, I think I should have left the search where the canons of Steinfeld had left it before me. But it so happened that there was a good deal of dust on the surface of the glass, and Lord D, happening to come in, noticed my blackened hands, and kindly insisted on sending for a Turk's head broom to clean down the window. There must, I suppose, have been a rough piece in the broom. Anyhow, as it passed over the border of one of the mantles, I noticed that it left a long scratch, and that some yellow stain instantly showed up. I asked the man to stop his work for a moment, and ran up the ladder to examine the place. The yellow stain was there, sure enough, and what had come away was a thick black pigment, which had evidently been laid on with the brush after the glass had been burnt, and could therefore be easily scraped off without doing any harm. I scraped accordingly, and you will hardly believe, no, I do you an injustice, you will have guessed already, that I found under this black pigment 2 or 3 clearly formed capital letters in yellow stain on a clear ground. Of course, I could hardly contain my delight. I told Lord D that I had detected an inscription which I thought might be very interesting, and begged to be allowed to uncover the whole of it. He made no difficulty about it whatever, told me to do exactly as I pleased, and then, having an engagement, was obliged, rather to my relief, I must say, to leave me. I set to work at once, and found the task a fairly easy one. The pigment, disintegrated, of course, by time, came off almost at a touch, and I don't think that it took me a couple of hours, all told, to clean the whole of the black borders in all 3 lights. Each of the figures had, as the inscription said, a writing on their vestures which nobody knew. This discovery, of course, made it absolutely certain to my mind that I was on the right track. And now, what was the inscription? While I was cleaning the glass, I almost took pains not to read the lettering, saving up the treat until I had got the whole thing clear. And when that was done, my dear Gregory, I assure you I could almost have cried from sheer disappointment. What I read was only the most hopeless jumble of letters that was ever shaken up in a hat. Here it is. Job. Narrator's note. 2 lines of gobbledygook. St. John. Narrator's note. 2 further lines of indecipherable letters. Zechariah. 2 further lines of indecipherable letters with the letters T, H, Q, E at the end. We return to the story. Blank as I felt and must have looked for the first few minutes, my disappointment didn't last long. I realized almost at once that I was dealing with a cipher or cryptogram, and I reflected that it was likely to be of a pretty simple kind considering its early date. So I copied the letters with the most anxious care. Another little point I may tell you turned up in the process which confirmed my belief in the cipher. After copying the letters on Job's robe, I counted them to make sure that I had them aright. There were 38, and just as I finished going through them, my eye fell on a scratching made with a sharp point on the edge of the border. It was simply the number 38 in Roman numerals. To cut the matter short, there was a similar note, as I may call it, in each of the other lights, and that made it plain to me that the glass painter had had very strict orders from Abbot Thomas about the inscription, and had taken pains to get it correct. Well, after that discovery, you may imagine how minutely I went over the whole surface of the glass in search of further light. Of course, I did not neglect the inscription on the scroll of Zechariah. Upon one stone are 7 eyes. But I very quickly concluded that this must refer to some mark on a stone which could only be found in situ, where the treasure was concealed. To be short, I made all possible notes and sketches and tracings, and then came back to Parsbury to work out the cipher at leisure. Oh, the agonies I went through! I thought myself very clever at first, for I made sure that the key would be found in some of the old books on secret writing. The Steganographia of Joachim Trimethius, who was an earlier contemporary of Abbot Thomas, seemed particularly promising. So I got that, and Selenius's Cryptographia, and Bacon's De Augmentis Scientiarum, and some more. But I could hit upon nothing. Then I tried the principle of the most frequent letter, taking first Latin and then German as a basis. That didn't help either. Whether it ought to have done so, I'm not clear. And then I came back to the window itself and read over my notes, hoping almost against hope that the abbot might himself have somewhere supplied the key I wanted. I could make nothing out of the colour or pattern of the robes. There were no landscape backgrounds with subsidiary objects. There was nothing in the canopies. The only resource possible seemed to be in the attitudes of the figures. Job, I read. Scroll in left hand, forefinger of right hand extended upwards. John holds inscribed book in left hand, with right hand blesses with 2 fingers. Zechariah, scroll in left hand, right hand extended upwards as Job, but with 3 fingers pointing up.
In other words, I reflected, Job has one finger extended, John has two, Zechariah has three. May not there be a numeral key concealed in that? My dear Gregory, said Mr. Somerton, laying his hand on his friend's knee, that was the key. I didn't get it to fit at first, but after 2 or 3 trials I saw what was meant. After the first letter of the inscription, you skip 1 letter, after the next you skip 2, and after that skip 3. Now, look at the result I've got. I've underlined the letters which form words. Do you see it? Decem milia auri reposita sunt in puteo in at. 10,000 pieces of gold are laid up in a well in, followed by an incomplete word beginning at. So far, so good. I tried the same plan with the remaining letters, but it wouldn't work, and I fancied that perhaps the placing of dots after the last 3 letters might indicate some difference of procedure. Then I thought to myself, wasn't there some allusion to a well in the account of Abbot Thomas in that book, the Sertum? Yes, there was. He built a puteus in atrio, a well in the court. There, of course, was my word atrio. The next step was to copy out the remaining letters of the inscription, omitting those I had already used. That gave what you see on this slip. Now, I knew what the first 3 letters I wanted were, namely Rio, to complete the word atrio. And as you will see, these are all to be found in the first 5 letters. I was a little confused at first by the occurrence of 2 I's, but very soon I saw that every alternate letter must be taken in the remainder of the inscription. You can work it out for yourself. The result, continuing where the first round left off, is this. Rio domus abbatialis de Steinfeld a me Thoma qui possui custodem super ea gara tush. Ha! So the whole secret is out. 10,000 pieces of gold are laid up in the well in the court of the abbot's house of Steinfeld by me, Thomas, who have set a guardian over them. Gara tush. The last words I ought to say are a device which Abbot Thomas had adopted. I found it with his arms in another piece of glass at Lord D's, and he drafted it bodily into his cipher, though it doesn't quite fit in point of grammar. Well, what would any human being have been tempted to do, my dear Gregory, in my place? Could he have helped setting off, as I did, to Steinfeld, and tracing the secret literally to the fountainhead? I don't believe he could. Anyway, I couldn't, and as I needn't tell you, I found myself at Steinfeld as soon as the resources of civilization could put me there, and installed myself in the inn you saw. I must tell you that I was not altogether free from forebodings. On one hand, of disappointment, on the other, of danger. There was always the possibility that Abbot Thomas's well might have been wholly obliterated, or else that someone, ignorant of cryptograms and guided only by luck, might have stumbled on the treasure before me. And then there was a very perceptible shaking of the voice here. I was not entirely easy. Mm, I need not mind confessing as to the meaning of the words about the guardian of the treasure, but if you don't mind, I'll say no more about that um, until until it becomes necessary. At the first possible opportunity, Brown and I began exploring the place. I had naturally represented myself as being interested in the remains of the abbey, and we could not avoid paying a visit to the church, impatient as I was to be elsewhere. Still, it did interest me to see the windows where the glass had been, and especially that at the east end of the south aisle. In the tracery lights of that, I was startled to see some fragments and coats of arms remaining. Abbot Thomas's shield was there, and a small figure with a scroll inscribed Oculos habent et non videbunt. They have eyes and shall not see, which I take it was a hit of the abbot at his canons. But of course, the principal object was to find the abbot's house. There is no prescribed place for this, so far as I know, in the plan of the monastery. You can't predict it as you can of the chapter house. That it will be on the eastern side of the cloister, or as of the dormitory, that it will communicate with the transept of the church.
I felt that if I asked many questions, I might awaken lingering memories of the treasure, and I thought it best to try first to discover it for myself. It was not a very long or difficult search. That three-sided court southeast of the church, with deserted piles of building around it and grass-grown pavement, which you saw this morning, was the place. And glad enough I was to see that it was put to no use, and was neither very far from our inn nor overlooked by any inhabited building. There were only orchards and paddocks on the slopes east of the church. I can tell you that fine stone glowed wonderfully in the rather watery yellow sunset that we had on the Tuesday afternoon. Next, what about the well? There was not much doubt about that, as you can testify. It is really a very remarkable thing. The Kirby's, I think, of Italian marble, and the carving I thought must be Italian also. There were reliefs, you'll perhaps remember, of Eliezer and Rebecca, and of Jacob opening the well for Rachel, and similar subjects. But, by the way of disarming suspicion, I suppose, the abbot had carefully abstained from any of his cynical and elusive inscriptions. I examined the whole structure with the keenest interest, of course. A square wellhead with an opening in one side, an arch over it with a wheel for the rope to pass over, evidently in very good condition still, for it had been used within 60 years, or perhaps even later, though not quite recently. Then there was the question of depth and access to the interior. I suppose the depth was about 60 to 70 feet. And as to the other point, it really seemed as if the abbot had wished to lead searchers up to the very door of his treasure house, for as you tested for yourself, there were big blocks of stone bonded into the masonry and leading down in a regular staircase round and round the inside of the well. It seemed almost too good to be true. I wondered if they were a trap, if the stones were so contrived as to tip over when a weight was placed on them. But I tried a good many with my own weight and with my stick, and all seemed, and actually were, perfectly firm. Of course, I resolved that Brown and I would make an experiment that very night. I was well prepared. Knowing the sort of place I should have to explore, I had brought a sufficiency of good rope and bands of webbing to surround my body, and crossbars to hold to, as well as lanterns and candles and crowbars, all of which would go into a single carpet bag and excite no suspicion. I satisfied myself that my rope would be long enough, and that the wheel for the bucket was in good working order, and then we went home to dinner. I had a little cautious conversation with the landlord, and made out that he would not be overmuch surprised if I went out for a stroll with my man about 9 o'clock to make, heaven forgive me, a sketch of the Abbey by moonlight. I asked no questions about the well, and am not likely to do so now. I fancy I know as much about it as anyone in Steinfeld, at least, with a strong shudder. I don't want to know any more. Now we come to the crisis. And though I hate to think of it, I feel sure, Gregory, that it will be better for me in all ways to recall it just as it happened. We started, Brown and I, at about 9 with our bag, and attracted no attention, for we managed to slip out at the hinder end of the inn-yard into an alley, which brought us quite to the edge of the village. In 5 minutes we were at the well, and for some little time we sat on the edge of the wellhead to make sure that no one was stirring or spying on us. All we heard was some horses cropping grass out of sight farther down the eastern slope. We were perfectly unobserved, and had plenty of light from the gorgeous full moon to allow us to get the rope properly fitted over the wheel. Then I secured the band round my body beneath the arms. We attached the end of the rope very securely to a ring in the stonework. Brown took the lighted lantern and followed me. I had a crowbar, and so we began to descend, cautiously, feeling every step before we set foot on it, and scanning the walls in search of any marked stone. Half aloud, I counted the steps as we went down, and we got as far as the 38th before I noted anything at all irregular in the surface of the masonry. Even here there was no mark, and I began to feel very blank and to wonder if the abbot's cryptogram could possibly be an elaborate hoax. At the 49th step the staircase ceased. It was with a very sinking heart that I began retracing my steps,
And when I was back on the 38th, Brown, with the lantern being a step or two above me, I scrutinized the little bit of irregularity in the stonework with all my might, but there was no vestige of a mark. Then it struck me that the texture of the surface looked just a little smoother than the rest, or at least in some way different. It might possibly be cement and not stone. I gave it a good blow with my iron bar. There was a decidedly hollow sound, though that might be the result of our being in a well. But there was more. A great flake of cement dropped onto my feet, and I saw marks on the stone underneath. I had tracked the abbot down, my dear Gregory. Even now I think of it with a certain pride. It took but a very few more taps to clear the whole of the cement away, and I saw a slab of stone about 2 feet square, upon which was engraven a cross. Disappointment again, but only for a moment. It was you, Brown, who reassured me by a casual remark. You said, if I remember right, "It's a funny cross, looks like a lot of eyes." I snatched a lantern out of your hand and saw with inexpressible pleasure that the cross was composed of 7 eyes, 4 in a vertical line, 3 horizontal. The last of the scrolls in the window was explained in the way I had anticipated. Here was my stone with the 7 eyes. So far, the abbot's data had been exact, and as I thought of this, the anxiety about the guardian returned upon me with increased force. Still, I wasn't going to retreat now. Without giving myself time to think, I knocked away the cement all round the marked stone, and then gave it a prise on the right side with my crowbar. It moved at once, and I saw that it was but a thin, light slab, such as I could easily lift out myself, and that it stopped the entrance to a cavity. I did lift it out unbroken and set it on the step, for it might be very important to us to be able to replace it. Then I waited for several minutes on the step just above. I don't know why, but I think to see if any dreadful thing would rush out. Nothing happened. Next, I lit a candle, and very cautiously I placed it inside the cavity, with some idea of seeing whether there were foul air, and of getting a glimpse of what was inside. There was some foulness of air which nearly extinguished the flame, but in no long time it burned quite steadily. The hole went some little way back, and also on the right and left of the entrance, and I could see some rounded light-coloured objects within, which might be bags. There was no use in waiting. I faced the cavity and looked in. There was nothing immediately in the front of the hole. I put my arm in and felt to the right very gingerly. "Just give me a glass of cognac, Brown. I'll go on in a moment, Gregory." I felt to the right, and my fingers touched something curved. It felt, yes, more or less like leather. Dampish it was, and evidently part of a heavy, full thing. There was nothing, I must say, to alarm one. I grew bolder, and putting both hands in as well as I could, I pulled it to me, and it came. It was heavy, but moved more easily than I had expected. As I pulled it towards the entrance, my left elbow knocked over and extinguished the candle. I got the thing fairly in front of the mouth and began drawing it out. Just then, Brown gave a sharp ejaculation and ran quickly up the steps with the lantern. He'll tell you why in a moment. Startled as I was, I looked round after him and saw him stand for a minute at the top and then walk away a few yards. Then I heard him call softly, "All right, sir," and went on pulling out the great bag in complete darkness. It hung for an instant on the edge of the hole. Then I slipped forward onto my chest and put its arms around my neck. My dear Gregory, I am telling you the exact truth. I believe I am now acquainted with the extremity of terror and repulsion which a man can endure without losing his mind. I can only just manage to tell you now the bare outline of the experience. I was conscious of a most horrible smell of mould, and of a cold kind of face pressed against my own, and moving slowly over it, and of several, I don't know how many, legs or arms or tentacles, something clinging to my body.
I screamed out, Brown says, like a beast, and fell away backward from the step on which I stood, and the creature slipped downwards, I suppose, onto that same step. Providentially, the band round me held firm. Brown didn't lose his head and was strong enough to pull me up to the top and get me over the edge quite promptly. How he managed it exactly, I don't know, and I think he'd find it hard to tell you. I believe he contrived to hide our implements in a deserted building nearby, and with very great difficulty he got me back to the inn. I was in no state to make explanations, and Brown knows no German. But next morning I told the people some tale of having had a bad fall in the Abbey ruins, which I suppose they believed. And now, before I go further, I should just like you to hear what Brown's experiences during those few minutes were. Tell the rector, Brown, what you told me. "Oh, well, sir," said Brown, speaking low and nervously, it was just this way. Master was busy down in front of the hole, and I was holding the lantern and looking on, when I heard something drop in the water from the top, as I thought. So I looked up and see someone's head looking over us. I suppose I must have said something, and I held the light up and ran up the steps, and my light shone right on the face, and that was a bad one, sir, if I ever see one. A oldish man, and the face very much fell in, and laughing, as I thought. And I got up the steps as quick as pretty nigh I'm telling you, and when I was out on the ground, there weren't no sign of a person. There hadn't been the time for anyone to get away, let alone that old chap, and I made sure he weren't crouching down by the well nor nothing. Next thing, I hear Master cry out something horrible, and all I see was him hanging out by the rope, and as Master says, however I got him up, I couldn't tell you. You hear that, Gregory? Said Mr. Somerton. Now, does any explanation of that incident strike you? The whole thing is so ghastly and abnormal that I must own it puts me quite off my balance. But the thought did occur to me that possibly the person who set the trap might have come to see the success of his plan. Just so, Gregory, just so. I can think of nothing else so likely, I should say, if such a word had a place anywhere in my story. I think it must have been the abbot. Well, I haven't much more to tell you. I spent a miserable night, Brown sitting up with me. Next day I was no better, unable to get up, no doctor to be had, and if one had been available, I doubt if he could have done much for me. I made Brown write off to you, and spent a second terrible night, and Gregory, of this I am sure, and I think it affected me more than the first shock, for it lasted longer. There was someone, or something, on the watch outside my door the whole night. I almost fancy there weren't two. It wasn't only the faint noises I heard from time to time all through the dark hours, but there was the smell, a hideous smell of mould. Every rag I had on me that first evening I stripped off and made Brown take it away. I believe he stuffed the things into the stove in his room, and yet the smell was there, as intense as it had been in the well, and what is more, it came from outside the door. But with the first glimmer of dawn it faded out, and the sound ceased too, and that convinced me that the thing or things were creatures of darkness and could not stand the daylight, and so I was sure that if anyone could put back the stone, it or they would be powerless until someone else took it away again. I had to wait until you came to get that done. Of course, I couldn't send Brown to do it by himself, and still less could I tell anyone who belonged to the place. Well, there is my story, and if you don't believe it, I can't help it, but I think you do. Indeed, said Mr. Gregory, I can find no alternative. I must believe it. I saw the well and the stone myself, and had a glimpse. I thought of the bags or something else in that hole, and to be plain with you, Somerton, I believe my door was watched last night, too. I dare say it was, Gregory, but thank goodness that is over. Have you, by the way, anything to tell about your visit to that dreadful place? Very little, was the answer. Brown and I managed easily enough to get the slab into its place, and he fixed it very firmly with the irons and wedges you had desired him to get.
and we contrived to smear the surface with mud so that it looks just like the rest of the wall. One thing I did notice in the carving on the wellhead, which I think must have escaped you, it was a horrid, grotesque shape, perhaps more like a toad than anything else. And there was a label by it inscribed with the two words Depositum Custodi.
Keep that which is committed to thee.
Young Goodman Brown by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Young Goodman Brown came forth at sunset into the street at Salem village, but put his head back after crossing the threshold to exchange a parting kiss with his young wife. And Faith, as the wife was aptly named, thrust her own pretty head into the street, letting the wind play with the pink ribbons of her cap while she called to Goodman Brown. "Dearest heart," whispered she, softly and rather sadly, when her lips were close to his ear, "prithee put off your journey until sunrise, and sleep in your own bed tonight. A lone woman is troubled with such dreams and such thoughts that she's afeard of herself sometimes. Pray tarry with me this night, dear husband, of all nights in the year." "My love and my faith," replied young Goodman Brown, "of all nights in the year, this one night must I tarry away from thee. My journey, as thou callest it, forth and back again, must needs be done twixt now and sunrise. What, my sweet pretty wife, dost thou doubt me already? And we but 3 months married." "Then God bless you," said Faith with the pink ribbons, "and may you find all well when you come back." "Amen," cried Goodman Brown. "Say thy prayers, dear Faith, and go to bed at dusk, and no harm will come to thee." So they parted, and the young man pursued his way until, being about to turn the corner by the meeting house, he looked back and saw the head of Faith still peeping after him with a melancholy air, in spite of her pink ribbons. "Poor little Faith," thought he, for his heart smote him. "What a wretch am I to leave her on such an errand. She talks of dreams, too. Methought, as she spoke, there was trouble in her face, as if a dream had warned her what work is to be done tonight. But no, 'twould kill her to think of it. Well, she's a blessed angel on earth, and after this one night, I'll cling to her skirts and follow her to heaven." With this excellent resolve for the future, Goodman Brown felt himself justified in making more haste on his present evil purpose. He had taken a dreary road, darkened by all the gloomiest trees of the forest, which barely stood aside to let the narrow path creep through, and closed immediately behind. It was all as lonely as could be, and there is this peculiarity in such a solitude, that the traveller knows not who may be concealed by the innumerable trunks and the thick boughs overhead, so that with lonely footsteps he may yet be passing through an unseen multitude. "There may be a devilish Indian behind every tree," said Goodman Brown to himself, and he glanced fearfully behind him as he added, "What if the devil himself should be at my very elbow?" His head being turned, he passed the crook of the road, and looking forward again, beheld the figure of a man in grave and decent attire, seated at the foot of an old tree. He arose at Goodman Brown's approach, and walked onward side by side with him. "You're late, Goodman Brown," said he. "The clock of the Old South was striking as I came through Boston, and that is full 15 minutes agone." "Faith kept me back a while," replied the young man with a tremor in his voice, caused by the sudden appearance of his companion, though not wholly unexpected.
It was now deep dusk in the forest, and deepest in that part of it where these two were journeying. As nearly as could be discerned, the second traveller was about 50 years old, apparently in the same rank of life as Goodman Brown, and bearing a considerable resemblance to him, though perhaps more in expression than features. Still, they might have been taken for father and son, and yet, though the elder person was as simply clad as the younger, and as simple in manner too, he had an indescribable air of one who knew the world, and who would not have felt abashed at the governor's dinner table or in King William's court, were it possible that his affairs should call him thither. But the only thing about him that could be fixed upon as remarkable was his staff, which bore the likeness of a great black snake, so curiously wrought that it might almost be seen to twist and wriggle itself like a living serpent. This, of course, must have been an ocular deception, assisted by the uncertain light. "Come, Goodman Brown," cried his fellow traveller, "this is a dull place for the beginning of a journey. Take my staff, if you are so soon weary." "Friend," said the other, exchanging his slow pace for a full stop, "having kept covenant by meeting thee here, it is my purpose now to return whence I came. I have scruples touching the matter that thou wottest of." "Sayest thou so?" replied he of the serpent, smiling apart. "Let us walk on, nevertheless, reasoning as we go, and if I convince thee not, thou shalt turn back. We are but a little way into the forest yet." Too far, exclaimed the goodman, unconsciously resuming his walk. "My father never went into the woods on such an errand, nor his father before him. We have been a race of honest men and good Christians since the days of the martyrs. And shall I be the first of the name of Brown that ever took this path and kept such company, thou wouldst say," observed the elder person, interpreting his pause. "Well said, Goodman Brown. I have been as well acquainted with your family as with ever one amongst the Puritans, and that's no trifle to say. I helped your grandfather, the constable, when he lashed the Quaker woman so smartly through the streets of Salem, and it was I that brought your father a pitch-pine knot kindled at my own hearth to set fire to an Indian village in King Philip's War. They were my good friends, both, and many a pleasant walk we have had along this path, and returned merrily after midnight. I would fain be friends with you, for their sake." "If it be as thou sayest," replied Goodman Brown, "I marvel they never spoke of these matters, or verily, I marvel not, seeing that the least rumour of the sort would have driven them from New England. We are a people of prayer and good works to boot, and abide no such wickedness." "Wickedness or not," said the traveller with the twisted staff, "I have a very general acquaintance here in New England. The deacons of many a church have drunk the communion wine with me. The select men of divers towns make me their chairman, and a majority of the great and general court are firm supporters of my interest. The governor and I, too. But these are state secrets." "Can this be so?" cried Goodman Brown with a stare of amazement at his undisturbed companion. "Howbeit, I have nothing to do with the governor and council. They have their own ways, and are no rule for a simple husbandman like me. But were I to go on with thee, how should I meet the eye of that good old man, our minister at Salem village? Oh, his voice would make me tremble both Sabbath day and lecture day." Thus far the elder traveller had listened with due gravity, but now burst into a fit of irrepressible mirth, shaking himself so violently
that his snake-like staff actually seemed to wriggle in sympathy. "Ha ha ha!" shouted he again and again. Then, composing himself, "Well, go on, Goodman Brown, go on. But prithee, don't kill me with laughing." "Well then, to end the matter at once," said Goodman Brown, considerably nettled, "there is my wife, Faith. It would break her dear little heart, and I'd rather break my own." "Nay, if that be the case," answered the other, "e'en go thy ways, Goodman Brown. I would not for 20 old women like the one hobbling before us that Faith should come to any harm." As he spoke, he pointed his staff at a female figure on the path, in whom Goodman Brown recognized a very pious and exemplary dame, who had taught him his catechism in youth, and was still his moral and spiritual adviser, jointly with the minister and Deacon Buchan. "A marvel truly that Goody Cloy should be so far into the wilderness at nightfall," said he. "But with your leave, friend, I shall take a cut through the woods until we have left this Christian woman behind. Being a stranger to you, she might ask whom I was consorting with and whither I was going." "Be it so," said his fellow traveller. "Betake thee to the woods, and let me keep the path." Accordingly, the young man turned aside, but took care to watch his companion, who advanced softly along the road until he had come within a staff's length of the old dame. She, meanwhile, was making the best of her way, with singular speed for so aged a woman, and mumbling some indistinct words, a prayer, doubtless, as she went. The traveller put forth his staff and touched her withered neck with what seemed the serpent's tail. "The devil!" screamed the pious old lady. "Then Goody Cloys knows her old friend," observed the traveller, confronting her and leaning on his riding stick. "Ah, forsooth, and it is your worship indeed," cried the good dame. "Yea, truly it is, and in the very image of my old gossip, Goodman Brown, the grandfather of the silly fellow that now is. But would your worship believe it, my broomstick hath strangely disappeared, stolen, as I suspect, by that unhanged witch Goody Corey, and that too when I was all anointed with the juice of small edge and cinquefoil and wolfsbane, mingled with fine wheat and the fat of a newborn babe, said the shape of old Goodman Brown. "Ah, your worship knows the recipe," cried the old lady, cackling aloud. "So, as I was saying, being all ready for the meeting and no horse to ride on, I made up my mind to foot it, for they tell me there is a nice young man to be taken into communion tonight. But now your good worship will lend me your arm, and we shall be there in a twinkling." "That can hardly be," answered her friend. "I may not spare you my arm, Goody Cloys, but here is my staff, if you will." So saying, he threw it down at her feet, where perhaps it assumed life, being one of the rods which its owner had formerly lent to the Egyptian magi. Of this fact, however, Goodman Brown could not take cognizance. He had cast up his eyes in astonishment, and looking down again, beheld neither Goody Cloys nor the serpentine staff, but his fellow traveller, alone, who waited for him as calmly as if nothing had happened. "That old woman taught me my catechism," said the young man, and there was a world of meaning in this simple comment. They continued to walk onward, while the elder traveller exhorted his companion to make good speed and persevere in the path, discoursing so aptly that his arguments seemed rather to spring up in the bosom of his auditor than to be suggested by himself. As they went, he plucked a branch of maple to serve for a walking stick, and began to strip it of the twigs and little boughs which were wet with evening dew. The moment his fingers touched them, they became strangely withered and dried up, as with a week's sunshine.
Thus the pair proceeded at a good free pace until suddenly, in a gloomy hollow of the road, Goodman Brown sat himself down on the stump of a tree and refused to go any farther. "Friend," said he stubbornly, my mind is made up. Not another step will I budge on this errand. What if a wretched old woman do choose to go to the devil when I thought she was going to heaven? Is there any reason why I should quit my dear faith and go after her?" "You will think better of this by and by," said his acquaintance composedly. "Sit here and rest yourself a while, and when you feel like moving again, there is my staff to help you along." Without more words, he threw his companion the maple stick, and was as speedily out of sight as if he had vanished into the deepening gloom. The young man sat a few moments by the roadside, applauding himself greatly, and thinking with how clear a conscience he should meet the minister in his morning walk, nor shrink from the eye of good old Deacon Buchan. And what calm sleep would be his that very night, which was to have been spent so wickedly, but so purely and sweetly now, in the arms of faith. Amidst these pleasant and praiseworthy meditations, Goodman Brown heard the tramp of horses along the road, and deemed it advisable to conceal himself within the verge of the forest, conscious of the guilty purpose that had brought him thither, though now so happily turned from it. On came the hoof-tramps and the voices of the riders, two grave old voices conversing soberly as they drew near. These mingled sounds appeared to pass along the road within a few yards of the young man's hiding place, but owing doubtless to the depth of the gloom at that particular spot, neither the travellers nor their steeds were visible. Though their figures brushed the small boughs by the wayside, it could not be seen that they intercepted, even for a moment, the faint gleam from the strip of bright sky athwart which they must have passed. Goodman Brown alternately crouched and stood on tiptoe, pulling aside the branches and thrusting forth his head as far as he durst without discerning so much as a shadow. It vexed him the more, because he could have sworn, were such a thing possible, that he recognized the voices of the minister and Deacon Buchan, jogging along quietly as they were wont to do when bound to some ordination or ecclesiastical council. While yet within hearing, one of the riders stooped to pluck a switch. "Of the two, reverend sir," said the voice like the deacon's, "I had rather miss an ordination dinner than tonight's meeting. They tell me that some of our community are to be there from Falmouth and beyond, and others from Connecticut and Rhode Island, besides several of the Indian powwows, who, after their fashion, know almost as much deviltry as the best of us. Moreover, there is a goodly young woman to be taken into communion." "Mighty well, Deacon Buchan," replied the solemn old tones of the minister. "Spur up, or we shall be late. Nothing can be done, you know, until I get on the ground." The hoofs clattered again, and the voices, talking so strangely in the empty air, passed on through the forest, where no church had ever been gathered, or solitary Christian prayed. Whither then could these holy men be journeying so deep into the heathen wilderness? Young Goodman Brown caught hold of a tree for support, being ready to sink on the ground, faint and overburdened with the heavy sickness of his heart. He looked up to the sky, doubting whether there really was a heaven above him. Yet there was the blue arch, and the stars brightening in it. "With heaven above and faith below, I will yet stand firm against the devil," cried Goodman Brown. While he still gazed upward into the deep arch of the firmament, and had lifted his hands to pray, A cloud, though no wind was stirring, hurried across the zenith and hid the brightening stars. The blue sky was still visible, except directly overhead, where this black mass of cloud was sweeping swiftly northward. Aloft in the air, as if from the depths of the cloud, came a confused and doubtful sound of voices. Once, the listener fancied that he could distinguish the accents of townspeople of his own, men and women, both pious and ungodly, many of whom he had met at the communion table, and had seen others rioting at the tavern. The next moment, so indistinct were the sounds, he doubted whether he had heard aught but the murmur of the old forest, whispering without a wind. Then came a stronger swell of those familiar tones, heard daily in the sunshine at Salem village, but never until now from a cloud of night. There was the voice of a young woman, uttering lamentations, yet with an uncertain sorrow, and entreating for some favor, which, perhaps, it would grieve her to obtain, and all the unseen multitude, both saints and sinners, seemed to encourage her onward. "Faith!" shouted Goodman Brown, in a voice of agony and desperation, and the echoes of the forest mocked him, crying, "Faith! Faith!" as if bewildered wretches were seeking her all through the wilderness. The cry of grief, rage, and terror was yet piercing the night when the unhappy husband held his breath for a response. There was a scream, drowned immediately in a louder murmur of voices, fading into far-off laughter as the dark cloud swept away, leaving the clear and silent sky above Goodman Brown. But something fluttered lightly down through the air and caught on the branch of a tree. The young man seized it and beheld a pink ribbon. "My faith is gone," cried he, after one stupefied moment. "There is no good on earth, and sin is but a name. Come, devil, for to thee is this world given." And maddened with despair, so that he laughed loud and long, did Goodman Brown grasp his staff and set forth again, at such a rate that he seemed to fly along the forest path rather than to walk or run. The road grew wilder and drearier and more faintly traced, and vanished at length, leaving him in the heart of the dark wilderness, still rushing onward with the instinct that guides mortal men to evil. The whole forest was peopled with frightful sounds, the creaking of the trees, the howling of the wild beasts, and the yell of Indians, while sometimes the wind tolled like a distant church bell, and sometimes gave a broad roar around the traveller, as if all nature were laughing him to scorn. But he was himself the chief horror of the scene, and shrank not from its other horrors. "Ha, ha, ha!" roared Goodman Brown when the wind laughed at him. "Let us hear which will laugh loudest. Think not to frighten me with your deviltry. Come, witch, come, wizard, come, Indian powwow, come, devil himself, and here comes Goodman Brown. You may as well fear him as he fear you." In truth, all through the haunted forest, there could be nothing more frightful than the figure of Goodman Brown. On he flew among the black pines, brandishing his staff with frenzied gestures, now giving vent to an inspiration of horrid blasphemy, now shouting forth such laughter as set all the echoes of the forest laughing like demons around him. The fiend in his own shape is less hideous than when he rages in the breast of a man. Thus sped the demoniac on his course, until, quivering among the trees, he saw a red light before him, as when the felled trunks and branches of a clearing have been set on fire, and throw up their lurid blaze against the sky at the hour of midnight. He paused in a lull of the tempest that had driven him onward, and heard the swell of what seemed a hymn rolling solemnly from a distance with the weight of many voices. He knew the tune. It was a familiar one in the choir of the village meeting house. The verse died heavily away and was lengthened by a chorus, not of human voices, but of all the sounds of the benighted wilderness pealing in awful harmony together. Goodman Brown cried out, and his cry was lost to his own ear by its unison with the cry of the desert. In the interval of silence, he stole forward until the light glared full upon his eyes. At one extremity of an open space, hemmed in by the dark wall of the forest, arose a rock, bearing some rude, natural resemblance either to an altar or a pulpit, and surrounded by 4 blazing pines, their tops aflame, their stems untouched like candles at an evening meeting. The mass of foliage that had overgrown the summit of the rock was all on fire, blazing high into the night and fitfully illuminating the whole field. Each pendant twig and leafy festoon was in a blaze. As the red light arose and fell, a numerous congregation alternately shone forth, then disappeared in shadow, and again grew, as it were, out of the darkness, peopling the heart of the solitary woods at once. A grave and dark-clad company, quoth Goodman Brown. In truth, they were such. Among them, quivering to and fro between gloom and splendor, appeared faces that would be seen next day at the council board of the province, and others which Sabbath after Sabbath looked devoutly heavenward and benignantly over the crowded pews, from the holiest pulpits in the land. Some affirmed that the lady of the governor was there. At least, there were high dames well known to her, and wives of honored husbands, and widows, a great multitude, and ancient maidens, all of excellent repute, and fair young girls who trembled lest their mothers should espy them. Either the sudden gleams of light flashing over the obscure field bedazzled Goodman Brown, or he recognized a score of the church members of Salem village, famous for their especial sanctity. Good old Deacon Buchan had arrived and waited at the skirts of that venerable saint, his revered pastor, but irreverently consorting with these grave, reputable, and pious people, these elders of the church, these chaste dames and dewy virgins. There were men of dissolute lives and women of spotted fame, wretches given over to all mean and filthy vice, and suspected even of horrid crimes. It was strange to see that the good shrank not from the wicked, nor were the sinners abashed by the saints. Scattered also among their pale-faced enemies were the Indian priests or powwows, who had often scared their native forest with more hideous incantations than any known to English witchcraft. But where is faith? Thought Goodman Brown, and, as hope came into his heart, he trembled. Another verse of the hymn arose, a slow and mournful strain, such as the pious love, but joined to words which expressed all that our nature can conceive of sin, and darkly hinted at far more. Unfathomable to mere mortals is the lure of fiends. Verse after verse was sung, and still the chorus of the desert swelled between like the deepest tone of a mighty organ, and with the final peal of that dreadful anthem there came a sound, as if the roaring wind, the rushing streams, the howling beasts, and every other voice of the unconcerted wilderness were mingling and according with the voice of guilty man in homage to the Prince of all. The 4 blazing pines threw up a loftier flame, and obscurely discovered shapes and visages of horror on the smoke wreaths above the impious assembly. At the same moment, the fire on the rock shot redly forth and formed a glowing arch above its base, where now appeared a figure. With reverence be it spoken, the figure bore no slight similitude, both in garb and manner, to some grave divine of the New England churches. "Bring forth the converts," cried a voice that echoed through the field and rolled into the forest. At the word, Goodman Brown stepped forth from the shadow of the trees and approached the congregation, with whom he felt a loathful brotherhood by the sympathy of all that was wicked in his heart. He could have well nigh sworn that the shape of his own dead father beckoned him to advance, looking downward from a smoke wreath, while a woman with dim features of despair threw out her hand to warn him back. Was it his mother? But he had no power to retreat one step, nor to resist, even in thought, when the minister and good old Deacon Buchan seized his arms and led him to the blazing rock. Thither came also the slender form of a veiled female, led between Goody Cloyes, that pious teacher of the catechism, and Martha Carrier, who had received the devil's promise to be queen of hell. A rampant hag was she, and there stood the proselytes beneath the canopy of fire. "Welcome, my children," said the dark figure, "to the communion of your race. Ye have found thus young your nature and your destiny. My children, look behind you." They turned, and flashing forth, as it were, in a sheet of flame, the fiend worshippers were seen. The smile of welcome gleamed darkly on every visage. "There," resumed the sable form, "are all whom ye have reverenced from youth. Ye deemed them holier than yourselves, and shrank from your own sin, contrasting it with their lives of righteousness and prayerful aspirations heavenward. Yet here are they all in my worshipping assembly. This night it shall be granted to you to know their secret deeds, how hoary-bearded elders of the church have whispered wanton words to the young maids of their households, how many a woman, eager for widow's weeds, has given her husband a drink at bedtime and let him sleep, his last sleep, on her bosom. How beardless youths have made haste to inherit their father's wealth, and how fair damsels, blush not, sweet ones, have dug little graves in the garden and bidden me, the sole guest, to an infant's funeral. By the sympathy of your human hearts for sin, ye shall scent out all the places, whether in church, bedchamber, street, field, or forest, where crime has been committed, and shall exult to behold the whole earth one stain of guilt, one mighty blood spot. Far more than this, it shall be yours to penetrate in every bosom the deep mystery of sin, the fountain of all wicked arts, and which inexhaustibly supplies more evil impulses than human power, than my power at its utmost can make manifest in deeds. And now, my children, look upon each other." They did so, and by the blaze of the hell-kindled torches, the wretched man beheld his faith, and the wife, her husband, trembling before that unhallowed altar. "Lo, there ye stand, my children," said the figure in a deep and solemn tone, almost sad with its despairing awfulness, as if his once angelic nature could yet mourn for our miserable race. Depending upon one another's hearts, ye had still hoped that virtue were not all a dream. Now are ye undeceived. Evil is the nature of mankind. Evil must be your only happiness. Welcome again, my children, to the communion of your race. Welcome, repeated the fiend worshippers in one cry of despair and triumph. And there they stood, the only pair, as it seemed, who were yet hesitating on the verge of wickedness in this dark world. A basin was hollowed naturally in the rock. Did it contain water reddened by the lurid light, or was it blood, or perchance a liquid flame? Herein did the shape of evil dip his hand and prepare to lay the mark of baptism upon their foreheads, that they might be partakers of the mystery of sin, more conscious of the secret guilt of others, both in deed and thought, than they could now be of their own. The husband cast one look at his pale wife, and Faith at him. What polluted wretches would the next glance show them to each other, shuddering alike at what they disclosed and what they saw. Faith, Faith, cried the husband, look up to heaven and resist the wicked one. Whether Faith obeyed, he knew not. Hardly had he spoken when he found himself amid calm night and solitude, listening to a roar of the wind which died heavily away through the forest. He staggered against the rock and felt it chill and damp, while a hanging twig that had been all on fire besprinkled his cheek with the coldest dew. The next morning, young Goodman Brown came slowly into the street of Salem village, staring around him like a bewildered man. The good old minister was taking a walk along the graveyard to get an appetite for breakfast and meditate his sermon, and bestowed a blessing as he passed on Goodman Brown. He shrank from the venerable saint as if to avoid an anathema. Old Deacon Buchan was at domestic worship, and the holy words of his prayer were heard through the open window. What God doth the wizard pray to, quoth Goodman Brown. Goody Cloyes, that excellent old Christian, stood in the early sunshine at her own lattice, catechizing a little girl who had brought her a pint of morning's milk. Goodman Brown snatched away the child as from the grasp of the fiend himself. Turning the corner by the meeting house, he spied the head of Faith with the pink ribbons, gazing anxiously forth, and bursting into such joy at sight of him that she skipped along the street and almost kissed her husband before the whole village. But Goodman Brown looked sternly and sadly into her face and passed on without a greeting. Had Goodman Brown fallen asleep in the forest and only dreamed a wild dream of a witch meeting? Be it so, if you will. But alas, it was a dream of evil omen for young Goodman Brown. A stern, a sad, a darkly meditative, a distrustful, if not a desperate man did he become from the night of that fearful dream. On the Sabbath day, when the congregation were singing a holy psalm, he could not listen because an anthem of sin rushed loudly upon his ear and drowned all the blessed strain. When the minister spoke from the pulpit with power and fervid eloquence, and with his hand on the open Bible, of all the sacred truths of our religion, and of saint-like lives and triumphant deaths, and of future bliss or misery unutterable, then did Goodman Brown turn pale, dreading lest the roof should thunder down upon the grey blasphemer and his hearers. Often, waking suddenly at midnight, he shrank from the bosom of Faith, and at morning or eventide, when the family knelt down at prayer, he scowled and muttered to himself, and gazed sternly at his wife, and turned away. And when he had lived long, and was borne to his grave a hoary corpse, followed by Faith, an aged woman, and children and grandchildren, a goodly procession besides neighbors not a few. They carved no hopeful verse upon his tombstone, for his dying hour was gloom.
The Ring of Thoth by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Mr. John Van Sittart Smith, FRS of 147A Gower Street, was a man whose energy of purpose and clearness of thought might have placed him in the very first rank of scientific observers. He was the victim, however, of a universal ambition which prompted him to aim at distinction in many subjects rather than preeminence in one. In his early days he had shown an aptitude for zoology and for botany which caused his friends to look upon him as a second Darwin. But when a professorship was almost within his reach, he had suddenly discontinued his studies and turned his whole attention to chemistry. Here his researches upon the spectra of the metals had won him his fellowship in the Royal Society, but again he played the coquette with his subject, and after a year's absence from the laboratory he joined the Oriental Society and delivered his paper on the hieroglyphic and demotic inscriptions of El Kab, thus giving a crowning example both of the versatility and of the inconstancy of his talents. The most fickle of wooers, however, is apt to be caught at last, and so it was with John Van Sittart Smith. The more he burrowed his way into Egyptology, the more impressed he became by the vast field which it opened to the inquirer, and by the extreme importance of a subject which promised to throw light upon the first germs of human civilization and the origin of the greater part of our arts and sciences. So struck was Mr. Smith that he straightway married an Egyptological young lady who had written upon the Sixth Dynasty, and having thus secured a sound base of operations, he set himself to collect materials for a work which should unite the research of Lepsius and the ingenuity of Champollion. The preparation of this magnum opus entailed many hurried visits to the magnificent Egyptian collections of the Louvre, upon the last of which, no longer ago than the middle of last October, he became involved in a most strange and noteworthy adventure. The trains had been slow and the channel had been rough, so that the student arrived in Paris in a somewhat befogged and feverish condition. On reaching the Hôtel de France in the Rue Laffitte, he had thrown himself upon a sofa for a couple of hours, but finding that he was unable to sleep, he determined, in spite of his fatigue, to make his way to the Louvre, settle the point which he had come to decide, and take the evening train back to Dieppe. Having come to his conclusion, he donned his greatcoat, for it was a raw, rainy day, and made his way across the Boulevard des Italiens and down the Avenue de l'Opéra. Once in the Louvre, he was on familiar ground, and he speedily made his way to the collection of papyri which it was his intention to consult. The warmest admirers of John Van Sittart Smith could hardly claim for him that he was a handsome man. His high-beaked nose and prominent chin had something of the same acute and incisive character which distinguished his intellect. He held his head in a bird-like fashion, and bird-like too was the pecking motion with which, in conversation, he threw out his objections and retorts. As he stood, with the high collar of his greatcoat raised to his ears, he might have seen from the reflection in the glass case before him that his appearance was a singular one. Yet it came upon him as a sudden jar when an English voice behind him exclaimed in very audible tones, "What a queer-looking mortal!" The student had a large amount of petty vanity in his composition, which manifested itself by an ostentatious and overdone disregard of all personal considerations. He straightened his lips and looked rigidly at the roll of papyrus, while his heart filled with bitterness against the whole race of travelling Britons. "Yes," said another voice, "he really is an extraordinary fellow. Do you know," said the first speaker, "one could almost believe that by the continual contemplation of mummies the chap has become half a mummy himself." "He has certainly an Egyptian cast of countenance," said the other. John Van Sittart Smith spun around upon his heel with the intention of shaming his countrymen by a corrosive remark or two. To his surprise and relief, the two young fellows who had been conversing had their shoulders turned towards him, and were gazing at one of the Louvre attendants who was polishing some brasswork at the other side of the room. "Carter will be waiting for us at the Palais Royal," said one tourist to the other, glancing at his watch, and they clattered away, leaving the student to his labours. I wonder what these chatterers call an Egyptian cast of countenance, thought John Vansittart Smith, and he moved his position slightly in order to catch a glimpse of the man's face. He started as his eyes fell upon it. It was indeed the very face with which his studies had made him familiar. The regular statuesque features, broad brow, well-rounded chin and dusky complexion were the exact counterpart of the innumerable statues, mummy cases and pictures which adorned the walls of the apartment. The thing was beyond all coincidence. The man must be an Egyptian. The national angularity of the shoulders and the narrowness of the hips were alone sufficient to identify him. John Vansittart Smith shuffled towards the attendant with some intention of addressing him. He was not light in touch of conversation, and found it difficult to strike the happy mean between the brusqueness of the superior and the geniality of the equal. As he came nearer, the man presented his side face to him, but kept his gaze still bent upon his work. Vansittart Smith, fixing his eyes upon the fellow's skin, was conscious of a sudden impression that there was something inhuman and preternatural about its appearance. Over the temple and cheekbone it was as glazed and as shiny as varnished parchment. There was no suggestion of pores. One could not fancy a drop of moisture upon that arid surface. From brow to chin, however, it was cross-hatched by a million delicate wrinkles which shot and interlaced, as though nature in some Maori mood had tried how wild and intricate a pattern she could devise. "Où est la collection de Memphis?" asked the student, with the awkward air of a man who is devising a question merely for the purpose of opening a conversation. "C'est là," replied the man brusquely, nodding his head at the other side of the room. "Vous êtes un Égyptien, n'est-ce pas?" asked the Englishman. The attendant looked up and turned his strange dark eyes upon his questioner. They were vitreous with a misty dry shininess such as Vansittart Smith had never seen in a human head before. As he gazed into them, he saw some strong emotions gather in their depths, which rose and deepened until it broke into a look of something akin both to horror and to hatred. "Non, monsieur, je suis français." The man turned abruptly and bent low over his polishing. The student gazed at him for a moment in astonishment, and then turning to a chair in a retired corner behind one of the doors, he proceeded to make notes of his researches among the papyri. His thoughts, however, refused to return into their natural grooves. They would run upon the enigmatical attendant with the sphinx-like face and the parchment skin. "Where have I seen such eyes?" said Vansittart Smith to himself. "There's something saurian about them, something reptilian. There's the membrana niscitans of the snakes," he mused, bethinking himself of his zoological studies. "It gives a shiny effect, but there was something more here. There was a sense of power, of wisdom, so I read them, and of weariness, utter weariness and ineffable despair. It may all be imagination, but I have never had so strong an impression. By Jove, I must have another look at them." He rose and paced round the Egyptian rooms, but the man who had excited his curiosity had disappeared. The student sat down again in his quiet corner and continued to work at his notes. He had gained the information which he required from the papyri, and it only remained to write it down while it was still fresh in his memory. For a time his pencil travelled rapidly over the paper, but soon the lines became less level, the words more blurred, and finally the pencil tinkled down upon the floor, and the head of the student dropped heavily forward upon his chest. Tired out by his journey, he slept so soundly in his lonely post behind the door that neither the clanking civil guard, nor the footsteps of sightseers, nor even the loud hoarse bell which gives the signal for closing, was sufficient to rouse him. Twilight deepened into darkness. The bustle from the Rue de Rivoli waxed and then waned. Distant Notre Dame clanged out the hour of midnight, and still the dark, lonely figure sat silently in the shadow. It was not until close upon 1 in the morning that, with a sudden gasp and an intaking of the breath, Vansittart Smith returned to consciousness. For a moment it flashed upon him that he had dropped asleep in his study chair at home. The moon was shining fitfully through the unshuttered window, however, and as his eye ran along the lines of mummies and the endless array of polished cases, he remembered clearly where he was and how he came there. The student was not a nervous man. He possessed that love of a novel situation which is peculiar to his race. Stretching out his cramped limbs, he looked at his watch and burst into a chuckle as he observed the hour. The episode would make an admirable anecdote to be introduced into his next paper as a relief to the graver and heavier speculations. He was a little cold, but wide awake and much refreshed. It was no wonder that the guardians had overlooked him, for the door threw its heavy black shadow right across him. The complete silence was impressive. Neither outside nor inside was there a creak or a murmur. He was alone with the dead men of a dead civilization. What though the outer city reeked of the garish 19th century? In all this chamber there was scarce an article, from the shrivelled ear of wheat to the pigment box of the painter, which had not held its own against 4,000 years. Here was the flotsam and jetsam washed up by the great ocean of time from that far-off empire. From stately Thebes, from lordly Luxor, and from the great temples of Heliopolis, from 100 rifled tombs these relics had been brought. The student glanced round at the long silent figures who flickered vaguely up through the gloom, at the busy toilers who were now so restful, and he fell into a reverent and thoughtful mood. An unwonted sense of his own youth and insignificance came over him. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed dreamily down the long vista of rooms, all silvery with the moonshine, which extended through the whole wing of the widespread building. His eyes fell upon the yellow glare of a distant lamp. John Vansittart Smith sat upon his chair with his nerves all on edge. The light was advancing slowly towards him, pausing from time to time, and then coming jerkily onwards. The bearer moved noiselessly. In the utter silence there was no suspicion of the pat of a footfall. An idea of robbers entered the Englishman's head. He snuggled up further into the corner. The light was 2 rooms off. Now it was in the next chamber, and still there was no sound. With something approaching to a thrill of fear, the student observed a face, floating in the air as it were, behind the flare of the lamp. The figure was wrapped in shadow, but the light fell full upon the strange, eager face. There was no mistaking the metallic, glistening eyes and the cadaverous skin. It was the attendant with whom he had conversed. Vansittart Smith's first impulse was to come forward and address him. A few words of explanation would set the matter clear, and lead doubtless to his being conducted to some side door, from which he might make his way to his hotel. As the man entered the chamber, however, there was something so stealthy in his movements, and so furtive in his expression, that the Englishman altered his attention. This was clearly no ordinary official walking the rounds. The fellow wore felt-soled slippers, stepped with a rising chest, and glanced quickly from left to right, while his hurried, gasping breath thrilled the flame of his lamp. Vansittart Smith crouched silently back into the corner and watched him keenly, convinced that his errand was one of secret and probably sinister import. There was no hesitation in the other's movements. He stepped lightly and swiftly across to one of the great cases, and drawing a key from his pocket, he unlocked it. From the upper shelf, he pulled down a mummy, which he bore away with him, and laid it with much care and solicitude upon the ground. By it he placed his lamp, and then squatting down beside it in Eastern fashion, he began with long, quivering fingers to undo the cerecloths and bandages which girt it round. As the crackling rolls of linen peeled off one after the other, a strong aromatic odour filled the chamber, and fragments of scented wood and of spices pattered down upon the marbled floor. It was clear to John Vansittart Smith that this mummy had never been unswathed before. The operation interested him keenly. He thrilled all over with curiosity, and his bird-like head protruded farther and farther from behind the door. When, however, the last roll had been removed from the 4,000-year-old head, it was all that he could do to stifle an outcry of amazement. First, a cascade of long, black, glossy tresses poured out over the workman's hands and arms. A second turn of the bandage revealed a low, white forehead with a pair of delicately arched eyebrows. A third uncovered a pair of bright, deeply fringed eyes and a straight, well-cut nose, while a fourth and last showed a sweet, full, sensitive mouth and a beautifully curved chin. The whole face was one of extraordinary loveliness, save for the one blemish that in the centre of the forehead there was a single, irregular, coffee-coloured splotch. It was a triumph of the embalmer's art. Vansittart Smith's eyes grew larger and larger as he gazed upon it, and he chirruped in his throat with satisfaction. Its effect upon the Egyptologist was as nothing, however, compared with that which it produced upon the strange attendant. He threw his hands up into the air, burst into a harsh clatter of words, and then, hurling himself down upon the ground beside the mummy, he threw his arms around her and kissed her repeatedly upon the lips and brow. "Ma petite," he groaned in French. "Ma pauvre petite." His voice broke with emotion, and his innumerable wrinkles quivered and writhed. But the student observed in the lamplight that his shining eyes were still dry and tearless as two beads of steel. For some minutes he lay, with a twitching face, crooning and moaning over the beautiful head. Then he broke into a sudden smile, said some words in an unknown tongue, and sprang to his feet with the vigorous air of one who has braced himself for an effort. In the centre of the room there was a large circular case which contained, as the student had frequently remarked, a magnificent collection of early Egyptian rings and precious stones. To this the attendant strode, and unlocking it threw it open. On the ledge at the side he placed his lamp, and beside it a small earthenware jar which he had drawn from his pocket. He then took a handful of rings from the case, and with a most serious and anxious face he proceeded to smear each in turn with some liquid substance from the earthen pot, holding them to the light as he did so. He was clearly disappointed with the first lot, for he threw them petulantly back into the case and drew out some more. One of these, a massive ring with a large crystal set in it, he seized and eagerly tested with the contents of the jar. Instantly he uttered a cry of joy, and threw out his arms in a wild gesture which upset the pot and set the liquid streaming across the floor to the very feet of the Englishman. The attendant drew a red handkerchief from his bosom, and mopping up the mess, he followed it into the corner, where in a moment he found himself face to face with his observer. "Excuse me," said John Vansittart Smith, with all imaginable politeness. "I have been unfortunate enough to fall asleep behind this door." "And you have been watching me?" the other asked in English, with a most venomous look on his corpse-like face. The student was a man of veracity. "I confess," said he, "that I have noticed your movements, and that they have aroused my curiosity and interest in the highest degree." The man drew a long, flamboyantly bladed knife from his bosom. "You have had a very narrow escape," he said. "Had I seen you 10 minutes ago, I should have driven this through your heart. As it is, if you touch me, or interfere with me in any way, you are a dead man." "I have no wish to interfere with you," the student answered. "My presence here is entirely accidental. All I ask is that you will have the extreme kindness to show me out through some side door." He spoke with great suavity, for the man was still pressing the tip of his dagger against the palm of his left hand, as though to assure himself of its sharpness, while his face preserved its malignant expression. "If I thought," said he, "but no. Perhaps it is well. What is your name?" The Englishman gave it. "Vansittart Smith," the other repeated. "Are you the same Vansittart Smith who gave a paper in London upon El Kab? I saw a report of it. Your knowledge of the subject is contemptible." "Sir," cried the Egyptologist, "yes, it is superior to that of many who make even greater pretensions. The whole keystone of our old life in Egypt was not the inscriptions or monuments of which you make so much, but was our hermetic philosophy and mystic knowledge of which you say little or nothing." "Our old life," repeated the scholar wide-eyed, and then suddenly, "Good God, look at the mummy's face!" The strange man turned and flashed his light upon the dead woman, uttering a long, doleful cry as he did so. The action of the air had already undone all the art of the embalmer. The skin had fallen away, the eyes had sunk inwards, the discoloured lips had writhed away from the yellow teeth, and the brown mark upon the forehead alone showed that it was indeed the same face which had shown such youth and beauty a few short minutes ago. The man flapped his hands together in grief and horror. Then, mastering himself by a strong effort, he turned his hard eyes once more upon the Englishman. It does not matter," he said in a shaking voice. "It does not really matter. I came here tonight with the fixed determination to do something. It is now done. All else is as nothing. I have found my quest. The old curse is broken. I can rejoin her. What matter about her inanimate shell so long as her spirit is awaiting me at the other side of the veil? These are wild words, said Vansittart Smith. He was becoming more and more convinced that he had to do with a madman. Time presses, and I must go, continued the other. The moment is at hand for which I have waited this weary time. But I must show you out first. Come with me. Taking up the lamp, he turned from the disordered chamber and led the students swiftly through the long series of the Egyptian, Assyrian, and Persian apartments. At the end of the latter, he pushed open a small door let into the wall and descended a winding stone stair. The Englishman felt the cold, fresh air of the night upon his brow. There was a door opposite him which appeared to communicate with the street. To the right of this, another door stood ajar, throwing a spurt of yellow light across the passage. "Come in here," said the attendant shortly. Vansittart Smith hesitated. He had hoped that he had come to the end of his adventure. Yet his curiosity was strong within him. He could not leave the matter unsolved, so he followed this strange companion into a lighted chamber. It was a small room such as is devoted to a concierge. A wood fire sparkled in the grate. At one side stood a truckle bed, and at the other a coarse wooden chair with a round table in the centre which bore the remains of a meal. As the visitor's eyes glanced round, he could not but remark with an ever-recurring thrill that all the small details of the room were of the most quaint design and antique workmanship. The candlesticks, the vases upon the chimney-piece, the fire-irons, the ornaments upon the walls were all such as he had been wont to associate with the remote past. The gnarled, heavy-eyed man sat himself down upon the edge of the bed and motioned his guest into the chair. "There may be design in this," he said, still speaking excellent English. "It may be decreed that I should leave some account behind as a warning to all rash mortals who would set their wits up against the workings of nature. I leave it with you. Make such use as you will of it. I speak to you now with my feet upon the threshold of another world. I am, as you surmised, an Egyptian, not one of the downtrodden race of slaves who now inhabit the delta of the Nile, but a survivor of that fiercer and harder people who tamed the Hebrew, drove the Ethiopian back into the southern deserts, and built those mighty works which have been the envy and the wonder of all after generations. It was in the reign of Tutmosis 1600 years before the birth of Christ that I first saw the light. You shrink away from me. Wait, and you will see that I am more to be pitied than to be feared. My name was Sosra. My father had been the chief priest of Osiris in the great temple of Abaris, which stood in those days upon the Bubastic branch of the Nile. I was brought up in the temple and was trained in all those mystic arts which are spoken of in your own Bible. I was an apt pupil. Before I was 16, I had learned all the wisest priests could teach me. From that time on, I studied nature's secrets for myself and shared my knowledge with no man. Of all the questions that attracted me, there were none over which I labored so long as over those which concern themselves with the nature of life. I probed deeply into the vital principle. The aim of medicine had been to drive away disease when it appeared. It seemed to me that a method might be devised which should fortify the body, as to prevent weakness or death from ever taking hold of it. It is useless that I should recount my researches. You would scarce comprehend them if I did. They were carried out partly on animals, partly upon slaves, and partly upon myself. Suffice it that their result was to furnish me with a substance which, when injected into the blood, would endow the body with the strength to resist the effects of time, of violence, or of disease. It would not indeed confer immortality, but its potency would endure for many thousands of years. I used it upon a cat and afterwards drugged the creature with the most deadly poisons. That cat is alive in Lower Egypt at the present moment. There was nothing of mystery or magic in the matter. It was simply a chemical discovery, which may well be made again. Love of life runs high in the young. It seemed to me that I had broken away from all human care now that I had abolished pains and driven death to such a distance. With a light heart I poured the accursed stuff into my veins. Then I looked round for someone whom I could benefit. There was a young priest of Thoth, Paramis by name, who had won my goodwill by his earnest nature and his devotion to his studies. To him I whispered my secret, and at his request I injected him with my elixir. I should now, I reflected, never be without a companion of the same age as myself. After this grand discovery, I relaxed my studies to some extent, but Paramis continued his with redoubled energy. Every day I could see him working with his flasks and his distiller in the temple of Thoth, but he said little to me as to the results of his labours. For my own part, I used to walk through the city and look around me with exultation as I reflected that all of this was destined to pass away and that only I should remain. The people would bow to me as they passed me, for the fame of my knowledge had gone abroad. There was war at this time, and the great king had sent down his soldiers to the eastern boundary to drive away the Hyksos. A governor, too, was sent to Abaris, that he might hold it for the king. I had heard much of the beauty of the daughter of this governor, but one day, as I walked out with Paramis, we met her, borne upon the shoulders of her slaves. I was struck with love as with lightning. My heart went out from me. I could have thrown myself beneath the feet of her bearers. This was my woman. Life without her was impossible. I swore by the head of Horus that she should be mine. I swore it to the priest of Thoth. He turned away from me with a brow which was as black as midnight. There is no need to tell you of our wooing. She came to love me even as I loved her. I learned that Paramis had seen her before I did, and had shown her that he too loved her. But I could smile at his passion, for I knew that her heart was mine. The white plague had come upon the city, and many were stricken, but I laid my hands upon the sick and nursed them without fear or scathe. She marvelled at my daring. Then I told her my secret, and begged her that she would let me use her art upon her. Your flower shall then be unwithered, Atma, I said. Other things may pass away, but you and I, and our great love for each other, shall outlive the tomb of King Chefru. But she was full of timid, maidenly objections. Was it right, she asked? Was it not a thwarting of the will of the gods? If the great Osiris had wished that our years should be so long, would he not himself have brought it about? With fond and loving words I overcame her doubts, and yet she hesitated. It was a great question, she said. She would think it over for this one night. In the morning I should know of her resolution. Surely one night was not too much to ask. She wished to pray to Isis for help in her decision. With a sinking heart and a sad foreboding of evil, I left her with her tired women. In the morning, when the early sacrifice was open, I hurried to her house. A frightened slave met me upon the steps. Her mistress was ill, she said, very ill. In a frenzy, I broke my way through the attendants and rushed through hall and corridor to my Atma's chamber. She lay upon her couch, her head high upon the pillow, with a pallid face and glazed eye. On her forehead there blazed a single angry purple patch. I knew that hell-mark of old. It was a scar of the white plague, the sign manual of death. Why should I speak of that terrible time? For months I was mad, fevered, delirious, and yet I could not die. Never did an Arab thirst after the sweet wells as I longed after death. Could poison or steel have shortened the thread of my existence, I should as soon rejoin my love in the land with the narrow portal. I tried, but it was of no avail. The accursed influence was too strong upon me. One night, as I lay upon my couch, weary and weak, Paramis, the priest of Thoth, came to my chamber. He stood in the circle of the lamplight, and he looked down upon me with eyes which were bright with mad joy. "Why did you let the maiden die?" he asked. "Why did you not strengthen her as you strengthened me?" "I was too late," I answered. "But I had forgot you also loved her. You are my fellow in misfortune. Is it not terrible to think of the centuries which must pass ere we look upon her again? Fools, fools, that we were to take death to be our enemy." "You may say that," he cried with a wild laugh. "The words come well from your lips. For me, they have no meaning." "What mean you?" I cried, raising myself upon my elbow. "Surely, friend, this grief has turned your brain." His face was aflame with joy, and he writhed and shook like one who hath a devil. "Do you know whither I go?" he asked. "Nay," I answered, "I cannot tell." "I go to her," said he. "She lies embalmed in the father tomb by the double palm tree beyond the city wall." "Why do you go there?" I asked. To die, he shrieked, to die. I am not bound by earthen fetters. But the elixir is in your blood, I cried. I can defy it, said he. I found a stronger principle which will destroy it. It is working in my veins at this moment, and in an hour I shall be a dead man. I shall join her, and you shall remain behind. As I looked upon him, I could see that he spoke words of truth. The light in his eye told me that he was indeed beyond the power of the elixir. You will teach me, I cried. Never, he answered. I implore you, by the wisdom of Thoth, by the majesty of Anubis. It is useless, he said coldly. Then I will find out, I cried. You cannot, he answered. It came to me by chance. There is one ingredient which you can never get, save that which is in the ring of Thoth. None will ever more be made. In the ring of Thoth, I repeated. Where then is the ring of Thoth? That also you shall never know, he answered. You won her love. Who has won in the end? I leave you to your sordid earth life. My chains are broken. I must go. He turned upon his heel and fled from the chamber. In the morning came the news that the priest of Thoth was dead. My days after that were spent in study. I must find this subtle poison which was strong enough to undo the elixir. From early dawn to midnight I bent over the test tube and the furnace. Above all, I collected the papyri and the chemical flasks of the priest of Thoth. Alas, they taught me little. Here and there was some hint or stray expression would raise a hope in my bosom, but no good ever came of it. Still, month after month I struggled on. When my heart grew faint, I would make my way to the tomb by the palm tree. There, standing by the dead casket from which the jewel had been rifled, I would feel her sweet presence, and would whisper to her that I would rejoin her if mortal wit could solve the riddle. Parmus had said that his discovery was connected with the ring of Thoth. I had some remembrance of the trinket. It was a large and weighty circlet, made, not of gold, but of a rarer and heavier metal brought from the mines of Mount Harbal. Platinum, you call it. The ring had, I remembered, a hollow crystal set in it, in which some few drops of liquid might be stored. Now, the secret of Parmes could not have to do with the metal alone, for there were many rings of that metal in the temple. Was it not more likely that he had stored his precious poison within the cavity of the crystal? I had scarce come to this conclusion before, in hunting through his papers, I came upon one which told me that it was indeed so, and that there was still some of the liquid unused. But how to find this ring? It was not upon him when he was stripped for the embalmer. Of that they had made sure. Neither was it among his private effects. In vain I searched every room that he had entered, every box and vase and chattel that he had owned. I sifted the very sand of the desert in the places where he had been wont to walk, but do what I would, I could come upon no traces of the ring of Thoth. Yet it may be that my labours would have overcome all obstacles had it not been for a new and unlooked-for misfortune. A great war had been waged against the Hyksos, and the captains of the great king had been cut off in the desert with all their bowmen and horsemen. The shepherd tribes were upon us like the locusts in a dry year. From the wilderness of Shur to the great bitter lake, there was blood by day and fire by night. Abaris was the bulwark of Egypt, but we could not keep the savages back. The city fell. The governor and soldiers were put to the sword, and I, with many more, was led away into captivity. For years and years I tended cattle in the great plains by the Euphrates. My master died, and his son grew old, but I was still as far from death as ever. At last I escaped upon a swift camel and made my way back to Egypt. The Hyksos had settled in the land which they had conquered, and their own king ruled over the country. Abaris had been torn down, the city had been burned, and of the great temple there was nothing left save an unsightly mound. Everywhere the tombs had been rifled and the monuments destroyed. Of my Atma's grave no sign was left. It was buried in the sands of the desert, and the palm trees which marked the spot had long disappeared. The papers of Parmes and the remains of the temple of Thoth were either destroyed or scattered far and wide over the deserts of Syria. All search after them was vain. From that time I gave up all hope of ever finding the ring or discovering the subtle drug. I set myself to live as patiently as might be until the effect of the elixir should wear away. How can you understand how terrible a thing time is, you who have experience only of the narrow course which lies between the cradle and the grave? I know it to my cost, I who have floated down the whole stream of history. I was old when Ilium fell. I was very old when Herodotus came to Memphis. I was bowed down with years when the new gospel came upon earth. Yet you see me much as other men are, with the cursed elixir still sweetening my blood, and guarding me against that which I would court. Now, at last, I have come to the end of it. I have travelled in all lands, and I have dwelt with all nations. Every tongue is the same to me. I learned them all to help pass the weary time. I need not tell you how slowly they drifted by, the long dawn of modern civilization, the dreary middle years, the dark times of barbarism. They are all behind me now. I have never looked with the eyes of love upon another woman. Atma knows that I have been constant to her. It was my custom to read all that the scholars had to say upon ancient Egypt. I have been in many positions, sometimes affluent, sometimes poor, but I have always found enough to enable me to buy the journals which dealt with such matters. Some 9 months ago I was in San Francisco, and there I read an account of some discoveries made in the neighborhood of Abaris. My heart leapt into my mouth as I read it. It said that the excavator had busied himself in exploring some tombs recently unearthed. In one, there had been found an unopened mummy with an inscription upon her outer case setting forth that it contained the body of the daughter of the governor of the city in the days of Thutmosis. It added that on removing the outer case there had been exposed a large platinum ring set with a crystal which had been laid upon the breast of the embalmed woman. This then was where Paramus had hid the ring of Thoth. He might well say that it was safe, for no Egyptian would ever stain his soul by moving even the outer case of a buried friend. That very night I set off from San Francisco, and in a few weeks I found myself once more at Abaris, if a few sand heaps and crumbling walls may retain the name of that great city. I hurried to the Frenchmen who were digging there and asked them for the ring. They replied that both the ring and the mummy had been sent to the Bulak Museum in Cairo. To Bulak I went, but only to be told that Mariette Bey had claimed them and had shipped them to the Louvre. I followed them, and there at last in the Egyptian chamber I came, after close upon 4,000 years, upon the remains of my Atma, and upon the ring for which I had sought so long. But how was I to lay hands upon them? How was I to have them for my very own? It chanced that the office of attendant was vacant. I went to the director. I convinced him that I knew much about Egypt. In my eagerness I said too much. He remarked that a professor's chair would suit me better than a seat in the conciergerie. I knew more, he said, than he did. It was only by blundering and letting him think that he had overestimated my knowledge that I prevailed upon him to let me move the few effects which I have retained into this chamber. It is my first and my last night here. Such is my story, Mr. Van Sittart Smith. I need not say more to a man of your perception. By a strange chance, you have this night looked upon the face of the woman whom I loved in those far-off days. There were many rings with crystals in the case, and I had to test for the platinum to be sure of the one I wanted. A glance at the crystal has shown me that the liquid is indeed within it, and that I shall at last be able to shake off that accursed health, which has been worse to me than the foulest disease. I have nothing more to say to you. I have unburdened myself. You may tell my story, or you may withhold it at your pleasure. The choice rests with you. I owe you some amends, for you have had a narrow escape of your life this night. I was a desperate man, and not to be balked in my purpose. Had I seen you before the ring was done, I might have put it beyond your power to oppose me or raise an alarm. This is the door. It leads to the Rue de Rivoli. Good night. The Englishman glanced back. For a moment the lean figure of Sosra the Egyptian stood framed in a narrow doorway. The next, the door had slammed, and the heavy rasping of a bolt broke on the silent night. It was on the second day after his return to London that Mr. John Van Sittart Smith saw the following concise narrative in the Paris correspondence of the Times. Curious occurrence in the Louvre. Yesterday morning a strange discovery was made in the principal eastern chamber. The ouvrière who were employed to clean out the rooms in the morning found one of the attendants lying dead upon the floor, with his arms around one of the mummies. So close was his embrace that it was only with the utmost difficulty that they were separated. One of the cases containing valuable rings had been opened and rifled. The authorities are of the opinion that the man was bearing away the mummy with some idea of selling it to a private collector, but that he was struck down in the very act by a long-standing disease of the heart. It is said that he was a man of uncertain age and eccentric habits, without any living relations to mourn over his dramatic and untimely end. The Housekeeper by Marjorie Bowen. Mr. Robert Seckford, a rather damaged man of fashion, entered with a lurching step his mansion near the Tavern of the Black Bull, High Holborn. He was still known as Beau Seckford, and was still dressed in the extreme of the fashion of this year 1710, with wide brocade skirts, an immense peruke, and a quantity of lace and paste ornaments that were nearly as brilliant as diamonds. About Mr. Seckford himself was a good deal of this spurious gorgeousness. From a little distance he still looked the magnificent man he once had been, but a closer view showed him ruddled with powder and rouge like a woman, heavy about the eyes and jaw, livid in the cheeks, a handsome man yet, but one deeply marked by years of idleness, good living, and the cheap dissipations of a nature at once brutal and effeminate. In the well-shaped features and dark eyes there was not a contour nor a shadow that did not help towards a presentiment of a type vicious and worthless, yet he had an air of breeding, of gallantry and grace, that had hitherto never failed to win him facile admiration and help him over awkward places in his career. This air was also spurious as the diamonds at his throat and in his shoe buckles. He was not even of gentle birth. The obscurity that hung around his origin was proof of the shame he felt at the dismal beginning of a career that had once been so brilliant. He entered his mansion that was modest but elegant and called for candles to be brought into his study. Taking off slowly his white-scented gloves, he stared thoughtfully at his plump, smooth hands, and then at the walnut desk, scattered with silver and ebony stand dishes, pens and taper holders, and a great number of little notes on gilt-edged and perfumed papers. There were a great many others neither gilt-edged nor perfumed. Mr. Seckford knew that these last were bills, as surely as he knew that the first were insipid invitations to rather third-rate balls and routs. Everything in Mr. Seckford's world was becoming rather third-rate now. He looked round the room desperately with that ugly glance of defiance which is not courage, but cowardice brought to bay. Nothing in the house was paid for, and his credit would not last much longer. This had been a last venture to float his shaky raft on the waters of London society. He could foresee himself going very comfortably to the bottom. Unless he could again carry off some successful coup at cards, and this was unlikely. He was too well known now. Every resource that could at a pinch afford means of livelihood to an unscrupulous rogue, and yet permit him to move among the people on whom he preyed, had already been played by Mr. Seckford. The sound of the opening door caused him to look up. He dreaded duns and was not sure of the unpaid servants. But it was his wife who entered. At sight of her, Beau Seckford cursed in a fashion that would have surprised his genteel admirers, over whose tea-tables he languished so prettily. "Oh, pray keep civil," said the lady in a mincing tone. She trailed to the fireplace and looked discontentedly at the logs that were falling into ashes. "The upholsterer came," she added, "with a bill for near 1,000 guineas. I had difficulty in sending him away. Is nothing in the house paid for?" "Nothing." She looked at him with a contempt that was more for herself than for him. She was quite callous and heartless. A sense of humour, a nice appreciation of men and things alone prevented her from being odious. Lord, she smiled, to live to be fooled by Beau Seckford. She was a countess in her own right. Her patent was from Charles II and explained her career.
She still had the air of a beauty and wore the gowns usually affected by loveliness, but she was old, with the terrible old age of a wanton, soulless woman. Her reputation was bad even for her type. She had cheated at everything from love to cards, and no tenderness or regret had ever softened her ugly actions. At the end of her career as presiding goddess of a gambling saloon, she had married Robert Seckford, thinking he had money, or at least the wits to get it, and a little betrayed by his glib tongue that had flattered her into thinking her beauty was not lost, her charm not dead, only to find him an adventurer worse off than herself, who had not even paid for the clothes in which he had come to woo her. Her sole satisfaction was that he had also been deceived. He had thought her the prudent guardian of the spoils of a lifetime. Instead, selfishness had caused her to scatter what greed had gained, and for her too this marriage had been seized as a chance to avert ruin. Haggard and painted, a dark wig on her head, false pearls round her throat, and a dirty satin gown hanging gracefully round a figure still upright and elegant, she stared at the fire. "We shall have to disappear," she remarked dryly. He looked at her with eyes of hate. "You must have some money," he said bluntly. Avarice, the vice of old age, flashed in her glance as jealousy would have gleamed in that of a younger woman. "What little I have I need," she retorted. "The man has turned simple," she grinned at her reflection in the glass above the fireplace. "Well, leave me then," he said bitterly. Could he be rid of her? He felt it would gild his misfortune. But my lady had come to the end of all her admirers. She could not even any longer dazzle boys with the wicked glory of her past. She had no one save Mr. Seckford, and she meant to cling to him. He was a man, and 20 years younger than herself. He ought, she thought, to be useful. Besides, this woman who had never had a friend of her own sex shuddered to think of the utter loneliness it would be to live without a man attached to her. Better the grave, and of that she had all the horror of a true atheist. "You talk folly," she said with a dreadful ogle. "I shall remain." "Then you will starve, my lady," he flung out violently. "Oh, fie, sir, one does not starve." He could not endure to look at her, but staring at the desk began to tear up the notes before him. "Will you not go to a masque tonight?" she asked querulously. "I have no money to pay for a chair," he sneered. "We might win something at cards." "People are very wary." "You were very clever at tricking me," remarked the Countess. "Cannot you trick someone else, Mr. Seckford?" He wheeled round on her with concentrated venom. "Ah, madam, if I were a bachelor." She quailed a little before his wrath, but rallied to reply with the spirit of a woman who had been spoilt by a king. "You think you are so charming. Wealthy matches are particular. Look in the glass, sir. Your face is as ruined as your reputation." He advanced on her, and she began to shriek in a dreadful fashion. The town woman showed through the airs of a great lady. "I'll call the watch," she shrilled. He fell back with a heavy step and stood glaring at her. "A pair of fools," said my lady bitterly. Then her cynical humour triumphed over her disgust. "Your first wife would smile to see us now," she remarked. Beau Seckford turned to her, a face suddenly livid. "What do you know about my first wife?" he demanded fiercely. "Nothing at all," replied my lady. "You kept her rather in the background, did you not? But one can guess." Mr. Seckford raged. He loathed any reference to the woman whom he had married in his obscurity, and who had been his drudge in the background through all his shifting fortunes. Her worn face, her wagging tongue, her rude manners had combined to make the thorn in the rosebed of his softest days. He had hated her, and believed that she had hated him. She was a Scotswoman, a shrew, thrifty, honest, plain, and a good housekeeper. She had always made him very comfortable at home, though she had shamed him on the rare occasions when she had forced him to take her abroad. She had died only a few months before his present marriage. "One can guess," repeated the Countess, showing teeth dark behind her rouged lips in a ghastly grin, "that you made her life very pleasant." He sprang up and faced her, a big, heavy bully for all his satins and French peruke. "Oh," she thrilled, frightened but defiant, "you look like murder." He turned away sharply and muttered some hideous words under his breath. "What are you going to do?" asked my lady, with a quizzical glance round the tawdry splendour that had been hired to lure her into marriage, and that now would so shortly be rent away. Beau Seckford controlled his wrath against the terrible woman who had deceived him into losing his last chance of retrieving ruin. "Where are the servants?" he asked. "All gone. I think they have taken some of the plate and all of the wine. There's some food downstairs." Mr. Seckford had seen it as he came up, a hacked piece of fat ham on a dirty dish. A stained cloth and a jagged loaf had been laid out on the dining-room table. "I've had my dinner," remarked the Countess. Her husband rudely left the room. He was hungry and forced to search for food, but the remembrance of the meal waiting nauseated him. He was delicate in his habits, and as he descended the stairs he thought of his late wife. She had been a wonderful housekeeper. Even in poverty, she had never failed to secure comfort. As he opened the door of the dining-room, he was agreeably surprised. Evidently one of the servants had remained after all. The hearth had been swept and a neat fire burnt pleasantly. A clean cloth was on the table, and the service was set out exactly. A fresh loaf, butter, wine, fruit, a dish of hot meat, of cheese, of eggs stood ready. There was wine and brightly polished glasses. "I did not know," Mr. Seckford muttered, "that any of the hussies in the house could work like this." He admired the spotless linen, the brilliant china, the gleaming glasses, the fresh and appetizing food, and ate and drank with a pleasure that made him forget for the moment his troubles. One thing only slightly disturbed his meal. Among the dishes was a plate of goblin scones. They were of a peculiar shape and taste, and he had never known anyone make them but the late Jane Seckford. When he had finished, he rang the bell for candles, for the short November day was closing in. There was no answer. Surprised and slightly curious to see the servant who had been so deft, Mr. Seckford went to the head of the basement stairs and shouted lustily. Still, there was no reply. He returned to the dining-room. The candles were lit and set precisely on the table. Mr. Seckford ran upstairs to his wife. "Who is in this house?" he asked in a tone of some agitation. The Countess was by the fire, seated on a low chair. Before her on the floor was a wheel of playing cards, from which she was telling her fortune. "Who is in the house?" she sneered. "A drunken ruffian." Misery was wearing thin the courtier-like manner from both of them. "You old wicked jade," he replied. "There is someone hiding in this house." She rose, scattering the cards with the worn toe of her little satin shoe. "There is no one in the house," she said. "Not a baggage of them all would stay. I'm going out. I want lights and amusement. Your house is too dull, Mr. Seckford." With this speech and an air that was a caricature of the graces of a young and beautiful woman, she swept out of the room. Even her own maid, a disreputable Frenchwoman, had left her, having moved out of the impending crash. But my lady had never lacked spirit. She had tired herself, put all the money she had in her bosom, and left the house to pass the evening with one of her cronies, who kept an establishment similar to that which she had been forced to abandon. Even the departure of her vindictive presence did not sweeten for Beau Seckford the house that was the temple of his failure. He glared at the furniture that should have been paid for by bills on his wife's fortune, and went to his chamber. He too knew haunts dark and gleaming, where health and money, wits and time might be steadily consumed, and where one who was bankrupt in all these things might be for a time tolerated, if he had a flattering and servile tongue, and an appearance that lent some dignity to mean vices and ignoble sins. He found a fire in his bedchamber, the curtains drawn, his cloak, evening rapier, and gloves put ready for him, the candles lit on his dressing-table. He dressed himself rather soberly and went downstairs. The meal was cleared away in the dining-room, the fire covered, the chairs put back in their places. Beau Seckford swore. If I had not seen her fastened down in her coffin, I should have sworn that Jane was in this house, he muttered, and his bloodshot eyes winced a little from the gloom of the empty house. Again he went to the head of the basement stairs and listened. He could hear faintly yet distinctly the sound of someone moving about, the sound of dishes, of brisk footsteps, of clattering irons. "Some wench has remained," he said uneasily, but he did not offer to investigate those concealed kitchen premises. That evening his companions found him changed. A quiet, sullen, dangerous mood was on him. They could easily understand this, as tales of the disaster of his marriage had already leaked abroad. But something deeper and more terrible even than his almost accomplished ruin was troubling Robert Seckford. He returned very late to the mansion in High Holborn. He had drunk as much wine as his friends would pay for, and there was little of the elegant gallant about the heavy figure in the stained coat with wig awry and flushed sullen face, who stumbled into the wretched place he named home with unconscious sarcasm. A light stood ready for him in the hall. He took this up and staggered upstairs, spilling the candle grease over his lace ruffles. Halfway up he paused, suddenly wondering who had thought to leave the light. "Not my lady wife, not my royal countess," he grinned. Then a sudden pang of horror almost sobered him. Jane had never forgotten to put a candle in the hall. He paused, as if expecting to hear her shrill, nagging voice. "You're drunk," he said to himself. "She is dead, dead, dead." He went upstairs. The fire in his room was bright. The bed stood ready, his slippers and bedgown were warming. A cup of posset stood steaming on the side table. Mr. Seckford snatched up his candle and hurried to the room of the Countess. He violently entered and stood confronting her great bed with the red damask hangings. With a shriek she sat up, her cheeks were still rouged, the false pearls dangled in her ears, the laced gown was open on her skinny throat, a cap with pink ribbons concealed her scant grey hair. She flung herself with claw-like hands on an embroidered purse on the quilt and thrust it under her pillow. It contained her night's winnings at cards. "Have you come to rob me?" she screamed. Terror robbed her of all dignity. She crouched in the shadows of the huge bed, away from the red light cast on her dreadful face by the candle her husband held. Beau Seckford was not thinking of money now, and her words passed unheeded. "Who is in this house?" he demanded. "You are mad," she said, a little recovering her composure, but keeping her hands very firmly on the purse beneath the pillow. "There is no one in this house." "Did you put a candle for me and prepare my room and light the fire and place the posset?" He spoke thickly and leant against the bedpost. The candle, now almost guttered away, sent a spill of grease on the heavy quilt. "You are drunk, you monstrous man," screamed my lady. "If you are not away instantly, I'll put my head out of the window and screech the neighbourhood up." Beau Seckford, regarding her with dull eyes, remained at his original point. "There was someone in the kitchen this afternoon," he insisted. I heard sounds." "Rats," said my lady. "The house is full of them." A look of relief passed over the man's sodden features. "Of course, rats," he muttered. "What else could it be?" asked the Countess, sufficiently impressed by his strange manner momentarily to forget her grievance against him. "What else?" he repeated, and suddenly turned on her with fury, lurching the candle into her face. "Could rats have said this for me?" he shouted. The Countess shrank back when agitated. Her head trembled with incipient palsy, and now it trembled so that the false pearls rattled hollow against her bony neck. "You'll fire the bed curtains," she shrilled desperately. He trembled with a loathing of her that was like panic, fear of fury. "You time-founded creature," he cried, "you bitter horror! And 'twas for you I did it." She sprang to her knees in the bed, her hands crooked as if ready for his face. There was nothing left now of the fine dame nurtured in courts, the beauty nursed in the laps of princes. She had reverted to the wench of Drury Lane, screaming abuse from alley to alley. "If you are disappointed, what about me?" she shrieked. "Have I not tied myself to a low, ugly fool?" He stepped back from her, as if he didn't understand her, and muttered, staggering back into his own room. There he lit all the candles, piled up the fire with more fuel, glanced with horror at the bed, flung off his coat and wig, and settled himself in the chair with arms before the fire to sleep. The Countess, roused and angered, could sleep no more. She rose, flung on a chamber robe of yellow satin lined with marten's fur that was a relic of her court days and threadbare and moth-eaten in places, though giving the effect of much splendour. Without striking a light, she went cautiously out into the corridor, saw the door of her husband's room ajar, a bright glow from it falling across the darkness, and crept steadily in. He was, as she had supposed, in an intoxicated stupor of sleep by the fire. His head had sunk forward on the stained and untied lace cravat on his breast. His wigless head showed fat and shaven and grey over the temples. His face was a dull purple, and his mouth hung open. His great frame was almost as loose as that of a man newly dead. His hands hung slack, and his chest heaved with his noisy breathing. My lady was herself a horrid object, but that did not prevent her from giving him a glance of genuine disgust. "Beau Seckford, indeed," she muttered. She put out all the candles save 2 on the dressing-table, found the coat her husband had flung off, and began going swiftly through the pockets. He had been, as she had hoped, fortunate at cards that night. He was indeed like herself, of a type who seldom was unfortunate, since he only played with fools or honest men, neither of whom had any chance against the peculiar talents of the sharper. The Countess found sundry pieces of gold and silver, which she knotted up in her handkerchief with much satisfaction. She knew that nothing but money would ever be able to be of any service to her in the world. Pleased with her success, she looked around to see if there were anything else of which she could despoil her husband. She kept her cunning old eyes constantly on him. She crept to the dressing-table and went over the drawers and boxes. Most of the ornaments that she turned out glittered and gleamed heavily in the candlelight, but she knew that they were as false as the pearls trembling in her own ears. 1 or 2 things, however, she added to the money in the handkerchief, and she was about to investigate further when a little sound, like a cough, caused her to look sharply round. The room was full of warm shadows. The fire was sinking low and only cast a dim light on the heavy sleeping figure on the hearth, while the candlesticks on the dressing-table served only to illuminate the bent figure of the Countess in her brilliant wrap. As she looked round, she found herself staring straight at the figure of a woman who was observing her from the other side of the bed. The woman was dressed in a grey tabinet fashioned like the dress of an upper servant. Her hair was smoothly banded, and her features were pale and sharp. Her hands, that she held rather awkwardly in front of her, were rough and work-worn. Across one cheek was a long scratch. The Countess remarked her husband's words that she had taken for the babbling of a drunkard. So there was someone in the house. "How dare you?" she quavered in a low voice, for she did not wish to rouse her husband. "How dare you come here?" Without replying, the woman moved across to the sleeping man and looked down at him with an extraordinary expression of mingled malice and protection, as if she would defend him from any evil save that she chose to deal herself. So sinister was this expression and the woman's whole attitude that the Countess was frightened, as she had never been in the course of her wicked life. She stood staring, the handkerchief full of money and ornaments dropped on the dressing-table unheeded. Beau Seckford moved in his sleep and fetched a deep groan. "You impertinent creature," whispered the Countess, taking courage. "Will you not go before I wake my husband?" At these last words the woman raised her head. She did not seem to speak, yet, as if there were an echo in the room, the Countess distinctly heard the words, "My husband," repeated after her in a tone of bitter mockery. A sense of unreality, such as she had never known before, touched the Countess. She felt as if her sight were growing dim and her hearing failing her. She made a movement as if to brush something from before her eyes. When she looked again at Beau Seckford, he was alone. No one was beside him. In dreaming, tortured sleep, he groaned and tossed. "The baggage has slipped off," muttered the Countess. "Belike it is some ancient dear of his own. I'll send her away in the morning." She crept back to her own room, forgetting her spoils. She didn't sleep, and Mr. Seckford did not wake till the pale winter dawn showed between the curtains. The Countess looked round on her chamber in disorder, but for Beau Seckford everything was arranged. Shaving water ready, his breakfast hot and tempting on a tray, his clothes laid out. When he had dressed and come downstairs, he found his wife yawning over a copy of the Gazette. She remembered last night quite clearly and considerably regretted what she had left behind in Beau Seckford's room in her confusion. She gave him a glance vicious with the sense of an opportunity lost. He flung at her the question he had asked last night. "Who is in this house?" "Some woman has stayed," she answered. "I think it was Joanna, the housekeeper, but I didn't see her very clearly. She must be out now, as I've rung the bell and there's been no answer." "My breakfast was brought up to me," said Mr. Seckford. "So, it's Joanna Mills, is it?" The Countess was angry. She had to go to the kitchen and pick among yesterday's scraps for her own food. "And who is she?" "You said, madam, the housekeeper." "She must be very fond of you," sneered the lady. He stared at that and turned on her a ghastly look. "Oh, don't think I'm jealous," she grinned cynically. "It was the word you used," he muttered. "I do not think anyone has been fond of me, save one." He paused and passed his hand over his weary, heavy eyes. "I dreamt of her last night." "Who?" "Jane, my wife." The Countess remembered the ugly echo of her words last night. "Your wife? Do you forget that I, and no other, am your wife?" "I do," he replied sullenly. "To me, Jane is always my wife." "A pity," said my lady sarcastically, "that she did not live longer." He gave her a queer look. "And now we have got to think of ourselves," he said abruptly. "I cannot keep these things much longer. You had better go." "Where?" "What do I care?" he answered cruelly. "I stay here," she replied. "Is the rent paid?" "No." "Well, they will not disturb us till quarter day," said my lady calmly. "You do not want to be parted from your loving wife, do you, dear?" He stared at her as if her words had a double meaning. "Cannot you be quiet about my wife?" he exclaimed. "La, the man is off his head," shrilled my lady. "Jane Seckford is dead." "That is why I think about her," he retorted grimly. "A model husband," jeered the Countess, eyeing him viciously. "I am sorry I never knew the sweet creature you regret so keenly and so touchingly." He raged at her like a man whose nerves are overwrought. "Will you not let the matter be? Think of yourself, you monstrous horror. You'll soon be in the Fleet." This picture was sufficiently realistic to make the Countess shiver. "What are you going to do?" she asked with sudden feebleness. He did not know. Brooding and black-browed, he withdrew to the window-place and stared out at the leaden November sky that hung so heavily over the London streets. "I suppose if you're free of me, you take your handsome face to market again," added my lady with a sudden flash of new fury. He gave her a red look at which she shrank away. "Well, still, we do not decide on anything," she quavered. He would not answer her, but flung out of the house. His unsteady steps were directed to St. Andrew's Church. It was a long time since Beau Seckford had been near a church. Even when his wife had been buried here, he had not attended the service. He stood now in the porch, biting his thumb. Then presently he entered. Hesitating and furtive, he went round the walls until he came to the new cheap tablet with the badly cut draped urn and the florid Latin setting forth the virtues of Jane Seckford. "They don't say anything about her being a good housekeeper," he found himself saying aloud. "Why, she told me once she would come back from the grave to set her house in order." He looked round as if to seek the answer of some companion, then laughed sullenly, drew his hat over his eyes, and left the church. Towards dusk he wandered home. The dining-room was neat and clean, the fire attended to, the dinner on the table. He managed to eat some of the food, but without appetite. The Countess was out. There was no trace anywhere of her slovenly splendour. The whole house was as clean and precise as it had been when that neglected drudge Jane Seckford had ruled over it. When the Countess returned, he was almost glad to see her. He had been thinking so much, too much of Jane. He had thought of her as he had seen her last, cold, in her bed, clothed in her best grey gown, and how he had stared at her, and hung over her, and drawn suddenly away, so sharply that the button of cut steel on his cuff had left a scratch on her dead cheek. "Where is Joanna Mills?" he abruptly asked his wife. She stared at him. In such a moment as this could he think of nothing but the housekeeper, Was he losing his wits? But she did not now much care. She had found a crony willing to shelter her and exploit her ancient glories. "I'm going away," she said. "I do not know who is in the house. I have seen no one." He seemed to pay no attention at all to her first remark. "What was the woman you saw last night like?" "A very plain, shrewish-looking creature," replied my lady, with some bitterness, as she recalled how she had been startled into dropping the filched money. "Are you sure it was a woman?" asked Beau Seckford with a ghastly grin. "Why, what else could it have been?" she replied curiously. "I do not think it has been a woman for some months," he said. "Why, do you imagine there is a spectre in the place?" He would not, could not answer. He left her and went from room to room, throwing everything into disorder, taking a horrid pleasure in making a confusion in the neatness of the house, and then he flung himself away from the dreary mansion, leaving the Countess like an old, weary bird of prey, wandering among the untidy rooms to see if there were anything worth taking away. When he returned in the dark hours before dawn, he found the candle on the hall table. "Curse you!" he screamed. "Cannot you let me alone?" He hastened upstairs. Everything was neat, his bed, his fire, his posset ready, his shoes warming, the candles lit. His terrified eyes cast a horrid glance around the room. "The medicine cupboard. Has she tidied that?" he muttered. He crossed to where it hung in one corner, opened the door, and looked at the rows of pots and bottles. One he knew well had been stained, had been left with a broken stopper, a bottle of a peculiar ugly look, holding a yellow liquid that stained linen purple. Such a stain, very tiny, had been on Jane Seckford's pillow. As he stared into the cupboard, he saw that the bottle had been cleaned and set in its place, while a new, neat label had been pasted on the front. The writing was the writing of Jane Seckford. It said in clear letters, "Poison." Beau Seckford dropped the candle and ran into the Countess's room. "Wake up," he shouted. "Wake up and hear me. She has come back. I want to confess. I murdered her. Let them take me away, somewhere where she cannot tidy for me." The room was empty of the Countess, who had fled. An unnatural light came from the unshuttered windows and showed a woman sitting upon the great bed. She had a pale, shrewish face, a grey garment on, and a scratch across her cheek. As the shrieks of Beau Seckford's confession echoed into the night and drew the watch to thunder on the door, the woman smiled.
The Curse of Mathair na Uisgeachan by Angus Wolfe Murray.
My childhood was scattered and quite lonely. When asked, "Where are you from?" I answered Scotland without much conviction. I enjoyed the nomadic independence of an emotional refugee. I was lucky. My grandparents owned large estates in the Highlands. Fertile valley pastures were farmed or let to tenants, and the rest divided into crofts, deer forests, and moorland. At a tender age, I was initiated to the rites of aristocratic modes and manners, what I should and what I shouldn't do, who I should and should not speak to, what I must and must not wear, why it was forbidden to play with the gardener's son in the nursery, but tolerated in the servants' hall. Once old enough to express my feelings, I made my parents understand that I did not relish such restrictive practices. Memories of the castle marred the pleasure of Highland holidays, rooms cold and dusky even in the middle of the day, no central heating, a private electricity supply working off the burn, and dungeons cold as caves oozing snail wine over pitted flags. One of my aunts was drowned on the morning of her 10th birthday, and both my uncles were killed in the war, a tragedy that deeply affected my grandparents. My mother admitted that other families suffered as much without resorting to extremes of morbid self-accusation. Perhaps the contrast was too great, she said. As children, we were especially happy. There were 5, all of whom excelled at one thing or another. London society of the 30s was dominated by their charm and beauty, and throughout those doomed and brilliant summers, the castle was filled with friends from the south. There was shooting, fishing, stalking, sailing on the sea loch, endless games and parties. I remember the shadows of trees lengthening across the leafy lawn in autumn, and thinking that the castle itself would be swallowed in darkness, so that the inner dark would meet the outer dark, and together create a blackness unknown even in the vaults of Egypt. It was then that I became frightened and stayed close to the fire. My grandfather died while I was still at Oxford. He was 72. My cousin Hugh, son of the eldest uncle, inherited. He was 6 years older than me and worked for a merchant bank in Toronto. He came home immediately, bringing his Canadian wife, Anne. My grandmother left and went to live in Aberdeenshire with my Aunt Magda. I heard snatches of gossip here and there. Anne's renovation of the castle, Hugh's plan for the estate, rumours of an interest in deer farming, something not attempted outside Scandinavia, causing disquiet amongst the local gentry who expected invitations to stalk during the season. Obviously, Hugh was having none of that. It sounded encouraging. Hugh had been brought up by his mother in Hampshire and had spent even less time in Scotland than I. An extraordinary likeness to his father upset my grandmother so much that instead of seeing him, she wrote copious letters explaining everything that was going on so that he would know, if nothing else, the names of the estate workers and what jobs they did. Hugh told me later that he filed these letters without opening them, so that when my grandfather died, he brought them out and laid them across the floor of his flat in Toronto and opened every third one. I spent 6.5 hours on that bloody floor, he said. By the end, I could tell you the name of the stonemason's son-in-law and why the joiner's wife couldn't have children. I knew who was a good worker, who was a bad worker, who poached salmon, who snared pheasants, what was planted in the garden, when and by whom, the condition of the cook's varicose veins before and after her operation. Of course, when I arrived and met them, they were very impressed. I contacted Hugh a week before leaving Oxford and asked whether I could stay for a summer at the Shepherd's Bothy at the Loch. He thought it was an excellent idea and said that I could stay for as long as I liked. He seemed genuinely pleased to hear from me. Spring comes late in the Highlands, and when it does, it is less dramatic than the sensual bursting of wet buds in rural England. Winter hangs deep in the hills long into April and May, and there are moments when you imagine the dead land will remain forever still. But when the green shoots push up through the white stalks and wild flowers pierce damp hussocks beside the river and along the shores of the loch, it is more wondrous in its miracle because the need for reassurance is essential to combat the harsh realities. Beyond the castle, towards the western regions, the land is barren and bleak, fearful with a grandeur that defies beauty. The lost trees of the old forest lie white and rotting against the brown grass. Eagles and hoodies, deer and foxes live there, no people. Once this glen and others like it was filled with thriving communities. Now the heartland is a forgotten wilderness. Even in the eyes of the crofters who reside at the outer reaches of the loch, you can sense a wound going back so far, an agony of the soul unchecked by whiskey, state charity, or tourism. The dark lines of this nation's dead scar the earth, if not in fact certainly in spirit. Even Hugh, the new laird and chief of the clan, knew what existed once, a tribal system based on communal enterprise and sharing, owing all and yet owning all, had passed away. He was a rich man, a farmer. He played the role, wore the kilt. It's expected of me, he said. I laughed, remembering my early lessons in the nature of duty. Anne and Hugh had taken care over the work they had done at the castle. I felt the emphasis had changed. Anne, being Canadian, was free from the strictures of the English upper class. She was energetic and conscientious, eager to learn and understand. They had plans not only for deer farming, which had begun already on a limited scale, but for the renovation of derelict cottages and the building of chalets as holiday homes, the opening of a shop in the village to encourage weavers and potters and craftsmen of all sorts, and the possible construction of a deep freeze unit and smoking house so that salmon could be dressed and frozen direct from the river. I settled into the bothy. Although an outsider, I was surprised by the reception I received from so many of the estate workers who remembered my visits as a child. To them, I was a member of the old family, more so than Hugh, who appeared too modern with his ambitious ideas and foreign wife. I tried to reassure them by expressing my enthusiasm. They smiled, nodded, but remained suspicious. The situation was intriguing. I waited and watched. Spring faded into summer, and the hot blue days when the wind fluttered in the trees and deer wandered to the river in the early evenings filled with a timeless sense of life's slow evolution. Trout jumping in the loch, martins diving and soaring about the eaves, bats jagged against the moon, the zing of insects, chirp of small birds in the reeds, midges rising out of the marshes like clouds of dusty pollen. The bothy was 4 miles from the castle, up the track that followed the loch half its length along the northern shore. No shepherd had lived there since the war, although the building remained strong with thick stone walls and a slate roof already green with moss. I had a Rayburn stove in which I burnt sticks and coal, and a room beyond with a bed and a chest of drawers and a cupboard. From my door, I could see where the loch turned west in the shape of an L, and the mountain cut sheer into the water. At that point, below the cliff, was the Uisgeachan whirlpool, an extraordinary natural fault capable of dragging down swimming stags. At the cliff face was a cavern leading to a narrow underwater channel, and when the wind blew from the southwest, the spin of the pool was wider than the length of a tall pine tree. Anne tried to persuade Hugh to let frogmen go down to discover the distance of the channel and where it emerged. Hugh would placate her with vague promises, but I knew nothing would come of it. My life adapted to the quiet run of the days. I dug a small vegetable garden at the front of the bothy and wired the sheep pen for chickens. I bought a second-hand chainsaw and an old van, and spent the bright, still afternoons when fishing was impossible cutting wood for the stove. Twice a week I dined at the castle, and occasionally Anne and Hugh would picnic at the loch and we'd take the boat out. I didn't question the relevance of my existence or allow myself to brood on the future. I was 22. I'd spent the last 15 years at schools and university. I knew I wanted to write, and as the weeks passed, became more and more convinced of what this should be. I kept a diary of thoughts and ideas that occurred to me during the day, and soon a pattern emerged, 2 themes simultaneously recurring. The first was my impression of the land itself, the emptiness of the wilderness area. The second concerned the family, my mother's childhood filled with joy and promise, followed so fast by a desperate sadness. Somewhere these 2 themes connected. Hugh spent his time in the estate office with Roger Cornish, my grandfather's rector. The difficulty of changing change in a system that had worked for years on the basis that every conversation must be prefaced with lengthy inquiries about the health of each member of a man's family was hard enough, especially for Hugh, who understood the rudiments of North American efficiency. There was no sense of urgency, no desire for innovation. The soft underbelly of feudalism, combined with a romantic notion of clannish brotherhood, enhanced the status quo and made progress erratic. Roger had given up the struggle and was content to let things follow their own course. He was an Englishman whose ambitions did not extend far beyond his salmon rod, his 12-bore, and a full case of rare malt whisky. Locally, he was well liked. He turned a blind eye to the evasions that were perpetrated in the name of the estate. A little honest poaching never ruined a river, he would say. And if the stalkers are selling the odd beast during hind season, God knows they aren't paid much. As long as discretion was maintained and a certain restraint exercised, why make a fuss? It was only when outsiders intervened, poachers from the south with tins of CMAG and high-velocity rifles, that Roger, the police, and the stalkers acted together. That's as it should be, he told me. We don't want the mafia here. This is the mafia, I said. He poured another of his mature Highland malts and passed me the glass. You're in a unique position to observe the discrepancies of an archaic system, he said. But don't get it into your head that change is always for the best. I know the problems of these people. They come and tell me. I know who's operating an illegal still, who's taking dole money and working jobs on the side. That's not important compared with retaining an understanding so that life can operate to the best advantage of all concerned. The Highlander is a proud and independent chap, cunning as a fox, I'll grant you, but he has to be. He knows that, and he takes care whom he trusts, if he trusts anyone. He trusts us, or rather uses us, but that's all right because I recognize his loyalty remains first towards himself, and secondly towards the continuation of his way of life. You can't tell a Highlander what he should be doing, how much money he should be making. He won't listen. Why should he? Now he was talking of putting up the crofters' rents. It's madness. I don't care how absurd it may seem to someone fresh out of Harvard, or wherever it was, but for the people themselves it's an insult, because they feel that the land belongs to them, which it did in the old days. And look at politics. Where else do you find Liberals winning seats? Lloyd George is dead and gone. You wouldn't know it. The younger generation think they're anti-establishment, against authority. The Highlander invented the word. You must accept that from the start, or you'll find they're agin you. Hugh was easing Roger out by taking more and more responsibility himself. He imported an accountant from Edinburgh to go through the books and advise on methods of improving office efficiency. Obviously, money was being borrowed and not repaid. Rents lapsed unaccountably. Bad debts carried on over for years without complaint. Files disintegrated into a series of scrawled cross-references and notes from Roger written in an indecipherable hand on the sleeve of envelopes. Hugh called it a miser's den of hoarded waste. The accountant stayed 6 weeks before departing in a state of nervous exhaustion. From this came the third theme of my prospective novel, also connected to the others by a thread of circumstantial invention: the Highlander's jealous hold on the property of his father, a communal distrust of visitors disguised by guileful charm, passions lying at the heart of pride, already damaged by history, and now directed towards the breakdown of progressive change. Anne was forever arranging bazaars and charity evenings, organising the tourist shop, supervising the renovation of the cottages and planning sites for the chalets. Everything was contained in that bright smile, the immediacy of response, so that enthusiasms appeared less sincere than actual, encouraging noises to satisfy the curiosity of the natives. In June, she caught a virulent flu bug and went to bed. Hugh asked me to drop by if I had time and cheer her up. I did so. She talked of a belief in positive thinking, the act of creating atmosphere for constructive relationships, and confided that there were days when she came home and wept with frustration. I found her awkward, strangely uncertain. I guess I'm naive, she said, but sometimes I want to stand on a table at one of those damn meetings and pull off my clothes just to force some kind of response. She laughed. You must think I'm crazy, she said. She was embarrassed. It sounds very sane to me, I said. Hugh would be devastated, she said. I told her about my novel and the problems of conflicting themes. You're right, she said. I used to spend hours marveling at that beautiful thing, you know. The mountains and the water and the sky, the peace of it, the real open space. It intoxicated me. She laughed again. But when I walk alone with the dogs, which I do whenever I can, I recognize what you're saying. It's like I'm a stranger in a foreign land. You are, I said. So am I. Sure, but then you feel this oppression. Yes. I feel it too, but differently. I feel surrounded, like I'm not alone. The good weather broke and the rain returned, dark grey days when clouds hung low over the hills, creeping into the glen like pillows of damp hay. Anne waited for me. It was always the same. I arrived for lunch and we spent the afternoons together, sitting in front of the fire in the drawing room, talking or playing backgammon. She said that she had been sick more than once and often woke dizzy with nausea. Hugh was worried. 3 weeks after the illness, she seemed depressed and listless. I can't interest her in anything, he said. One day as I was leaving, the clouds lifted and sun glistened on the marsh reeds beside the road. Anne squeezed my arm. Let's go out, she said. It's beautiful. We took the dogs and walked along the edge of the loch, across the burn, across to the far side of the river. Water ran down the hills through peat hags and their tussocks, breaking into pools. The sudden heat hatched a plague of midges that clung to our faces and hands. We began to climb. We mustn't go too far, I said. You're tired. She looked at me, the sun full on her cheeks. I was aware how pretty she was. You've changed, I said. People don't change, she said. They adapt. What do you mean? I adapt to you. That can't be good. It's good for me. The silence embraced us, filling the air with feelings neither dared to express. I turned and looked back at the castle. She stood close to me now. Her arm touched the rib of my sweater. "This is mad," I said. "I know it's mad," she said. I began to walk down the hill. She followed, her small, delicate body moving easily over the sodden earth. We came to an open space of clear, short grass on a mound beside the river. She stopped. "I want to show you something," she said. She called the dogs. They came bounding out of the peat hags, stopping at the edge of the grass. "Come on," she cried. They circled us, whining, almost on their bellies. "How did you know?" I asked. "It's happened before," she said. Across the river were the marshy flats leading to the road, and beyond the road, the castle, square and dark against the black trees. Suddenly, I felt cold. Hugh's car appeared round the curve at the edge of the wood. We crossed the river at the shallow ford and waded through the reeds. Midges whined in our ears again. We stood on the gravel path and waited, the dogs panting from their run, tongues dripping. I looked over the river at the grassy knoll. "What do you think it is?" Anne said. "I don't know," I said. "I want to see you," she said. "You are seeing me," I said. "I want to see you tomorrow." "Why? Will you come?" "I don't know. I don't know if I can. Please." We heard Hugh shouting. The dog scrambled through the rhododendrons, squealing for him. Anne and I walked up the drive. Hugh greeted us. "How are you?" he called. She smiled. "It's time I stopped being an invalid," she said. When I arrived the next day as arranged, Anne acted as if nothing had happened. I felt confused and hurt. She bustled through lunch, impatient and nervous, busy with details and new plans. I made an excuse and returned to the bothy. I considered packing my suitcase there and then, but something stopped me. The foolishness of it. An exaggeration on my part of an incident that existed only in my own mind. Escape would defeat its own purpose. Also, I had the notes of my novel. I would devote the remainder of the summer to that. 2 weeks later, Hugh told me that Anne was pregnant. "It'll make all the difference," he said. "To what?" I asked. Already my appreciation of Hugh was waning. He seemed more arrogant than enlightened, more narrow-minded than liberal. His views on what was good for the crofters and the estate did not coincide with local opinion, in fact, constantly aggravated it. He wondered why jobs weren't completed on schedule, why everyone had to be told things 3 times, why the village policeman failed to catch poachers. I could have told him, but he wouldn't have listened, and even if he had, wouldn't have believed me. I walked alone in the hills, spent days fishing on the loch. The interference of mortality was an anachronism. The land was all land, the rocks all rocks. Man's insistence on making his presence felt, showing proof of his existence, was futile against the weight of this wilderness. My sadness, even anger, that communities once prospered in these glens altered, as I began to realise that perhaps they did not prosper. Even the ruins of the simple steadings were lost. Nothing remained. The silence was not a death in life, as I had supposed, but a life in death, where every living creature was at war. I worked on the book. It was slow. I felt restless. Why did the mountains oppress me? Why did I nurture 5 chickens in a wired sheep pen as if their survival was a personal victory? Anne worried about my isolation. "What is it?" she asked. "I don't know," I said. She was happy. Those were the best days. She would create a sanctuary of love for her baby so that the world outside could be enjoyed with wonder and joy. Again, I was struck by the sentimentality of the image. "I was coming across the hill yesterday, on the other side of the river, and I saw you," I said. "Yes," she said. "Who was with you?" "The dogs. There was a girl. He's a boy." She smiled at me. "Gypsies were camping at the old sawmill." "You like that, don't you?" "Why?" "When I first came here, I thought you were typical North American. Hey! After adopting stray children, you'll be talking to fish. I don't talk anymore, I catch them. Let's go sometime, all right?" "When?" "Next week." There was no gypsy camp at the sawmill. I went there and checked, and so was surprised to see the child again on the loch shore with Anne when I arrived for the fishing expedition. He was playing in the water beside the boat. He had curly black hair hanging down his shoulders and wore an embroidered white shirt tied at the waist. He had no shoes. He was very young. Hearing my step on the shingles, he darted off into the reeds. "Hello," Anne said. "What's wrong with him?" "He's shy of men. We both are." I hadn't noticed. She kissed me on the cheek. "Are you a safe sailor?" she asked. "That depends." "On what?" "Your behaviour." She climbed into the boat, taking the rods. I pushed off and jumped in, started the outboard. We sat together as I held the rudder bar, passing Uisgeachan on the far side and going on towards the west, reaching a bay where a burn dashed down the rocks in a silver waterfall. I cut the engine. We drifted close. I flicked my line free and began to cast. The air was warm. A breeze rippled on the surface. There was no sun. We fished 20 yards from the shore, letting the boat glide slowly down with the oars hanging, casting easily with the wind. We caught 3 trout, all over a pound. The sun came out. The clouds scattered. We landed in a narrow inlet where trees bent at strange angles off the high banks. I opened the picnic basket and we lay in the sun eating chicken and smoked salmon sandwiches and drinking beer out of bottles. Anne took off her wind cheater and sweater. She was not fat yet, still small and slight, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt and shiny red PVC boots. Her blonde hair was cut short, skin freckled and brown from the last spell of fine weather. We talked. She told me what she had missed in her life here, how it frightened her at first and made her borrow habits from her mother, a very organised and dominating woman. She laughed about it now. "People do that," I said. "You don't," she said. "I have nothing to lose," I said. "You aren't aware of it," she said, "but you help me. You have a definite viewpoint, which is good. You say, I don't care what they think. Hugh is determined to do what he feels is right, and I believe my role is to support and encourage him. But I'm losing out right down the line, becoming this other person, the one you call typical North American, like typical French fries. I didn't mean, sure you didn't, but you're right. That's what I am, an unpaid worker in the PR department. No time to sit and discover what it's all about." "What is it all about?" "The baby, a whole lot of stuff, the future. And you feel happy. Don't you?" I shrugged. "I don't think about it," I said. "Maybe you should." I touched her hand. She didn't move. "Tell me about the book," she said. I was kneeling, looking down at her. "I want to know much more about that." I kissed her. "What do you want to know?" I asked. "Everything," she said. "It's not enough, just a little." I kissed her ear, her neck. "Shall I begin at the beginning?" I said. She sat up and brushed a hand through her hair. "The beer's gone to my head," she said. "It's gone to mine too. We're on a fishing trip, remember? We've fished. We've done that part. What's the next part?" "Lying in the grass. We've done that too." She turned. "Let's collect the things together," she said. "It's too hot," I said. We walked along the side of the hill in the sun. She picked flowers. A week later, I went to stay with Aunt Magda in Aberdeenshire. It was my grandmother's 80th birthday. My mother had written from Turkey asking whether I would mind going, as neither she nor my father could return for it. My grandmother was eager to hear all the news. I told her of Hugh's plans and pretended everything was working well. I said that I was living at the Bothy, which seemed extraordinary to her, and that I was writing a novel, which seemed even more extraordinary. "It's a comedy of manners," I said, "set in an imaginary Highland glen, concerning a group of crippled children in a big house who become involved with ghosts and goblins and real policemen in search of an escaped convict who is pretending to be the spirit of a long-dead ancestor." "Sounds like a winner," my uncle said. On my last evening, when we were alone, Aunt Magda referred to the novel again and said, "I'm surprised you aren't tackling something more serious." "It is serious," I said. "Goblins," she said. I had to say something, I said. I explained the conflicting themes, how their connection affected the way things happened. My own experiences at the castle was a good example. When I stayed there as a child, I had hated it, although I wasn't aware until later what it had been like for her and my mother, what fun they'd had. All I knew was the feeling of my grandparents' disapproval and resentment, which contributed to an atmosphere of permanent gloom. Not resentment against me, but against life itself, the cruelties of fate, and inexplicable tragedy of the world. Aunt Magda listened politely. She thought my analysis naive, although didn't say so directly. They had lived in the nursery as much as I, the only difference being there were more of them. She didn't believe that her father and mother had been hardened by their children's deaths. They were hard from the start. You've destroyed my thesis, I said. Of course I haven't, she said. You're writing fiction. It was then that I asked about Fiona, the sister who drowned. Did you ever question your mother, she asked. Sometimes, I said. What does she tell you? She changes the subject. Perhaps she wants to protect you. She said Fiona was rather sad. She had lovely hair, I remember. She was very imaginative and scatterbrained, but I suspect that was less true of her character than a way of avoiding our parents' displeasure. Being the eldest, she was made responsible, and in order to avoid those constrictions, acted incompetent and vague. She was far from incompetent, in fact. She only pretended to be. When my mother wanted her to do a chore or take a message and she was nowhere to be found, we said, "She's playing with Lachlan." My mother thought Lachlan was one of the village children, and of course that upset her. We weren't supposed to play with the village children, or even speak to them. But Fiona insisted that Lachlan lived with us. He was there in the castle. We said, "Why doesn't he play with us?" And she said, "He doesn't like playing with lots of people. He only likes playing with me." We knew he was one of her imaginary friends and didn't think about it, but my mother insisted on meeting him. Fiona said that he wouldn't come. He was frightened. In the end, my mother gave up and we left it at that. One day, I met Lachlan. I was tremendously surprised. I'd been in the kitchen garden picking strawberries for lunch. Your mother was there too, but she was faster than me and had gone on ahead. I wandered back through the rhododendron wood when suddenly I came across Fiona sitting in a tree. There was someone else with her. It looked like a boy, a young boy. I remember he had white clothes. He seemed to be wearing a dress. He was like a boy pretending to be a girl. He had long hair like a girl, but he had a boy's face. And when he saw me, he scrambled through the branches and down to the ground and ran off into the bushes. I stood there amazed. I was only 6. I didn't know what was happening. Fiona started throwing fir cones at me. She was furious. I began to cry. Fiona climbed down and took my basket and we walked home together through the bushes. She made me swear not to tell Mama or anyone. She said, "Swear you didn't see Lachlan." I didn't know he was Lachlan. Finding out like that gave me quite a turn. I swore anyway, and then a few weeks later it was Fiona's birthday. What we did on birthdays was pile presents on the person's plate so that when they arrived for breakfast they were all there. A huge mound of presents, tied with coloured ribbons and string. The presents were opened in front of everyone. Fiona disliked that because it was too public. She disliked Christmas for the same reason. Emotions were too precious to be made fun of. She put her hands in her lap and rubbed them together slowly. I was sharing a room with Fiona, and on that morning, the morning of her birthday, she woke early and began putting on her clothes. There was a noise. I don't know what now. She dropped a shoe or something, and I woke and saw her half-dressed. I told her she couldn't leave. It was her birthday, and we had presents. Everyone. She said that was the reason she was getting up early. She didn't want to disappoint us. She was going to meet Lachlan. He had a present for her too, and she couldn't disappoint him either. If I hadn't seen Lachlan, I would have known she was telling lies. But I had seen him, and I thought perhaps he has got a present for her. It was awful. I didn't know what to do. Fiona held my hands and said, "Dear Magda, you must believe me because it's true." I made her promise to be back in time. She said she would. I was full of trepidation. I couldn't understand Lachlan. I couldn't imagine him quite, his life, where he came from, why he looked like he did. But I trusted Fiona. She was so much older, so much on her own. We waited at the breakfast table, my father, mother, the servants, Nanny, all the children. I knew she would have returned if she could. Something must have stopped her. I couldn't think what. My mother took me outside and tried to force me to say where she'd gone, but I wouldn't. I was sent to my room. I stayed there all morning. The doors were locked and no one was allowed to come in. Our Nanny brought me some food at lunchtime. Fiona was still missing. Nanny said, "You don't know where she is, do you?" I said, "No." She said, "Do you think she's run away?" I said, "She wouldn't run away, she promised." Nanny was a very patient and long-suffering woman. She said Fiona was in danger and only I could help. But it was too late. One of the gillies brought her body back. He'd found her in the river. Did you discover about Lachlan? I asked. He must have been a tinker's child, she said. There used to be a number of people like that in those days, travelling the roads, selling things. Some were gypsies, others were tinkers. We liked the tinkers best. They told wonderful stories and weren't frightening like the gypsies. Often, when we went into the kitchen to see cook, there might be a tinker sitting at the table, having a meal or a cup of tea. They loved children and made a great fuss of us. I remember they smelt of horses. I remember that most of all, their smell. Cook wouldn't have gypsies in because she said they had powers. We wanted to know what those powers were and longed to meet one to find out. But Cook was wrong because tinkers were rogues, very charming and sweet, a bit like the Irish, but not very trustworthy. Already it was dark. We were sitting in a small drawing room and neither of us had thought of switching on a light. The fire glowed with the embers of logs lit 2 hours earlier. The door opened and my uncle entered. What are you two plotting? He said. We had no idea it was so late, Aunt Magda said. Next morning I left early and arrived in the village before lunch. Roger was at the office. He said that Hugh wouldn't be coming in today. He was visiting the Crofters. I drove up the glen past the bare foundations of the freezing factory into the hills. I saw no one. Silence gathered in the blowing grasses, although the hum of a motor was a sound enclosed within its vacuum. The castle was empty. I waited. No one came. I drove on to the bothy. Plates in the sink had been washed and stacked on the shelf. My bed was made with new linen, clothes folded in the chest of drawers. The floor was scrubbed and dusted. I changed into old cords and sweater, pulled on my boots and went out to feed the hens. I noticed that the garden had been weeded. I walked down to the loch. The boat was gone. I wandered along the shore on the near side following the track. The wind was blustery but not cold, the sun flashing between clouds. I walked 2 miles to where the track climbed into the heather above Uisgeachan. I rested in a hussock of grass. The loch curved away to the west and I could see almost its whole length. I searched for the boat. It was not there. The waters roared below me. I clambered down and peered over the rock. I saw the boat spinning in the whirlpool, its oars missing, Anne's red boots and wind cheater awash under the seat. I knelt on the cliff top, unable to move, spray spitting, bursting into my face. As I watched, the boat sank. It happened very fast. I crawled back into the heather. I was breathing hard. I stood up and walked along the northern shore. The dark hills grew darker. I shouted, my voice dying in the air. I could have walked to the sea. It would have made no difference. A bird cried over the water, a shrill, high squeal. The wind dropped. I returned, hurrying along the path. When I reached the bothy, night had fallen. I took the van and drove to the castle. The lights were on, the drawing-room door open. Hugh sat in the chair beside the fire reading a newspaper. His eyes were stone. I said, Anne's dead. He said, oh yes. He was calm and distant like a man glimpsed through a window of a moving train. We collected brandy from the store cupboard and blankets from the chest on the landing. The moon was full. In the stables was an old boat strapped to the frame of a trailer. We reversed the Land Rover and fixed it to the bar. Oars were standing against the wall. I slipped them in with the rowlocks. Hugh carried the spare outboard across from the garage and I collected a can of petrol. We drove to the loch, unhitched the trailer in the water. Hugh screwed the outboard down and filled it with petrol. I pushed the boat off using one of the oars as a punt pole. Hugh started the engine. I sat in the front. Hugh steered. The light was silvery grey against the black shadows of the shore. We kept close, moved slowly. I watched the line of rocks and grass, the contours of peat walls. We stopped to investigate a submerged tree trunk. Hugh shouted, listened, shouted again. Waves lapped the bottom of the boat. We continued up the loch. Hugh's face was a skull. 4 hinds bounded away from one of the burns. We stopped again in a bay 2 miles beyond the turn. I opened the brandy and we drank. Wind rippled across the water. It was colder now. We seemed to wait for hours. Neither of us spoke. Hugh started the engine and turned into the centre of the loch. The wind was sharper, waves rolling past. I huddled in my sweater. Hugh steered towards Uisgeachan. I expected him to pull away and take us down the last stretch to where the Land Rover stood on the beach. But he didn't. He kept going. In the distance, I heard a growling roar. I looked over. We were close to the rocks. I could see spray bursting up the wall. Hugh cut the engine and we drifted. I jumped for the oars, rammed them in, pushed hard, forcing us to stop. I felt the tug of the whirlpool against the wooden spars. I pulled with all my strength. We seemed stuck. The boat began to twist. The shiny rocks loomed above. I fought with the oars. I couldn't see Hugh. He was behind me. I heard the engine whine. The boat rocked. We broke free. The engine stopped again. I turned. Hugh was staring at the pool. Something was down there, struggling in the water. I saw tiny white arms. It was the gypsy child. The boat drifted closer. I screamed. The child spun in the spiral, white shirt billowing like a flower. Hugh threw off his jacket. I caught him by the waist. The boat tipped and plunged. Hugh pushed me back and I fell against the seat. The boat bent with a spin, water flooding us. I jerked a rollock from its pinion. Hugh was about to dive. I hit him on the side of his head and he dropped. The boat was half full of water. I grasped the starting handle and pulled. The engine caught. I gave it full throttle. The board shivered. Suction held us. The engine squealed, roared, and the boat jumped, slewing wide into broken water beyond the hole. I steered into shingle at the corner where the burn came in, stopped the engine, and pulled the blades up before striking stones. I helped Hugh onto the bank. We were soaked to the skin. He moaned. I held him. He was weaker now, his breath gasping, lips stretched, eyes bulging like eggs. I pushed him up the hill. He stumbled. Wisps of cloud shaded the moon. The air was icy. I touched Hugh's arm. It was as stiff as wood. The child was standing beside the boat. He ran towards us. Hugh lifted him into his arms. The child clung to his neck. I couldn't speak. My mind was frozen. Hugh walked to the loch. He pushed the boat out. I fell to my knees. The sky opened. I saw birds flying across the sun. I was in an aeroplane over a desert. The desert was blue like the sea, although it wasn't the sea. There were palm trees and caravans of camels and sand dunes stretching across the whole length of the earth. Suddenly the engine spluttered and coughed and we began to descend. I was alone. There was no one else in the aeroplane. I walked through to the front to find the pilot, but there was no pilot. I sat at the controls. I pulled the joystick. The plane steadied and I began to glide. Behind me, I heard the sound of sobbing. I looked through the cabin door. Anne was sitting on one of the seats. I wanted to comfort her, and yet I couldn't leave the controls. I watched the sand dunes coming up at me. At last, before the crash came, I turned to run, but tripped and fell through the floor. I was in a room with white walls. I heard the sobbing quite clearly. A woman stood at the window. She was small. She seemed very old. I asked where I was, and she said, "You mustn't distress yourself." She brought me soup in a bowl. I drank the soup. Everything became dim. I was in the courtyard of the castle, ringing the bell of the cook's flat. It was night and the moon was shining. No one answered. I walked on to the road and the child was with me. I said, "I didn't forget you." He smiled, resting against my shoulder. There was blood on his hands and arms. I said, "We'll go to the river and wash it off." But the old woman stood in my path. I laid the child in the grass and went with her. She said, "You're safe now." I remembered the child and said we must find him because he'll awake and feel afraid. The old woman said, "We shall talk about that in the morning." The room was full of sun. The old woman stood at the window looking out. I thought, all this has happened before. I'm dreaming. I'm no longer alive, and my dreams are repeating themselves. I asked whether we had talked about the child, and she said yes, and came and sat on a chair beside my bed. Her voice had a lilting softness, and yet her face was scarred with grief. I said, "Let me touch your hand." She said, "No, that you must never do." Then she told me a story. She said once two brothers lived at a castle. Roderick, the elder, married the daughter of the Lord of the Isles, a beautiful fair girl called Shona. Callum, the younger, was forever racing through the forests, hunting day and night. He was the best horseman, a fearless warrior. Roderick was strong, a leader. He was chief of the clan. In time, a child was born, a son. During the feast of celebration, a woman approached Roderick and told him the child was not his. Roderick asked, "Who are you to tell me this?" The woman said, "I am from the islands." She had been shown as wet nurse, but was banished as a witch many years earlier for warning her father that she had seen black crows circling the beach at Kyle, and his body with them soaring like an eagle. Later, the Lord of the Isles took a force of young men to attack the farms on the mainland. It was a reprisal for a boat that had been stolen the year before. During the skirmish, the Lord was wounded, captured and thrown from a cliff. The fall broke his back. He lay on the beach 3 days and 3 nights before he died, and the birds stripped the flesh from his bones. Roderick knew the story of the witch's prophecy and was enraged by her appearance at the feast, thinking she brought evil with her, and so ordered that she be taken at once and left on the road beyond the river. She told him, "Your brother has stolen the light from your eye, the blood from your veins, and this darkness you feel in your heart shall remain with you and your house forever." Roderick's love for his brother was as strong as his love for Shona. He tried to forget the warning, and yet a sadness filled him with a terrible longing for peace. The child grew, and his likeness to Callum became unmistakable. Shona comforted Roderick, and when she did so, lying in his arms, whispering his name, he knew the fear was of his own making. One day, 6 years after the birth of the child, he left the castle to make a journey to the western regions. At the head of the glen, where the track crossed the watershed, his horse stumbled and cut its foreleg. The wound was deep. Roderick bathed and bandaged it with a napkin and returned on foot, leading the animal. It was night. He stabled and fed the horse and lay down in the straw and fell asleep. When he awoke, the sun was up. He left the stables and entered the castle. All was quiet. He climbed the stairs and found Shona and Callum together, the child sleeping between them. He dragged Callum from the bed and beat him senseless to the floor. He drew a dagger from his belt and gouged out his eyes. These he brought shiny and trembling to Shona. He carried the body into the courtyard and tied it to the back of the good grey stallion. He returned for the child. Shona pleaded with him for the life of her son. He held the knife to her breast, intending to kill her also, but her beauty was like the lily, and her eyes as the clear sea. He took the child's hand, and together they walked to where the horse stood in the courtyard. He held the boy close so that he would not see the body, and they rode to the loch. He told the child to gather flowers from the shore. He carried Callum's body into the boat and covered it with his plaid. He called the boy and then rowed up the loch to where the waters roared under the cliff. As they neared the whirlpool, he lowered Callum over the side. Although wounded and dying, the water revived him, and he gripped firm to the boat. Roderick gave the flowers to the boy, and lifting him in his arms, tossed him like a grain sack into the heart of Mahon and Uisgeachan. Callum heard the boy's screams and let go, his blind head turning towards the sound. The water sucked them down. It was done. Roderick forced the boat free and rowed back. When he returned and Shona learned of a child's fate, she cursed him and cried out for vengeance to the gods of her father, beat her fists against the wall until her knuckles bled and the bones in her fingers broke, and then she crawled on her knees through marsh stalks and mud to the shingle bank of the river, where she laid her head under the water, and her body was like a swan on the white sands, and fish played in the tresses of her hair. I turned my face to the rocks. I wept. I swam through seas thick with weed, diving and leaping in the sun. Only with strength could Mahon and Uisgeachan be conquered. I arrived at last on the shore, and the shore was like a wild garden, and the child picked flowers, and when his arms were full, came to where I was and gave them to me, and I said, "You have destroyed them," and flung the flowers down. I opened my eyes. The room was changed. "I had to wake you," Aunt Magda said. "It's almost lunchtime." I lay in bed, floating back and forth, the vividness of the dream fierce within me. I had not moved. I was myself. Nothing had altered. I washed and shaved. I dressed quickly. I felt the exhilaration of a man reprieved from death. I wanted to speak to Anne. I wanted to hear her voice. I went downstairs. The house was still and quiet, and the drawing room empty. I picked up the telephone. There was no answer from the castle, and so I rang the office. Roger said that he had seen Anne earlier up at the loch. "She's gone fishing," he said. "She took one of the children from the gypsy camp."
Rosalind by Richmal Crompton. I had known Rosalind long before Heath saw her. I don't know where she came from originally. I think she was serving in a shop before she became old Follett's model. If you remember old Follett's paintings, you'll remember what she was like. A girl of about 17 with creamy skin, dewy grey-blue eyes, wonderful jet-black lashes, and a mop of short, red-gold curls. I remember noticing that the upper outline of her lips was the perfect arc of a circle. Her nose was delicious, a hint of the retrousse about it and something childishly immature. She was small and graceful, not so much fairy-like as elfin-like. Of course, people talked when she went to Follett, but I happened to know that there was nothing in it. She was a perfect child, and old Follett treated her as though she were his daughter. He was a terrible old man, with a reputation like a piece of tissue paper, but Rosalind appealed to some hidden streak of fatherliness in him. I used to call at his studio a good deal, and Rosalind was almost always there. When she was not posing for him, she was cooking his meals or mending his clothes or cleaning the studio. She made him change his underclothing. Periodically, she cleaned his greasy old velvet jacket. Left to himself, he was the most filthy old ruffian I've ever met. He had a villainous brown beard that reached almost to his waist, and that no amount of persuasion would induce him to have cut. I think it was Follett who first made her dress in brown and gold. I never saw her wearing any other colours apart from her model's costumes, always warm brown with a touch of golden yellow. It was I who first took Heath at his own request to Follett's studio, and curiously enough, it wasn't any of the Rosalind pictures that had attracted Heath. It was some sketches of Canterbury that he'd seen at an exhibition that had attracted him, and hearing that I knew the artist, he'd come round to ask me to introduce him. That was like Heath. He wasn't an artist, and he wasn't particularly interested in art, but he was always darting off down side tracks, becoming suddenly interested in something, pursuing it madly for a time, and then tiring of it as suddenly and wandering on aimlessly till some fresh interest attracted him. He was having an art phase just then. I had known Heath from childhood. He seemed to have all the gifts that fortune could bestow: good looks, money, charm, ability, position, yet he just missed being what he might have been. He wasn't quite reliable. You could never be quite sure of him. He could do things so easily that he generally seemed to put off doing them altogether. He could have been a successful poet or novelist, but he had no patience for effort or disappointment. Even in athletics, in which he excelled, his off days were more numerous and erratic than other people's. When he promised to do anything for you, it was safer to assume that he'd forget. You mustn't have the type. There are thousands of men like that. But Heath's good looks and charm seemed somehow to place him apart. He fell in love with Rosalind at once. We sat in the studio and talked art, or rather old Follett held forth and we listened. Old Follett could always hold forth by the hour. Rosalind brought in sandwiches and made coffee at a little machine on the table among the tubes of paint and palettes. I noticed that night for the first time how beautiful her hands were. She wore rather an absurd dress that Follett had designed for her, heavy brown silk made in the medieval style, with a great Medici collar of gold lace. It didn't suit her a bit, but it made her look delicious and childish and heartrending somehow. Anyway, I saw Heath watching her and knew he'd fallen in love with her. I knew the signs of Heath's falling in love. I wasn't sure about Rosalind herself. She hardly looked at him. But with some women, that's a bad sign. Heath didn't mention her when he went home. I knew that he had had countless love affairs, but I had an idea even then that this had gone deeper than most. I wasn't surprised when I heard that he was having lessons from Follett. He went there every evening. They must have been queer lessons. Follett had no more aptitude for teaching than Heath had for learning, but Follett could talk. Follett loved to talk. Follett, with his enormous expanse of brown beard and his greasy velvet jacket, a palette in one hand, a brush in the other, striding about the studio, talking. Heath, sitting on the paint-stained table, his eyes fixed on Rosalind, and Rosalind, moving about softly with her young, graceful movements, her adorable mop of curls, her delicious nose and mouth, not looking at either of them. Follett never sketched Rosalind when Heath was there, and never allowed Heath to sketch her, so he may not have been as obtuse as he seemed. Of course, he couldn't resist the ridiculously high fee that Heath offered for his lessons. I think Heath was tortured by the suspicion that Follett was her lover. Then Follett died. I was out of England at the time, but I saw the news in the papers. I wondered what would become of the ramshackle studio with its broken-down chairs and tables, and Rosalind. I went there the day after I returned to London. Heath opened the door. He was very voluble and excited. He'd bought the studio and all its motley furniture. He was an artist. He was working hard. He didn't mention Rosalind, but when she came into the studio with coffee and sandwiches, it seemed quite natural. She had altered, glowed into radiant beauty without losing that rather poignant look of childishness. Her happiness was patent to anyone who looked at her. She was gloriously, recklessly happy. I think it was partly her ecstasy of happiness that gave her that curious look of pathos. Heath was the same. They were desperately in love with each other, and he was working hard. The strange thing was that he had a distinct talent for art, just as he seemed to have a distinct talent for anything he put his hand to, and was turning out stuff that was extraordinarily good in its way, bizarre, striking, and really original. I went there every evening. Heath had, for the time being, quite dropped out of his old circle. He spent all his time in the shabby little studio tucked away in a corner of Chelsea, playing at being an artist and adoring Rosalind. I used to watch Rosalind curiously. I've never seen a woman so happy, so deeply in love, so regardless of past and future. Her eyes hardly ever left Heath. They worked together, laughed together, talked together, cooked together, washed up together. It was all a glorious game. They often forgot my presence, and Heath would take her in his arms and kiss her passionately on her lips as though I hadn't been there. I seem to see her now, leaning back in his arms with an anguish of ecstasy, her eyes closed, her face pale. I sometimes wondered what went on in Rosalind's mind. Did she really think it could last, or had she decided that their present happiness was worth all the sorrow that was to come? Certainly she showed no apprehension, no foreboding, yet no one could have seen them then, so young, so passionately in love, so handsome, without knowing that tragedy must be close on their heels. That sort of thing is too perfect to last in this life. It had no more occurred to Heath to marry Rosalind than it had occurred to Rosalind that he should marry her. Heath would be Viscount Evesham when his father died, and there was a strong streak of racial pride in him. I had always known that when Heath married, he would marry a woman of family and breeding and culture, a woman who could take her place in the world as Lady Evesham. He would not necessarily be in love with her, but he would deliberately choose such a woman. The present Viscount Evesham was very old and feeble, and I thought that the end of the Rosalind idyll would come when he died and Heath became Viscount Evesham. But it came sooner than that. It came when Heath knew that Rosalind was going to have a baby. That pulled him up sharp, sobered him, took the carefree joy and happiness from the situation. Rosalind was so pleased with herself that it was some time before she realized his attitude. At first, when she saw how he had changed towards her, he could no more hide his feelings than a child. She thought that he was ill. It was some time before she realized that her wonderful secret brought him only disgust, embarrassment, and anxiety. The knowledge killed something in her, something that had been childishly joyous and trusting. It brought something very old and rather bitter into that lovely little face. I'm not sure that she didn't suffer more then than at anything that happened later. I remember a visit I paid them about this time. They were still in the studio. Heath was morose and silent. He avoided looking at her as though he found the sight of her distasteful. She had about 4 months of her time, and her boyish slenderness was gone. She was a white, unhappy ghost. Of course, it wasn't like Heath to let any bonds hold him but those of his own inclination. He began to be seen again at his clubs and at his friends' houses. He visited Rosalind less and less frequently. Then, one day he told me that he had sent her down to the country. Till afterwards. She'll be better away from London, he said. But I knew that the real reason was that he wanted her out of sight, and as far as possible, out of memory. I'd met him several times at Fring Court before I realized what was in the wind. At first I hoped that it was Hope Cross, who was always staying there, but I soon discovered that it was Helen. He deliberately picked her out as the future Lady Evesham. She was everything he wanted his wife to be, of irreproachable birth and breeding, intelligent, cultured, dignified. In appearance, she was the opposite of Rosalind. I've met people who called her colourless. She was ivy pale with soft waves of pale cendre hair, light blue eyes and calm, sculptured lips. She looked like a princess lost in an enchanted forest. I'd been in love with her all my life, but I'd been waiting till I'd got a decent position to offer her. Now I knew I had no earthly chance against Heath. To do Heath justice, he never knew that I loved Helen. He came in one evening to tell me that Helen had accepted him. He was exuberant, excited, happy, almost the Heath of the Rosalind days. I could have hated him if it had been possible to hate him, but somehow you couldn't hate Heath. He was so infernally attractive. "And Rosalind?" I said rather brutally. His face darkened. "I'll go down and tell her," he said shortly. "You'll provide for her and the child, of course," I said. He glared at me like a bad-tempered schoolboy. "Of course," he said. I went down to see Rosalind the week after he'd told her. She was lying on the sofa very near her time. She still wore one of her brown and gold dresses. She was the ghost of her former self. Her face was sharpened and drained of its colour. Her little mouth was set in lines of piteous suffering and bravery. Her eyes were dull, as though her brightness had been washed away by floods of salt tears. All her radiance was gone, and yet there still remained that poignant look of childishness that made her so pitiful. "He told you?" I said. She nodded, biting her pretty, twisted lips. "Rosalind," I said, don't take it so hard. You're young. You have all your life before you. You'll have the child." "I don't want the child," she said in a dull little voice, "now that he won't share it with me. I never thought it would be like this. I thought he'd be pleased." "Now look here, Rosalind," I said with that abominable cheerfulness with which one tries to rally depressed individuals. You mustn't take it like this. You'll forget in time." "I shan't. I don't want to forget." Then the colour crept into her pale cheeks and she clenched her fists. "I can't bear to think of her. I won't let him have her. Oh, she shan't. They shan't." I was surprised, and I was frightened. "Rosalind," I said gently, "don't do anything foolish." She was suddenly still and very quiet. "What sort of thing do you mean?" she said. "I mean, don't tell Helen, or anything like that." "Oh, no," she said in that strange little voice. "I didn't mean anything that would make him angry with me. I don't think I shall live long now, anyhow," she ended. I returned to my idiotic self-imposed task of cheering her up. She watched me with a little smile as though she were amused. The next week the baby was born dead, and Rosalind died a day or two later. I was with Heath when the news came. I guessed what it was from the sudden look of relief on his weak, handsome face. He had been frightened. Helen was a deeply religious woman and an idealist, and he'd been terrified of her finding out about Rosalind and the child. If it did not actually put an end to the engagement, it would bring him down with a pretty heavy bump from the pedestal on which she had set him. And now, by an extraordinary stroke of luck, both Rosalind and the child were dead. "That's that," he said, as he handed me the telegram. It was as if he said, a satisfactory end to an unsatisfactory business. At that moment, I think I actually hated him. I went abroad for 2 months after that, and on my return I noticed that Heath was not looking well. He seemed to be developing nerves. He started at every sound. I stayed a weekend with him at his father's house in the country. It was something of a strain. We kept so carefully to impersonal subjects, avoiding Helen and Rosalind and his approaching marriage. We rode in the woods on the Saturday afternoon. It was autumn, and the trees were turning to vivid reds and golds. As we were returning, he reined his horse in suddenly with a quick, jerky movement. "Did you see her?" he whispered sharply. I had seen before he spoke. We were passing an open grassy path at right angles to the one on which we were riding. At the end was an enormous beech tree, a riot of browns and golds. As we passed and looked down the avenue, a gust of wind tossed a low branch that almost swept the ground, and just for a second, in the shadowy distance, it looked like the likeness of a girl, dressed in brown and gold. "It was the branch in the wind," I said, "a trick of the shadows." He bit his lip. "It wasn't," he said between his teeth. "I'm always seeing her." Characteristically, he had not entered the studio since he tired of Rosalind. Neither had he taken any steps towards selling or letting it. I've forgotten how Helen came to know about it. I suppose that he or I mentioned it in some casual reference to old days. When he saw Helen's interest in it, he quickly changed the subject. But Helen began eagerly to ask questions. Where was it? How big was it? Why hadn't she seen it before? He answered sulkily, but we were all used to his sulkiness. There was something rather attractive and boyish about it. Helen persisted. He must have a housewarming there. She must see it. Heath and I and she must have a picnic tea there the next day. She'd bring provisions and make tea for us. Heath objected. It would be damp. The place would be inches deep in dust. It was a barn of a place. He'd run her down to the coast instead, and they'd have a decent picnic there, better than the mouldy old studio. But Helen persisted. Darling, I had no idea you're an artist. I'm too thrilled for words. I must see it. She laughed as she spoke, her blue eyes alight, the sunshine turning the waves of her fair hair to silvery gold. I can see her now. Heath gave in with a bad grace, then allowed himself to be teased back into good humour. The picnic was foredoomed to failure from the start. The air of the studio struck strangely chill, though there was bright sunshine outside. It seemed like a haunted place. I saw Helen shiver and draw her furs around her as she entered. Heath's face looked grey in the sudden gloom. The windows were filthy. The cord that drew back the blind from the skylight was broken and we couldn't reach it. The corners were full of cobwebs. Everything was covered with dust. The table was a medley of dirty paint tubes, paper, brushes and palettes. A clay figure seemed to grin horribly from a dark corner. On a plate on the windowsill was a mouldy peach. There was a damp, dead sort of smell over everything. And suddenly, I had a vision of the place as it had been, bright and cosy and clean, full of love and light and laughter. Rosalind going to and fro with the inevitable coffee and sandwiches, Rosalind sitting on the hearthrug bobbing cherries, Rosalind laughing her hauntingly sweet little laugh, Rosalind in Heath's arms on the very spot where Helen now stood. No wonder the place was cold and grey and heartbroken. Helen gave a sudden little cry and we both turned to her. What's the matter? I said quickly. Nothing, said Helen. She looked startled, half amused, half ashamed. I'm so sorry. It was nothing. It must have been the sunshine on the dark oak. Just for a second, it looked as if the door were open and a girl stood there dressed in brown and gold. Then, when I looked properly, I saw the door was closed and it was just the sunlight on the dark oak. I'm sorry I startled you. Of course, the thing was hopeless after that. Heath went white to the lips. He kept looking behind him into the dark corners of the room. When the door creaked as we were having tea, he dropped his cup and saucer with a clatter. I could see perspiration on his brow. He kept moving his dry lips as he gazed fixedly at the closed door. Helen was splendid. She carried off the situation, made tea, laughed and chattered, and refused to notice the tenseness of the atmosphere. After tea, she opened a portfolio that lay on the table and began to look at his sketches. Of course, the first one she took up was one of Rosalind. Rosalind dressed as a page boy, her lips curved into a deliciously impudent smile, a mop of red gold curls aflame in the sunshine. Rosalind, instinct, with life and laughter and roguery. Poor little dead, unhappy Rosalind. What an adorable child, said Helen. Who is she? Heath had got himself in hand by this time. Oh, just a model, he said almost casually. Later, when Helen and I were looking at the view from the window, I saw him take out that sketch and slip it into his pocket. There was another portfolio full of sketches of Rosalind which Helen never found. I saw Heath's eyes wander to it constantly, as if afraid lest she should discover it, and once he carelessly pushed it still farther out of sight beneath some papers. But Helen was genuinely surprised and impressed by the quality of Heath's paintings, and that gradually soothed him. He was always childishly susceptible to praise. I didn't see Heath for some time after that. Our next meeting was a curious one. It occurred to me suddenly to go down to see Rosalind's grave. I hated to think of it untended and uncared for. I thought I might make some arrangements to have it looked after regularly. I took a train from town to the village station and went to the little churchyard. When I found the grave, I stood motionless with astonishment. It was February, but the grave was literally covered with roses and orchids freshly laid upon it, the most expensive roses and orchids it was possible to buy. Then I saw Heath coming round from behind the church to it. He'd brought armfuls of roses and orchids down from Bond Street and laid them on the grave with no means of keeping them fresh, no water or tins or anything like that, simply laid them in heaps on the grave of Rosalind and his child. He showed no embarrassment at being found there, no surprise at finding me there. He said as casually as if we had met at the races, "There's a train down in about 15 minutes. You coming?" We walked back to the station in silence. I looked at him curiously. He was thinner. His face was lined and jerky somehow. He looked on wires, and there was suffering in his face. When the station was in sight, he said suddenly, "Did you see the baby?" "No, I didn't either. I couldn't get down." That was Heath all over. He'd managed to persuade himself that he'd wanted to get down to Rosalind and the child, and hadn't been able to. "But I'm glad it was a boy. She wanted a boy." Then I knew what had happened. His love for Rosalind was coming back into his heart, the old, passionate, now torturing love. I'd always known that Rosalind had gone deeper than any of his previous love affairs. I'd suspected that it was Helen's suitability to fill the position of his wife that had attracted him, rather than love for her. And now love for Rosalind, an aching, torturing longing for Rosalind, stronger than any other passion he had ever known, was haunting him. Poor little unhappy ghost. She was amply avenged now. We parted at the London terminus. "You coming my way?" I said. "No, I'm going to the studio." "Taking up painting again?" No, he wasn't taking up painting again. He was sitting alone in the haunted studio, longing for her, feeding his cheated love on memories of her every word and gesture, listening for the echoes of her silvery laughter, looking through the portfolio he had hidden from Helen. His marriage day drew near. You will understand that apart from my own feeling for Helen, I wasn't happy about the marriage. Yet, I thought that once married to Helen, he would forget Rosalind and learn to love Helen. No one could help it. And Helen would be an ideal wife for him. She was so wise. She would manage him so well. I wanted him to be happy. With all his faults and weaknesses, he was a likable fellow. And Helen, he could give her the sort of position she seemed born to fill. I was to be best man, of course. Heath and I went down to stay at the inn at Craigford where Helen lived with her aunt, Lady Freen. Lady Freen was deaf and very rheumatic-y and doesn't come into the story. We arrived the day before the wedding and Helen insisted on our going out to lunch with them. She said that she knew it was unconventional, but it seemed so silly not to. We were all a bit on edge. Together we would be able to laugh it off. That lunch was a strange meal. The sunny panelled dining room was very different from the dusty, cobwebby studio, but that lunch with Helen reminded me of the never-to-be-forgotten picnic in old Follett's studio. There was the same electric atmosphere, the same sensation of standing on the crust of a volcano. Heath was unlike himself, feverishly gay at one minute and morosely glum the next. I thought again how white and drawn his handsome face looked. Helen was her usual self, charming, interesting, the perfect hostess. After lunch, Helen suggested that we should go for a walk. I believe she hoped it would clear the air and restore Heath to his normal self. I think we all felt a heavy sense of apprehension, a dim foreboding of evil, all except Heath, who now seemed feverishly excited. I want to tell what followed as accurately as I can, but it happened so quickly that it's difficult. We were walking along the road. On the side on which we were walking was a hedge, on the other the high wall that surrounded the grounds of Freen Court. A motor car was coming towards us at a moderately slow rate. We all saw it for some time before it was abreast of us. Just as it came abreast of us, Heath stepped forward suddenly into its direct line. The driver had no chance to pull up. It simply knocked Heath down and went over him. Yet it was not as if Heath deliberately stepped in front of the car. He didn't seem to see the car. It was as if he darted suddenly forward to cross to the other side of the road, car or no car. Nothing mattered except to reach the other side of the road. That was the impression I had as he stepped forward. The driver was a good fellow. He took us all back to Freen Court and then drove like fury for a doctor. But Heath was dead when we picked him up from the road. It was the day after the funeral. I felt that I'd got to have things out with Helen. It looked horribly as if Heath had deliberately committed suicide to avoid marrying her, but I was sure it wasn't that. I found Helen in the garden. She looked very pale and very beautiful in her black dress. "Helen," I blurted out, "he didn't do it on purpose." "I know," she said. "It was the girl on the other side of the road." She beckoned to him just as the car was passing. "What girl? Didn't you see her? She wore a long brown dress with a gold Medici collar. She had a child in her arms and she held it out to him and beckoned. I saw nothing. He did. Didn't you hear?" "Hear what?" "He gave a little cry when he saw her and then he ran to her." "There was no one there," I said. "The road was quite empty." "Who was she?" she said, as if she had not heard me. I saw nothing," I repeated doggedly. "Whose baby was it?" I shrugged my shoulders. I felt horribly shaken. "Hers, presumably, if she was holding it," I said, trying to speak in the half-bantering tone in which one humours a romancing child. She replied in a voice that was barely audible. "And was it his, too?" "I can tell you nothing," I said. "I saw nothing. Helen had a bad breakdown after that and was ordered abroad for a year. We were married 2 years later and have been perfectly happy ever since, but we have never mentioned either Rosalind or Heath's death to each other. I think we feel that we owed him that much loyalty, at least."
On the Brighton Road by Richard Middleton. Slowly the sun had climbed up the hard white downs till it broke with little of the mysterious ritual of dawn upon the sparkling world of snow. There had been a hard frost during the night, and the birds who hopped about here and there with scant tolerance of life left no trace of their passage on the silver pavements. In places the sheltered caverns of the hedges broke the monotony of the whiteness that had fallen upon the coloured earth, and overhead the sky melted from orange to deep blue, from deep blue to a blue so pale that it suggested a thin paper screen rather than illimitable space. Across the level fields there came a cold, silent wind, which blew fine dust of snow from the trees, but hardly stirred the crested hedges. Once above the skyline, the sun seemed to climb more quickly, and as it rose higher, it began to give out a heat that blended with the keenness of the wind. It may have been this strange alternation of heat and cold that disturbed the tramp in his dreams, for he struggled for a moment with the snow that covered him, like a man who finds himself twisted uncomfortably in the bedclothes, and then sat up with staring, questioning eyes. "Lord, I thought I was in bed," he said to himself, as he took in the vacant landscape, "and all the while I was out here." He stretched his limbs and, rising carefully to his feet, shook the snow off his body. As he did so, the wind set him shivering, and he knew that his bed had been warm. "Come, I feel pretty fit," he thought. "I suppose I'm lucky to wake at all in this, or unlucky. It isn't much of a business to come back to." He looked up and saw the downs shining against the blue like the Alps on a picture postcard. "That means another 40 miles or so, I suppose," he continued grimly. "Lord knows what I did yesterday, walked till I was done, and now I'm only about 12 miles from Brighton. Damn the snow, damn Brighton, damn everything." The sun crept up higher and higher, and he started walking patiently along the road with his back turned to the hills. Am I glad or sorry that it was only sleep that took me? Glad or sorry, glad or sorry. His thoughts seemed to arrange themselves in a metrical accompaniment to the steady thud of his footsteps, and he hardly sought an answer to his question. It was good enough to walk to. Presently, when 3 milestones had loitered past, he overtook a boy who was stooping to light a cigarette. He wore no overcoat and looked unspeakably fragile against the snow. "You on the road, governor?" asked the boy huskily as he passed. "I think I am," the tramp said. "Oh, then I'll come a bit of the way with you if you don't walk too fast. It's a bit lonesome walking this time of day." The tramp nodded his head, and the boy started limping along by his side. "I'm 18, he said casually. I bet you thought I was younger. 15, I'd have said. You'd have backed a loser. 18 last August, and I've been on the road 6 years. I ran away from home 5 times when I was a little un, and the police took me back each time. Very good to me, the police was. Now I haven't got home to run away from. Nor have I, the tramp said calmly. Oh, I can see what you are, the boy panted. You're a gentleman come down. It's harder for you than for me. The tramp glanced at the limping, feeble figure and lessened his pace. I haven't been at it as long as you have, he admitted. Nah, I could tell that by the way you walk. You haven't got tired yet. Perhaps you expect something the other end. The tramp reflected for a moment. I don't know, he said bitterly. I'm always expecting things. You grow out of that, the boy commented. It's warmer in London, but it's harder to come by grub. There isn't much in it, really. Still, there's a chance of meeting somebody there who will understand. Country people are better, the boy interrupted. Last night I took a lease of a barn for nothing and slept with the cows, and this morning the farmer ratted me out and gave me tea and toke because I was little. Of course, I score there, but in London, soup on the embankment at night, and all the rest of the time coppers moving you on. I dropped by the roadside last night and slept where I fell. It's a wonder I didn't die, the tramp said. The boy looked at him sharply. How do you know you didn't? He said. I don't see it, the tramp said after a pause. I tell you, the boy said hoarsely, people like us can't get away from this sort of thing if we want to. Always hungry and thirsty and dog-tired and walking all the time. And yet if anyone offers me a nice home and work, my stomach feels sick. Do I look strong? I know I'm little for my age, but I've been knocking about like this for 6 years, and you think I'm not dead? I was drowned bathing at Margate, and I was killed by a gypsy with a spike. He knocked my head right in, and twice I was froze like you last night, and a motor cut me down on this very road. And yet I'm walking along here now, walking to London to walk away from it again, because I can't help it. Dead. I tell you, we can't get away, even if we want to. The boy broke off in a fit of coughing, and the tramp paused while he recovered. You'd better borrow my coat for a bit, Tommy, he said. Your cough's pretty bad. You go to hell, the boy said fiercely, puffing at his cigarette. I'm all right. I was telling you about the road. You haven't got down to it yet, but you'll find out presently. We're all dead, all of us who's on it, and we're all tired. Yet somehow we can't leave it. There's nice smells in the summer, dust and hay, and the wind smacking your face on a hot day. And it's nice waking up in the wet grass on a fine morning. I don't know. He lurched forward suddenly, and the tramp caught him in his arms. I'm sick, the boy whispered. Sick. The tramp looked up and down the road, but he could see no houses or any sign of help. Yet, even as he supported the boy doubtfully in the middle of the road, a motor car suddenly flashed in the middle distance and came smoothly through the snow. What's the trouble? Said the driver quietly as he pulled in. I'm a doctor. He looked at the boy keenly and listened to his strained breathing. Pneumonia, he commented. I'll give him a lift to the infirmary, and you too if you like. The tramp thought of the workhouse and shook his head. I'd rather walk, he said. The boy winked faintly as they lifted him into the car. I'll meet you beyond Reigate, he muttered to the tramp. You'll see. And the car vanished along the white road. All the morning the tramp splashed through the thawing snow, but at midday he begged some bread at the cottage door and crept in a lonely barn to eat it. It was warm in there, and after his meal he fell asleep among the hay. It was dark when he woke and started trudging once more through the slushy road. 2 miles beyond Reigate, a fragile figure, slipped out of the darkness to meet him. On the road, governor, said a husky voice. Then I'll come a bit of the way with you if you don't walk too fast. It's a bit lonesome walking this time of day. But the pneumonia, cried the tramp aghast. I died at Crawley this morning, said the boy.
Fullcircle by John Buchan. Peckweather, the historian, whose turn for storytelling came at our last dinner before the summer interregnum, apologized for reading his narrative. He was not good, he said, at impromptu composition. He also congratulated himself on Lethan's absence. He comes into the story, and I should feel rather embarrassed talking about him to his face.
But he has read my manuscript and approved it. So you have two reliable witnesses to a queerish tale. In his precise academic voice, he read what follows. The October night was brightening towards late afternoon when Lethan and I climbed the hill above the stream and came in sight of the house. All morning a haze with a sheen of pearl in it had lain on the folds of downland, and the vision of far horizons, which is the glory of Cotswold, had been veiled, so that every valley seemed a place enclosed and set apart. But now a glow had come into the air, and for a little the autumn lawns had the tints of summer. The gold of sunshine was warm on the grasses, and only the riot of colour in the berry-laden edges of the fields and the slender woodlands told of the failing year. We were looking into a green cup of the hills, and it was all a garden, a little place, bounded by slopes that defined its graciousness with no hint of barrier, so that a dweller there, though his view was but 1/2 mile on any side, would yet have the sense of dwelling on uplands and commanding the world. Round the top edge ran an old wall of stones, beyond which the October bracken flamed to the skyline. Inside were folds of ancient pasture, with here and there a thorn bush falling to rose gardens, and on one side to the smooth sward of a terrace above a tiny lake. At the heart of it stood the house, like a jewel well set. It was a miniature, but by the hand of a master. The style was late 17th century, when an agreeable classic convention had opened up to sunlight and comfort the dark magnificence of the Tudor fashion. The place had the spacious air of a great mansion, and was finished in every detail with a fine scrupulousness. Only when the eye measured its proportions with woods and the hillside did the mind perceive that it was a small dwelling. The stone of Cotswold takes curiously the colour of the weather. Under thunderclouds it will be as dark as basalt. On a grey day it is grey like lava, but in the sunshine it absorbs the sun. At the moment the little house was pale gold, like honey. Lethan swung a long leg across the stile. "Pretty good, isn't it?" he said. "It's pure authentic Sir Christopher Wren. The name's worthy of it too. It's called Fullcircle." He told me its story. It had been built after the Restoration by the Carteret family, whose wide domains ran into these hills. The Lord Carteret of the day was a friend of the Merry Monarch, but it was not as a sanctuary for orgies that he built the house. Perhaps he was tired of the gloomy splendour of Minster Carteret and wanted a home of his own and not of his ancestors' choosing. He had an elegant taste in letters, as we can learn from his neat imitations of Martial, his pretty bucolics, and the more than respectable Latin hexameters of his ars vivendi. Being a great nobleman, he had the best skill of the day to construct his hermitage, and here he would retire for months at a time with like-minded friends to a world of books and gardens. He seems to have had no ill wishes. Contemporary memoirs speak of him charitably, and Dryden spared him 4 lines of encomium. A selfish old dog, Lethan called him. He had the good sense to eschew politics and enjoy life. His soul is in that little house. He only did one rash thing in his career. He anticipated the king, his master, by some years and turning papist. I asked about its later history. After his death, it passed to a younger branch of the Carterets. It left them in the 18th century, and the Applebys got it. They were a jovial lot of hunting squires, and let the library go to the dogs. Old Colonel Appleby was still alive when I came to Borreby. Something went wrong in his inside when he was nearly 70, and the doctors knocked him off liquor. Not that he drank too much, though he did himself well. That finished the poor old boy. He told me that it revealed to him the amazing truth, that during a long and, as he hoped, publicly useful life, he had never been quite sober. He was a good fellow, and I missed him when he died. The place went to a remote cousin called Giffen. Lethan's eyes, as they scanned the prospect, seemed amused. Julian and Ursula Giffen, I dare say you'll know the names. They always hunt in couples and write books about sociology and advanced ethics and psychics, books called either The New This or That or Towards Something or Other. You know the sort of thing. They're deep in all the pseudosciences. Decent souls, but you can guess the type. I came across them in a case I had at the Old Bailey, defending a ruffian who was charged with murder. I hadn't a doubt that he deserved hanging on 20 counts, but there wasn't enough evidence to convict him on this one. Doddridge was at his worst. It was just before they induced him to retire, and his handling of the jury was a masterpiece of misdirection. Of course, there was the shindy. The thing was a scandal, and it stirred up all the humanitarians till the murder was almost forgotten in the iniquities of old Dodderidge. You must remember the case. It filled the papers for weeks. Well, it was in that connection that I fell in with the Giffins. I got rather to like them, and I've been to see them at their house in Hampstead. Golly, what a place. And colours that made you want to weep. I never met people with heads so full of feathers. I said something about that being an odd milieu for him. Oh, I like human beings, all kinds. It's my profession to study them, for without that the practice of law would be a lean affair. There are hordes of people like the Giffins, only not so good, for they really do have hearts of gold. They are the rootless stuff in the world today, in revolt against everything and everybody with any ancestry, a kind of innocent self-righteousness, wanting to be the people with whom wisdom begins and ends. They are mostly sensitive and tender-hearted, but they wear themselves out in an eternal dissidence. Can't build, for they object to all tools, but very ready to crab. They scorn any form of Christianity, but they'll walk miles to patronize some wretched sect that has the merit of being brand new. Pioneers, they call themselves. Funny little unclad people adventuring into the cold desert with no maps. Giffin once described himself and his friends to me as forward-looking, but that, of course, is just what they are not. To tackle the future, you must have a firm grip of the past, and for them, the past is only a pathological curiosity. They're up to their necks in the mud of the present, but good after a fashion, and innocent, sordidly innocent. Fate was in an ironical mood when it saddled them with that wicked little house. Wicked did not seem to me to be a fair word. It sat honey-coloured among its gardens with the meekness of a dove. The sound of a bicycle on the road behind us made us turn round, and Lethan advanced to meet a dismounting rider. He was a tallish fellow, some 40 years old perhaps, with one of those fluffy blonde beards that have never been shaved. Short-sighted, of course, and wore glasses. Biscuit-coloured knickerbockers and stockings clad his lean limbs. Lethan introduced me. "We're walking to Borrowby and stopped to admire your house. Could we just have a glimpse inside? I want Peckweather to see the staircase." Mr. Giffin was very willing. "I've been over to Clyston to send a telegram. We have some friends for the weekend who might interest you. Won't you stay for tea?" There was a gentle, formal courtesy about him, and his voice had the facile intonations of one who loves to talk. He led us through a little gate and along a shorn green walk among the bracken to a postern which gave entrance to the garden. Here, though it was October, there was still a bright show of roses, and the jet of water from the leaden Cupid dripped noiselessly among fallen petals. And then we stood before the doorway, above which the old Carterton had inscribed a line of Horace. I have never seen anything quite like that little hall. There were two, indeed, separated by a staircase of wood that looked like olive. Both were paved with black and white marble, and the inner was oval in shape, with a gallery supported on slender walnut pillars. It was all in miniature, but it had a spaciousness which no mere size could give. Also, it seemed to be permeated by the quintessence of sunlight. Its air was of long-descended, confident, equable happiness. There were voices on the terrace beyond the hall. Giffin led us into a room on the left. "You remember the house in Colonel Appleby's time, Lethan? This was the chapel. It had always been the chapel. You see the change we've made. I beg your pardon, Mr. Peckweather. You're not by any chance a Roman Catholic." The room had a white panelling and on two sides deep windows. At one end was a fine Italian shrine of marble, and the floor was mosaic, blue and white, in a quaint Byzantine pattern. There was the same air of sunny cheerfulness as in the rest of the house. No mystery could find a lodgment here. It might have been a chapel for 3 centuries, but the place was pagan. The Giffins' changes were no sort of desecration. A green baize table filled most of the floor, surrounded by chairs like a committee room. On new raw wood shelves were files of papers and stacks of blue books, and those desiccated works into which reformers of society torture the English tongue. 2 typewriters stood on a side table. "It's our workroom," Giffin explained, "where we hold our Sunday moots. Ursula thinks that a weekend is wasted unless it produces some piece of real work. Often a quite valuable committee has its beginning here. We try to make our home a refuge for busy workers, where they need not idle, but can work under happy conditions." A college situate in a clearer air, Lethan quoted. But Giffen did not respond except with a smile. He'd probably never heard of Lord Falkland. A woman entered the room, a woman who might have been pretty if she had taken a little pains. Her reddish hair was drawn tightly back and dressed in a hard knot, and her clothes were horribly incongruous in a remote manor house. She had bright, eager eyes like a bird, and hands that fluttered nervously. She greeted Lethan with warmth. "We've settled down marvellously," she told him. "Julian and I feel as if we'd always lived here, and our life has arranged itself so perfectly. My mother's cottages in the village will soon be ready, and the club is to be opened next week. Julian and I will carry on the classes ourselves for the first winter. Next year, we hope to have a really fine programme, and then it's so pleasant to be able to entertain one's friends. Won't you stay to tea? Dr. Swope is here, and Mary Elliston, and Mr. Perky Blaker, you know, the Member of Parliament. Must you hurry off? I'm so sorry. What do you think of our workroom? It was utterly terrible when we first came here, a sort of decayed chapel like a withered tuberose. We have let the air of heaven into it." I observed that I had never seen a house so full of space and light. "Oh, you noticed that? It's a curiously happy place to live in. Sometimes I'm almost afraid to feel so light-hearted. But we look on ourselves as only trustees. It's a trust we have to administer for the common good. You know, it's a house on which you can lay down your own impress. I can imagine places which dominate the dwellers, but Fullcircle is plastic, and we can make it our own just as much as if we had planned it and built it. That's our chief piece of good fortune." We took our leave, for we had no desire for the company of Dr. Swope and Mr. Percy Blaker. When we reached the highway, we halted and looked back on the little jewel. Shafts of the westering sun now caught the stone and turned the honey to ripe gold. Thin spires of amethyst smoke rose into the still air. I thought of the well-meaning restless couple inside its walls, and somehow they seemed out of the picture. They simply didn't matter. The house was the thing, for I had never met in inanimate stone such an air of gentle masterfulness. It had a personality of its own, clean-cut and secure, like a high-born old dame among the females of profiteers, and Mrs. Giffen claimed to have given it her impress. That night in the library at Borreby, Lethan discoursed of the restoration. Borreby, of which by the expenditure of much care and a good deal of money he has made a civilized dwelling, is a Tudor manor of the Cotswold type, with high-pitched narrow roofs and tall stone chimneys rising sheer from the meadows, with something of the massiveness of a border keep. He nodded towards the linen-fold panelling and the great carven chimney-piece. In this kind of house you have the mystery of the elder England. What was Raleigh's phrase? High thoughts and divine contemplations. The people who built this sort of thing lived close to another world, and they thought bravely of death. It doesn't matter who they were, Crusaders or Elizabethans or Puritans. They all had poetry in them, and the heroic, and a great unworldliness. They had marvellous spirits and plenty of joys and triumphs, but they also had their hours of black gloom. Their lives were like our weather, storm and sun. One thing they never feared, death. He walked too near them all their days to be a bogey. But the Restoration was a sharp break. It brought paganism into England, paganism and the art of life. No people have ever known better the secret of a bland happiness. Look at Fullcircle. There are no dark corners there. The man that built it knew all there was to be known about how to live. The trouble was that they didn't know how to die. That was the one shadow on the glass, so they provided for it in the pagan way. They tried magic. They never became true Catholics. They were always pagan to the end, but they smuggled a priest into their lives. He was a kind of insurance premium against unwelcome mystery. It was not until nearly 2 years later that I saw the Giffins again. The mayfly season was near its close, and I had snatched a day on a certain limpid Cotswold river. There was another man on the same beat fishing from the opposite bank, and I watched him with some anxiety, for a duffer would have spoilt my day. To my relief, I recognized Giffen. With him it was easy to come to terms, and presently the water was parcelled out between us. We foregathered for luncheon, and I stood watching while he neatly stalked roes and landed a trout. I confessed to some surprise, first that Giffen should be a fisherman at all, for it was not in keeping with my old notion of him, and second, that he should cast such a workmanlike line. As we lunched together, I observed several changes. He had shaved his fluffy beard, and his face was notably less lean, and had the clear, even sunburn of the countryman. His clothes, too, were different. They also were workmanlike, and looked as if they belonged to him. No more the uneasy knickerbockers of the Sunday golfer. "I'm desperately keen," he told me. "You see, it's only my second mayfly season, and last year I was no better than a beginner. I wish I'd known long ago what good fun fishing was. Isn't this a blessed place?" And he looked up through the canopy of flowering chestnuts to the June sky. "I'm glad you've taken to sport," I said, "even if you only come here for the weekends. Sport lets you into the secrets of the countryside." "Oh, we don't go much to London now," was his answer. "We sold our Hampstead house a year ago. I can't think how I ever could stick that place. Ursula takes the same view. I wouldn't leave Oxfordshire just now for £1,000. Do you smell the hawthorn? Last week this meadow was scented like paradise. Do you know, Leithan's a queer fellow." I asked why. "He once told me that this countryside in June made him sad. He said it was too perfect a thing for fallen humanity. I call that morbid. Do you see any sense in it?" I knew what Leithan meant, but it would have taken too long to explain. "I feel warm and good and happy here," he went on. "I used to talk about living close to nature. Rot. I didn't know what nature meant. Now," he broke off, "by Jove, there's a kingfisher. That is only the second I've seen this year. They're getting uncommon with us." With us, I liked that phrase. He was becoming a true countryman. We had a good day. Not extravagantly successful, but satisfactory. And he persuaded me to come home with him to Fullcircle for the night, explaining that I could catch an early train next morning at the junction. So we extricated a little two-seater from a thicket of lilacs, and he drove me through 4 miles of sweet-scented dusk, with nightingales shouting in every thicket. I changed into a suit of his flannels in the bedroom, looking out on the little lake where trout were rising, and I remember that I whistled from pure light-heartedness. In that adorable house, one seemed to be still breathing the air of the spring meadows. Dinner was my first big surprise. It was admirable, plain but perfectly cooked, and with that excellence of basic material which is the glory of a well-appointed country house. There was wine too, which I am certain was a new thing. Giffen gave me a bottle of a sound claret, and afterwards some more than decent port. My second surprise was my hostess. Her clothes, like her husband's, must have changed, for I didn't notice what she was wearing, and I had noticed it only too clearly the last time we met. More remarkable was the difference in her face. For the first time I realized that she was a pretty woman. The contours had softened and rounded, and there was a charming well-being in her eyes, very different from the old restlessness. She looked content, infinitely content. I asked her about her mother's cottages. She laughed cheerfully. "I gave them up after the first year. They didn't mix well with the village people. I'm quite ready to admit my mistake, and it was the wrong kind of charity. The Londoners didn't like it, felt loathsome and sighed for the fried fish shop, and the village women were shy of them, afraid of infectious complaints, you know. Julian and I have decided that our business is to look after our own people." It may have been malicious, but I said something about the wonderful scheme of village education. "Another relic of Cockneyism," laughed the lady, but Giffen looked a trifle shy. "I gave it up because it didn't seem worthwhile. What's the use of spoiling a perfectly wholesome scheme of life by introducing unnecessary complications? Medicine's no good unless a man's sick, and these people aren't sick. Education is the only cure for certain diseases the modern world has engendered, but if you don't find the disease, the remedy is superfluous. The fact is, I hadn't a face to go on with the thing. I wanted to be taught rather than to teach. There's a whole world around me of which I know very little, and my first business is to get to understand it. Any village poacher can teach me more of the things that matter than what I have to tell him. Besides, we have so much to do," his wife added. "There's the house and the garden and the home farm and the property. It isn't large, but it takes a lot of looking after." The dining room was long and low-ceilinged and had a white panelling in bold relief. Through the windows came odours of the garden and a faint tinkle of water. The dusk was deepening, and the engravings in their rosewood frames were dim, but sufficient light remained to reveal the picture above the fireplace. It showed a middle-aged man in the clothes of the later Carolines. The plump, tapering fingers of one hand held a book. The other was hidden in the folds of a flowered waistcoat. The long, curled wig framed a delicate face with something of the grace of youth left to it. There were quizzical lines about the mouth, and the eyes smiled pleasantly, yet very wisely. It was the face of a man I should have liked to dine with. He must have been the best of company. Giffen answered my question. That's the Lord Carterton who built the house. No relation. Our people were the Applebys who came in 1753. We've both fallen so deep in love with Fullcircle that we wanted to see the man who conceived it. I had some trouble getting it. It came out of the Minster Carteron's sale, and I had to give a dealer twice what he paid for it. It's a jolly thing to live with. It was indeed a curiously charming picture. I found my eyes straying to it till the dusk obscured the features. It was the face of one wholly at home in a suave world, learned in all the urbanities. A good friend, I thought, the old lord must have been, and a superlative companion. I could imagine neat Horatian tags coming ripely from his lips. Not a strong face, but somehow a dominating one. The portrait of the long-dead gentleman had still the atmosphere of life. Giffen raised his glass of port to him as we rose from the table, as if to salute a comrade. We moved to the room across the hall, which had once been the Giffens' workroom, the cradle of earnest committees and weighty memoranda. This was my third surprise. Baize-covered table and raw wood shelves had disappeared. The place was now half smoking room, half library. On the walls hung a fine collection of coloured sporting prints, and below them were ranged low Hepplewhite bookcases. The lamplight glowed on the ivory walls, and the room, like everything else in the house, was radiant. Above the mantelpiece was a stag's head, a fair 11-pointer. Giffen nodded proudly towards it. I got that last year at Macrae, my first stag. There was a little table with an array of magazines and weekly papers. Some amusement must have been visible in my face as I caught sight of various light-hearted sporting journals, for he laughed apologetically. You mustn't think that Ursula and I take in that stuff for ourselves. It amuses our guests, you know. I dared say it did, but I was convinced that the guests were no longer Dr. Swope and Mr. Percy Blaker. One of my many failings is that I can never enter a room containing books without scanning the titles. Giffen's collection won my hearty approval. There were the very few novelists I can read myself, Miss Austen and Sir Walter and the Admirable Marriott. There was a shelf full of memoirs and a good deal of 17th and 18th century poetry. There was a set of the classics in fine editions, Bodonis and Baskervilles and such like. There was much county history and one or two valuable old herbals and itineraries. I was certain that 2 years before, Giffen would have had no use for literature except some muddy Russian oddments, and I am positive that he would not have known the name of Surtees. Yet there stood the tall octavos recording the unedifying careers of Mr. Jorrocks, Mr. Facey Romford, and Mr. Soapy Sponge. I was a little bewildered as I stretched my legs in a very deep armchair. Suddenly, I had a strong impression of looking on at a play, moving docilely at the orders of a masterful stage manager, and yet with no sense of bondage. And as I looked on, they faded off the scene, and there was only one personality, that house, so serene and secure, smiling at our modern antics, but weaving all the while an iron spell round its lovers. For a second, I felt an oppression, as of something to be resisted. But no, there was no oppression. The house was too well-bred and disdainful to seek to captivate. Only those who fell in love with it could know its mastery, for all love exacts a price. It was far more than a thing of stone and lime. It was a creed, an art, a scheme of life, older than any Carteron, older than England, somewhere far back in time, in Rome, in Attica, or in an Aegean island. There must have been such places, but then they called them temples, and gods dwelt in them. I was roused by Giffen's voice discoursing of his books. I've been rubbing up on my classics again, he was saying. Queer thing, but ever since I left Cambridge, I've been out of the mood for them, and I'm shockingly ill-read in English literature. I wish I had more time for reading, for it means a lot to me. There's such an embarrassment of riches here, said his wife. The days are far too short for all there is to do. Even when there's nobody staying in the house, I find every hour occupied. It's delicious to be busy over the things one really cares for. All the same, I wish I could do more reading, said Giffen. I've never wanted to so much before. But you come in tired from shooting and sleep sound till dinner, said the lady, laying an affectionate hand on his shoulders. They were very happy people, and I like happiness. Self-absorbed, perhaps, but I prefer selfishness in the ordinary way of things. We are, most of us, selfish dogs, and altruism makes us uncomfortable. But I had somewhere in my mind a shade of uneasiness, for I was the witness of a transformation too swift and violent to be wholly natural. Years, no doubt, turn our eyes inward and abate our heroics, but not a trifle of 2 or 3. Some agency had been at work here, some agency other and more potent than the process of time. The thing fascinated and partly frightened me, for the Giffins, though I scarcely dared to admit it, had deteriorated. They were far pleasanter people. I liked them infinitely better. I hoped to see them often again. I detested the type they used to represent and shunned it like the plague. They were wise now and mellow and most agreeable human beings, but some virtue had gone out of them. An uncomfortable virtue, no doubt, but a virtue, something generous and adventurous. Before, their faces had had a sort of wistful kindness. Now they had geniality, which is not the same thing. What was the agency of this miracle? It was all around me. The ivory panelling, the olive wood staircase, the lovely pillared hall. I got up to go to bed with a kind of awe on me. As Mrs. Giffen lit my candle, she saw my eyes wandering among the gracious shadows. Isn't it wonderful, she said, to have found a house which fits us like a glove? No, closer. Fits us as a bearskin fits the bear. It has taken our impress like wax. Somehow, I didn't think that the impress had come from the Giffins' side. A November afternoon found Lethan and myself jogging homewards from a run with the Haythrop. It had been a wretched day. Twice we had found and lost, and then a deluge had set in which scattered the field. I had taken a hearty toss into a swamp and got as wet as a man may be, but the steady downpour soon reduced everyone to a like condition. When we turned towards Borrowby, the rain ceased, and an icy wind blew out of the east, which partially dried our sopping clothes. All the grace had faded from the Cotswold valleys. The streams were brown torrents, the meadows lagoons, the ridges bleak and grey, and a sky of scurrying clouds cast leaden shadows. It was a matter of 10 miles to Borrowby. We had long ago emptied our flasks, and I longed for something hot to take the chill out of my bones. Let's look in at Fullcircle, said Lethan as we emerged on the high road from a muddy lane. We'll make the Giffins give us tea. You'll find changes there. I asked what changes, but he only smiled and told me to wait and see. My mind was busy with surmises as we rode up the avenue. I thought of drink or drugs and promptly discarded the notion. Fullcircle was above all things decorous and wholesome. Lethan couldn't mean the change in the Giffins' ways which had so impressed me a year before, for he and I had long discussed that. I was still puzzling over his words when we found ourselves in the inner hall, with the Giffins making a hospitable fuss over us. The place was more delectable than ever. Outside was a dark November day, yet the little house seemed to be transfused with sunshine. I don't know by what art the old builders had planned it, but the airy pilasters, the perfect lines of the ceiling, the soft colouring of the wood seemed to lay open the house to a clear sky. Logs burned brightly on the massive steel andirons, and the scent and the fine blue smoke of them strengthened the illusion of summer. Mrs. Giffen would have had us change into dry things, but Lethan pleaded awaiting dinner at Borrowby. The two of us stood by the fireplace drinking tea, the warmth drawing out a cloud of vapour from our clothes to mingle with the wood smoke. Giffen lounged in an armchair, and his wife sat by the tea-table. I was looking for the changes of which Lethan had spoken. I didn't find them in Giffen. He was much the same as I remembered him on that June night when I had slept here, a trifle fuller in the face, perhaps, a little more placid about the mouth and eyes. He looked a man completely content with life. His smile came readily, and his easy laugh. Was it my fancy, or had he acquired a look of the picture in the dining room? I nearly made an errand to go and see it. It seemed to me that his mouth had now something of the portrait's delicate complacence. Lely would have found him a fit subject, though he might have boggled at his lean hands. But his wife, there the changes were unmistakable. She was comely now rather than pretty, and the contours of her face had grown heavier. The eagerness had gone from her eyes and left only comfort and good humour. There was a suspicion, ever so slight, of rouge and powder. She had a string of good pearls, the first time I had seen her wear jewels. The hand that poured out the tea was plump, shapely, and well cared for. I was looking at a most satisfactory mistress of a country house, who would see that nothing was lacking to the part. She talked more and laughed oftener. Her voice had an airy lightness which would have made the silliest prattle charming. "We're going to fill the house with young people and give a ball at Christmas," she announced. "This hall is simply clamouring to be danced in. You must come, both of you, promise me. And Mr. Lethan, it would be very kind if you brought a party from Borreby. Young men, please. We're overstocked with girls in these parts. We must do something to make the country cheerful in winter time." I observed that no season could make Fullcircle other than cheerful. "How nice of you," she cried. "To praise a house is to praise the householders, for a dwelling is just what its inmates make it. Borreby is you, Mr. Lethan, and Fullcircle is us." "Shall we exchange?" Lethan asked. She made a mouth. "Borreby would crush me, but it suits a Gothic survivor like you. Do you think you would be happy here?" "Happy," said Lethan thoughtfully. "Happy? Yes, undoubtedly. But it might be bad for my soul. There's just time for a pipe, Giffen, and then we must be off." I was filling my pipe as we crossed the outer hall and was about to enter the smoking room I so well remembered when Giffen laid a hand on my arm. "We don't smoke in there now," he said hastily. He opened the door and I looked in. The place had suffered its third metamorphosis. The marble shrine, which I had noticed on my first visit, had been brought back, and the blue mosaic pavement and the ivory walls were bare. At the eastern end stood a little altar, with above it a copy of a Correggio Madonna. A faint smell of incense hung in the air, and the fragrance of hothouse flowers. It was a chapel, but I swear a more pagan place than when it had been the workroom or smoking room. Giffen gently shut the door. "Perhaps you didn't know, but some months ago my wife became a Catholic. It's a good thing for women, I think. It gives them a regular ritual for their lives. So we restored the chapel. It had always been there in the days of the Carterons and the Applebys. And you?" I asked. He shrugged his shoulders. "I don't bother much about these things, but I propose to follow suit. It'll please Ursula and do no harm to anybody." We halted on the brow of the hill and looked back on the garden valley. Lethan's laugh as he gazed had more awe than mirth in it. "That wicked little house. I'm going to hunt up every scrap I can find about old Tom Carteron. He must have been an uncommon clever fellow. He's still alive down there, and making people do as he did. In that kind of place you may expel the priest and sweep it and garnish it. But he always returns." The rack was lifting before the wind, and a shaft of late watery sun fell on the grey walls. It seemed to me that the little house wore an air of gentle triumph.
Richard Henry Malden, between sunset and moonrise. During the early part of last year, it fell to me to act as executor for an old friend. We hadn't seen much of each other of late, as he had been living in the west of England, and my own time had been fully occupied elsewhere. The time of our intimacy had been when he was vicar of a large parish not far from Cambridge. I will call it Yaxham, though that is not its name. The place had seemed to suit him thoroughly. He had been on the best of terms with his parishioners and with a few gentry of the neighbourhood. The church demanded a custodian of antiquarian knowledge and artistic perception, and in these respects, too, my friend was particularly well qualified for his position. But a sudden nervous breakdown had compelled him to resign. The cause of it had always been a mystery to his friends, for he was barely middle-aged when it took place, and had been a man of robust health. His parish was neither particularly laborious nor harassing, and, as far as was known, he had no special private anxieties of any kind. But the collapse came with startling suddenness, and was so severe that for a time his reason seemed to be in danger. 2 years of rest and travel enabled him to lead a normal life again, but he was never the man he had been. He never revisited his old parish or any of his friends in the county, and seemed to be ill at ease if conversation turned upon the part of England in which it lay. It was perhaps not unnatural that he should dislike the place which had cost him so much, but his friends couldn't but regard as childish the length to which he carried his aversion. He had had a distinguished career at the university and had kept up his intellectual interests in later life, but except for an occasional succès d'estime in a learned periodical, he had published nothing. I was not without hope of finding something completed among his papers which would secure for him a permanent place in the world of learning, but in this I was disappointed. His literary remains were copious and a striking testimony to the vigour and range of his intellect, but they were very fragmentary. There was nothing which could be made fit for publication, except one document which I should have preferred to suppress. But he had left particular instructions in his will that it was to be published when he had been dead for a year. Accordingly, I subjoin it exactly as it left his hand. It was dated 2 years after he had left Uisgeachan, and nearly 5 before his death. For reasons which will be apparent to the reader, I make no comment of any kind upon it. The solicitude which my friends have displayed during my illness has placed me under obligations which I cannot hope to repay, but I feel that I owe it to them to explain the real cause of my breakdown. I have never spoken of it to anyone, for, had I done so, it would have been impossible to avoid questions which I should not wish to be able to answer. Though I have only just reached middle age, I am sure that I have not many more years to live, and I am therefore confident that most of my friends will survive me and be able to hear my explanation after my death. Nothing but a lively sense of what I owe to them could have enabled me to undergo the pain of recalling the experience which I am now about to set down. Uisgeachan lies, as they will remember, upon the extreme edge of the fen district. In shape, it is a long oval with a main line of railway cutting one end. The church and vicarage were close to the station, and round them lay a village containing nearly 5/6 of the entire population of the parish. On the other side of the line, the fen proper began and stretched for many miles. Though it is now fertile cornland, much of it had been permanently under water within living memory, and would soon revert to its original condition if it were not for the pumping stations. In spite of these, it is not unusual to see several hundred acres flooded in winter. My own parish ran for nearly 6 miles, and I had therefore several scattered farms and cottages so far from the village that a visit to one of them took up the whole of a long afternoon. Most of them were not on any road and could only be reached by means of droves. For the benefit of those who are not acquainted with the fen, I may explain that a drove is a very imperfect sketch of the idea of a road. It is bounded by hedges or dykes so that the traveller cannot actually lose his way, but it offers no further assistance to his progress. The middle is simply a grass track, and as cattle have to be driven along it, the mud is sometimes literally knee-deep in winter. In summer, the light peaty soil rises in clouds of sable dust. In fact, I seldom went down one without recalling Hesiod's unpatriotic description of his native village in Boeotia, bad in winter, intolerable in summer, good at no time. At the far end of one of these lay a straggling group of 6 cottages, of which the most remote was inhabited by an old woman whom I will call Mrs. Vrees. In some ways, she was the most interesting of all my parishioners, and she was certainly the most perplexing. She was not a native, but had come to live there some 20 years before, and it was hard to see what had tempted a stranger to so unattractive a spot. It was the last house in the parish, and nearest neighbour was 1/4 of a mile away, and she was fully 3 miles from a hard road or a shop. The house itself was not at all a good one. It had been unoccupied, I was told, for some years before she came to it, and she had found it in a semi-ruinous condition. Yet she had not been driven to seek a very cheap dwelling by poverty, as she had a good supply of furniture of very good quality, and apparently as much money as she required. She never gave the slightest hint as to where she'd come from, or what her previous history had been. As far as was known, she never wrote or received any letters. She must have been between 50 and 60 when she came. Her appearance was striking, as she was tall and thin, with an aquiline nose and a pair of very brilliant dark eyes, and a quantity of hair, snow white by the time I knew her. At one time she must have been handsome, but she had grown rather forbidding, and I used to think that a couple of centuries before she might have had some difficulty in proving that she was not a witch. Though her neighbours not unnaturally fought rather shy of her, a conversation showed that she was a clever woman who had at some time received a good deal of education and lived in cultivated surroundings. I used to think that she must have been an upper servant, most probably a lady's maid in a good house, and despite the ring on her finger, suspected that Mrs. was brevet rank. On New Year's Eve, I thought it my duty to visit her. I hadn't seen her for some months, and a few days of frost had made the drove more passable than it had been for several weeks. But, in spite of her interesting personality, I always found that it required a considerable moral effort to call at her cottage. She was always civil and expressed herself pleased to see me, but I could never get rid of the idea that she regarded civility to me in the light of an insurance which might be claimed elsewhere. I always told myself that such thoughts were unfounded and unworthy, but I could never repress them altogether, and whenever I left her cottage, it was with a strong feeling that I had no desire to see her again. I used, however, to say to myself that that was really due to personal pique, because I could never discover that she had any religion, nor could I instill any in her, and that the fault was therefore more mine than hers. On this particular afternoon, the prospect of seeing her seemed more than usually distasteful, and my disinclination increased curiously as I made my way along the drove. So strong did it become that if any reasonable excuse for turning back had presented itself, I'm afraid I should have seized it. However, none did, so I held on, comforting myself with the thought that I should begin the new year with a comfortable sense of having discharged the most unpleasant of my regular duties in a conscientious fashion. When I reached the cottage, I was a little surprised at having to knock 3 times, and by hearing the sound of bolts cautiously drawn back. Presently the door opened and Mrs. Rees peered out. As soon as she saw who it was, she made me very welcome as usual, but it was impossible not to feel that she had been more or less expecting some other visitor whom she was not anxious to see. However, she volunteered no statement, and I thought it better to pretend to have noticed nothing unusual. On a table in the middle of the room lay a large book which she had obviously been reading. I was surprised to see that it was a Bible, and that it lay open at the book of Tobit. Seeing that I'd noticed it, Mrs. Rees told me, with a little hesitation I thought, that she had been reading the story of Sarah and the fiend Asmodeus. Then, the ice once broken, she plied me almost fiercely with questions. To what cause did I attribute Sarah's obsession in the first instance? Did the efficacy of Tobias's remedy depend upon the fact that it had been prescribed by an angel, and much more to the same effect? Naturally, my answers were rather vague, and her good manners couldn't conceal her disappointment. She sat silent for a minute or two while I looked at her, not, I must confess, without some alarm, for her manner had been very strange, and then said abruptly, "Well, will you have a cup of tea with me?" I assented gladly, for it was nearly 4:30, and it would take me nearly an hour and a half to get home. She took some time over the preparations, and during the meal talked with even more fluency than usual. I couldn't help thinking that she was trying to make it last as long as possible. Finally, at about 5:30, I got up and said that I must go, as I had a good many odds and ends awaiting me at home. I held out my hand, and as she took it, said, "You must let me wish you a very happy New Year." She stared at me for a moment, and then broke into a harsh laugh and said, "If wishes were horses, beggars might ride. Still, I thank you for your goodwill. Goodbye." About 30 yards from my house, there was an elbow in the drove. When I reached it, I looked back and saw that she was still standing in a doorway, with her figure sharply silhouetted against the red glow of the kitchen fire. For one instant, the play of shadow made it look as if there were another, taller figure behind her, but the illusion passed directly. I waved my hand to her and turned the corner. It was a fine, still, starlit night. I reflected that the moon would be up before I reached home, and my walk would not be unpleasant. I had naturally been rather puzzled by Mrs. Rees's behaviour, and decided that I must see her again before long, to ascertain whether, as seemed possible, her mind were giving way. When I had passed the other cottages of the group, I noticed that the stars were disappearing, and a thick white mist was rolling up. This didn't trouble me. The drove now ran straight until it joined the high road, and there was no turn into it on either side. I had therefore no chance of losing my way, and anyone who lives in the fens is accustomed to fogs. It soon grew very thick, and I was conscious of the slightly creepy feeling which a thick fog very commonly inspires. I had been thinking of a variety of things in somewhat desultory fashion, when suddenly, almost as if it had been whispered into my ear, a passage from the Book of Wisdom came into my mind and refused to be dislodged. My nerves were good then, and I had often walked up a lonely drove in a fog before, but still, just at that moment, I should have preferred to have recalled almost anything else. But this was the extract with which my memory was pleased to present me. For neither did the dark recesses that held them guard them from fears, but sounds rushing down rang around them, and phantoms appeared, cheerless, with unsmiling faces, and no force of fire prevailed to give them light. Neither were the brightest flames of the stars strong enough to illumine that gloomy night. And in terror they deemed the things which they saw to be worse than the sight on which they could not gaze, and they lay helpless, made the sport of magic art. Wisdom chapter 7, verses 4 to 6. Suddenly I heard a loud snort, as of a beast, apparently at my elbow. Naturally I jumped and stood still for a moment to avoid blundering into a stray cow, but there was nothing there. The next moment I heard what sounded exactly like a low chuckle. This was more disconcerting, but common sense soon came to my aid. I told myself that the cow must have been on the other side of the hedge, and not really so close as it had seemed to be. What I had taken for a chuckle must have been the squelching of her feet in a soft place, but I must confess that I didn't find this explanation as convincing as I could have wished. I plodded on, but soon began to feel unaccountably tired. I say unaccountably because I was a good walker and often covered much more ground than I had done that day. I slackened my pace, but as I was not out of breath, that did not relieve me. I felt as if I were wading through water up to my middle or through very deep, soft snow, and at last was fairly compelled to stop. By this time I was thoroughly uneasy, wondering what could be the matter with me. But as I had still nearly 2 miles to go, there was nothing for it but to push on as best I might. When I started again, I saw that the fog seemed to be beginning to clear, though I could not feel a breath of air. But instead of thinning in the ordinary way, it merely rolled back a little on either hand, producing an effect which I had never seen before. Along the sides of the drove lay 2 solid banks of white, with a narrow passage clear between them. This passage seemed to stretch for an interminable distance, and at the far end I perceived a number of figures. I say advisedly perceived rather than saw, for I do not know whether I saw them in the ordinary sense of the word or not. That is to say, I did not know then, and have never been able to determine since, whether it was still dark. I only know that my power of vision seemed to be independent of light or darkness. I perceived the figures as one sees the creatures of a dream, or the mental pictures which sometimes come when one is neither quite asleep nor awake. They were advancing rapidly in orderly fashion, almost like a body of troops. The scene recalled very vividly a picture of the Israelites marching across the Red Sea between 2 perpendicular walls of water in a set of Bible pictures which I had had as a child. I suppose that I had not thought of that picture for more than 30 years, but now it leapt into my mind, and I found myself saying aloud, "Yes, of course, it must have been exactly like that. How glad I am to have seen it." I suppose it was the interest of making the comparison that kept me from feeling the surprise which would have otherwise been occasioned by meeting a large number of people marching down a lonely drove after dark on a raw December evening. At first, I should have said there were 30 or 40 in the party, but when they had drawn a little nearer, they seemed to me not more than 10 or a dozen strong. A moment later I saw to my surprise that they were reduced to 5 or 6. The advancing figures seemed to be melting into one another, something after the fashion of dissolving views. Their speed and stature increased as their numbers diminished, suggesting that the survivors had, in some horrible fashion, absorbed the personality of their companions. Now there appeared to be only 3. Then one solitary figure of gigantic stature rushing down drove towards me at a fearful pace, without a sound. As he came, the mist closed behind him, so that his dark figure was thrown up against a solid background of white, much as mountain climbers are said sometimes to see their own shadows upon a bank of cloud. On and on he came until at last he towered above me and I saw his face. It has come to me once or twice since in troubled dreams and may come again, but I am thankful that I have never had any clear picture of it in my waking moments. If I had, I should be afraid for my reason. I know that the impression which it produced upon me was that of intense malignity long baffled, and now at last within reach of its desire. I believe I screamed aloud. Then, after a pause which seemed to last for hours, he broke over me like a wave. There was a rushing and a streaming all round me, and I struck out with my hands as if I was swimming. The sensation was pressure and suffocation, but in this case, coupled with the most intense physical loathing. The only comparison which I can suggest is that I felt as a man might feel if he were buried under a heap of worms or toads. Suddenly, I seemed to be clear and fell forward on my face. I'm not sure whether I fainted or not, but I must have lain there for some minutes. When I picked myself up, I felt a light breeze upon my forehead, and the mist was clearing away as quickly as it had come. I saw the rim of the moon above the horizon, and my mysterious fatigue had disappeared. I hurried forward as quickly as I could without venturing to look behind me. I only wanted to get out of that abominable drove onto the high road, where there were lights and other human beings, for I knew that what I had seen was a creature of darkness and waste places, and that among my fellows I should be safe. When I reached home, my housekeeper looked at me oddly. Of course, my clothes were muddy and disarranged, but I suspect that there was something else unusual in my appearance. I merely said that I had had a fall coming up a drove in the dark and wasn't feeling particularly well. I avoided the looking-glass when I went into my room to change. Coming downstairs, I heard through the open kitchen door some scraps of conversation, or rather of a monologue delivered by my housekeeper, to the effect that no one ought to be about the droves after dark as much as I was, and it was Providence that things were no worse. Her own mother's uncle had, it appeared, been down just such another drove on just such another night, 42 years ago come next Christmas Eve. They brought him home on a barrow with both his eyes drawed down, and every drop of blood in his body turned. But he would never speak of what he see, and wild cats couldn't have scratched it out of him. An inaudible remark from one of the maids was met with a long sniff, and the statement, "Girls seem to think they know everything nowadays." I spent the next day in bed, as besides the shock which I had received, I had caught a bad cold. When I got up on the 2nd, I was not surprised to hear that Mrs. Vreese had been found dead on the previous afternoon. I had hardly finished breakfast when I was told that the policeman, whose name was Winter, would be glad to see me. It appeared that on New Year's morning a half-witted boy of 17, who lived at one of the other cottages down the drove, had come to him and said that Mrs. Vreese was dead, and that he must come and enter her house. He declined to explain how he had come by the information, so at first Mr. Winter contented himself with pointing out that it was the 1st of January, not of April. But the boy was so insistent that finally he went. When repeated knockings at Mrs. Vreese's cottage produced no result, he had felt justified in forcing the back door. She was sitting in a large wooden armchair, quite dead. She was leaning forward a little, and her hands were clasping the arms so tightly that it proved to be a matter of some difficulty to unloose her fingers. In front of her was another chair so close that if anyone had been sitting in it, his knees must have touched those of the dead woman. The seat cushions were flattened down, as if it had been occupied recently by a solid personage. The tea things had not been cleared away, but the kitchen was perfectly clean and tidy. There was no suspicion of foul play, as all the doors and windows were securely fastened on the inside. Winter added that her face made him feel quite sickish-like, and the house smelt very bad for all that it was so clean. A post-mortem examination of the body showed that her heart was in a very bad state, and enabled the coroner's jury to return a verdict of death from natural causes. But the doctor told me privately that she must have had a shock of some kind. In fact, he said, if anyone ever died of fright, she did, but goodness knows what can have frightened her in her own kitchen, unless it was her own conscience. But that's more in your line than mine. He added that he had found the examination of the body peculiarly trying, though he could not, or would not, say why. As I was the last person who had seen her alive, I attended the inquest, but gave only formal evidence of an unimportant character. I didn't mention that the second armchair had stood in the corner of the room during my visit. and that I had not occupied it. The boy was of course called and asked how he knew she was dead, but nothing satisfactory could be got from him. He said that there was right houses and there was wrong houses, not to say persons, and that they had been after her for a long time. When asked whom he meant by they, he declined to explain, merely adding as a general statement that he could see further into a milestone than what some people could, for all they thought themselves so clever. His own family deposed that he had been absolutely silent, contrary to his usual custom, from tea time on New Year's Eve to breakfast time next day. Then he had suddenly announced that Mrs. Vries was dead, and ran out of the house before they could say anything to him. Accordingly, he was dismissed with a warning to the effect that persons who were disrespectful to the constituted authorities always came to a bad end. It naturally fell to me to conduct the funeral, as I could have given no reason for refusing her Christian burial. The coffin was not particularly weighty, but as it was being lowered into the grave, the ropes supporting it parted, and it fell several feet with a thud. The shock dislodged a quantity of soil from the sides of the cavity, so that the coffin was completely covered before I had time to say, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Afterwards, the sexton spoke to me apologetically about the occurrence. "I'm fair put about, sir, about them ropes," he said. "Nothing of that sort ever happened before in my time. They was pretty nigh new, too, and I thought they'd have done us for years. But just look here, sir." Here he showed two extraordinarily ravelled ends. "I never seen a rope part like that afore. Almost looks as if it had been scratted through by a big cat or something." That night, I was taken ill. When I was better, my doctor said that rest and change of scene were imperative. I knew that I could never go down a drove alone by night again, so tendered my resignation to my bishop. I hope that I have still a few years of usefulness before me, but I know that I can never be as if I had not seen what I have seen. Whether I met with my adventure through any fault of my own, I cannot tell, but of one thing I am sure. There are powers of darkness which walk abroad in waste places, and that man is happy who has never had to face them. If anyone who reads this should ever have a similar experience and should feel tempted to try to investigate it further, I commend to him the counsel of Jesus ben Sira. "My son, seek not things that are too hard for thee, and search not out things that are above thy strength."
Behind the Stumps by Russell Kirk. And Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number Israel. 1 Chronicles 21:1. Potawatomi County, shorn of its protecting forests 70 years ago, ever since has sprawled like Samson, undone by Delilah, naked, impotent, grudgingly servile. Amid the fields of rotted stumps, potatoes and beans grow, and half the inhabited houses still are log cabins thrown up by the lumbermen who followed the trappers into this land. In Potawatomi, there has been no money worth mentioning since the timber was cut, but here and there people cling to the straggling farms or make shift in the crumbling villages. An elusive beauty drifts over this country, sprinkled with little lakes, stretches of second-growth woods and cedar swamps, gravelly upland ridges that are gnawed by every rain now that their cover is gone. As if a curse had been pronounced upon these folk and their houses and their crops in reprisal for their violation of nature, everything in Potawatomi is melting away. Of the children who stick obstinately to this stump country, some are grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the men who swept off the forest. Others are flotsam, cast upon these sandy miles from the torrent of modern life, thrown out of the eddy upon the soggy bank to lie inert and ignored. Worn farmers of a conservative cast of mind, pinched, tenacious, inured to monotony, fond of the bottle on Saturday nights. Eccentrics of several sorts, a silent half-breed crew of Negro and Indian dispersed in cabins and sun-stricken tar-paper shanties along the back roads, remote from the county seat and the lesser hamlets that conduct the languid commerce of Potawatomi. These are the Potawatomi people. Decent roads have come only lately. Even television is too costly for many of these folks. The very hand of government is nerveless in its poverty of soil and spirit. Yet not wholly palsied, the grip of the state for all that. Tax assessments necessarily are modest in Potawatomi, but there are roads to be maintained, poaching of deer and trout to be repressed, public relief to be doled out. There exists a sheriff intimate with the local tone at the county seat, also a judge of probate, and the county supervisors are farmers and tradesmen without inclination to alter the nature of things in Potawatomi. So far, government is in the shadow of a shade, but now and again the state administration and the federal administration gingerly poke about in the mud and brush of the stumpland. A special rural census had to be compiled. Down in the capital, a plan had been drawn up concerning commodity price levels and potential crop yields and tabulated prices. Acres of corn were to be counted, and pigs and people. Enumerators went out to every spreading wheat farm, to every 5-acre tomato patch, and Potawatomi County was not forgotten. Always against the government, Potawatomi, against the administration that ordained this special census most vehemently. This new survey, Potawatomi declared, meant more blank forms, more trips to the county seat, higher taxation, and intolerable prying into every man's household, which last none resent more due than the rural poor. So, the regional office of the special census began to encounter difficulties in Potawatomi. Doors were shut in the faces of certified enumerators, despite threats of warrants and writs. The evasive response was common, violent reaction not inconceivable. Reports particularly unsettling were received from the district of Bierce, a decayed village of 200 inhabitants. Despite his pressing need for the stipend attached to the office, the temporary agent there resigned in distress at a growing unpopularity. A woman who took his place was ignored by half the farmers she endeavored to interview. Put out, the regional office dispatched to Bierce a special interviewer, Cribben. They let him have a car and a stack of forms and rather a stiff letter of introduction to the postmaster in that town, and off he drove northward. Being that sort of man, Cribben took his revolver with him. Once he had been a bank messenger, and he often told his associates, the other messengers carried their guns at the bottom of their briefcases so there'd be no chance of having to pull 'em out if there was a stick-up. But I kept my .38 handy. I was willing to have it out with the boys. Tall, 40, stiff as a stick, this Cribben, walking with chin up, chest out, joints rigid, in a sort of nervous defiance of humanity. He looked insufferable. He was insufferable. Next to a jocular man, an insufferable man is best suited for the responsibilities that are a special interviewer's. Close-clipped black hair set off a strong head, well-proportioned, but the mouth was petulant, and the eyes were ignorantly challenging, and the chin was set in lines of pomposity. In conversation, Cribben had a way of sucking in his cheeks with an affectation of whimsical deliberation, for Cribben had long told himself that he was admirably funny when he chose to be, especially with women. Years before, his wife had divorced him in Reno, since, somewhat to her bewilderment, she had been able to think of no precise ground which would admit of obtaining a divorce in her own state. He lived chastely, honestly, soberly, quite solitary. He laughed dutifully at other men's jokes. He would go out of his way to write a friendly letter of recommendation, but somehow no one ever asked him out or looked him up. A failure in everything was Cribben. Ex-engineer, ex-chief clerk, ex-artillery captain, ex-foundry partner. He told himself he had been completely reliable in every little particular, which was true, and he told himself he had failed because of his immaculate honesty in a mob of rogues, which was false. He had failed because he was precise. Corporal, about the morning report, I see you used a razor to clean up the ink blot instead of correction fluid. Watch that, Corporal. We'll use correction fluid. Understand? This is the sort of thing the precise Cribben would say, if with a smile, then the wrong kind of smile, and he would compliment himself on his urbanity. Cribben did not spare himself. No man ever was more methodical, more painstaking, reliable in every little particular, yes, but so devoted to these particulars the generalities went to pot. Subordinates resigned and read the help wanted columns rather than submit to another week of such accuracy. Superiors found him hopelessly behind in his work, austerely plodding through tidy inconsequentialities. Truly, Cribben was intolerable. He knew the mass of men to be consistently inaccurate and often dishonest. Quite right, of course. Sensible men nod and shrug. Cribben nagged. His foundry went to pieces because he fretted about missing wrenches and screwdrivers. He thought his workmen stole them. They did, but Cribben would never confess that moderate pilferage was an item of fixed overhead. In Cribben's pertinacity, there would have been something noble, had he loved precision for the sake of truth, but he regarded truth only as an attribute of precision. So down to that sink of broken men, petty governmental service spun Cribben in the vortex of failure. Having arrived at the abyss, which in this instance was a temporary junior clerkship, Cribben commenced to rise in a small way. In this humorless precision, the assistant chief of the regional office discerned the very incarnation of the second-best type of public functionary, and so set him to compelling the reluctant to complete interminable forms. Cribben became a special investigator, with every increase of salary authorized by statute. To entrust him with supervisory duties proved inadvisable, yet within his sphere Cribben was incomparable. It was Cribben's apotheosis. Never had he liked work so well, and only a passion to reorganize the regional office upon a more precise model clouded his contentment. With the majesty of government at his back, the hauteur of a censor in his mien as he queried the subject of a survey or interrogated the petitioner for a grant, a man like Cribben never dreamed of more than this, for Cribben was quite devoid of imagination. And Cribben drove north to Bierce City. False-fronted dry goods shops and grocery stores and saloons built lavishly of second-grade white pine when pine was cheap and seemingly inexhaustible, are strung along the broad, gravelled road. This is Bierce City. They are like discolored teeth in an old man's mouth, these buildings, for they stand between grass-grown gaps where casual flames have had their way with abandoned structures. One of these shops, with the usual high, old-fashioned windows and siding of watery white, is also the post office. On Saturday afternoons in little places like this, post office is generally closed, but on this Saturday afternoon, in Bierce City, so Cribben noted as he parked his automobile, not only the dry goods half of the shop, but the post office too was open for business. This was tidy and efficient, Cribben reflected, striding through the door. It predisposed him to amiability. "Afternoon," said Cribben to the postmaster. "I'm J.K. Cribben from the regional office. Read this, please." He presented his letter of introduction. Mr. Matt Heddle, postmaster, Bierce City, was behind the wrought iron grill of the old post office counter, a relic of earlier days and more southerly towns, and his shy wife Jessie was opposite at the shop counter. They were not lacking in the dignity that comes from honourable posts long held in small places. Mr. Heddle, with his crown of thick white hair and his august slouch, his good black suit, and his deep, slow voice, made a rural postmaster for one to be proud of. "Why, I wish you luck, Mr. Cribben," Matt Heddle said with concern, reading the letter of introduction. Mr. Heddle desired to be postmaster for the rest of his life. "I'll do anything I can. I'm sorry about the fuss the other census man had." "His own damn fault," Cribben said, largely. "Don't give a grouch a chance to make a fuss. That's my way. Take none of their lip. I've handed people quite a while. Shoot out your questions. Stare 'em down. I won't have much trouble here." He didn't. Whatever Cribben's shortcomings, he was neither coward nor laggard. Only 6 or 7 hours a day he spent in the tourist room he had rented, and by the time 6 days had passed, he had seen and conquered almost all the obdurate farmers around Bierce City. Their sheds and their silos, their sheep and their steers, their hired men and their bashful daughters, the rooms in their houses and the privies behind them, all were properly observed and recorded in forms and check sheets. What Cribben could not see with his own eyes, he bullied out adequately enough from the uneasy man he cornered and glowered upon. He was big, he was gruff, he was pedantically insistent. He was worth what salary the regional office paid. He never took no for an answer, or don't know, either. He made himself detested in Bierce City more quickly than ever had a man before. And he paid back his condemners in condescending scorn. His success was the product, in part, of his comparative restraint, for he seemed to those he confronted to be holding himself precariously in check, on the verge of tumbling into some tremendous passion, like a dizzy man teetering on a log across a stream in spate. He was cruelly cold, always, never fierce, and yet hanging by a worn rope. What brute would have had the callousness or the temerity to thrust this man over the brink? It was safer to answer his questions and endure his prying. Over the rutted trails of Potawatomi County in muddy spring, he drove his official automobile, finding out every shack and hut, every Indian squatter, every forlorn old couple back in the cedar thickets, every widow who boasted a cow on a chicken run. They were numbered, all numbered. This spring the birds were thick in Potawatomi, and some of the lilacs bloomed early, but Cribben never looked at them, for they were not to be enumerated. He had not an ounce of fancy in him. 6 days of this, and he had done the job except for the barrens. Of all Potawatomi, Bierce City district was the toughest nut for the special census, and the barrens were the hard kernel of Bierce City's hinterland. Who lives in the barrens, that sterile and gullied and scrub-veiled upland? Why, it's hard to say. A half-dozen scrawny families, perhaps more, folk seldom seen, more seldom heard, even in Bierce City. They have no money for the dissipations of a town, the Barrens people, none of them, at least, except the Golsons, and no one ever knew a Golson to take $1 out of his greasy old purse for anything but a sack of sugar or a bottle of rot-gut whiskey. The Golsons must have money, as money goes in Potawatomi, but it sticks to them. On Saturday afternoon, a week after his arrival in town, Cribben entered the post office, self-satisfied and muddy. Matt Heddle was there, and Love, the garageman. Love already lively from the morning libations. "Started on the Barrens this morning, Heddle," Cribben said ponderously. "Easy as falling off a log. Covered the Robinsons' place, and Hendry's. 8 kids at the Robinsons, dirty as worms." He looked at his map. "Tomorrow now, I begin with this place called Barron's Mill. Not much of a road into it. It's right on Owens Creek. What do you know about Barron's Mill, Heddle?" He pointed, his heavy forefinger stiff, at a spot on his map. Mr. Matt Heddle was a good-natured old man, but he did not like Cribben. Potawatomi people said that Mr. Heddle was well-read, which in Potawatomi County means that a man has 3 reprints of Mary Corelli's novels and 2 of Hall Caine's, but they were not far wrong in Heddle's case. The appetite for knowledge clutched at him as it sometimes does a pathetic man past their prime, and his devotion to the better 19th century novelists, combining with some natural penetration, have made him shrewd enough. His good nature being unquenchable, he looked at grim Cribben, and thought he read in that intolerant face a waste of loneliness and doubt that Cribben never could confess to himself, for terror of the desolation. He looked at Cribben and told him, "Let it go, Mr. Cribben. They're an ignorant bunch, the Golsons. They own Barron's Mill. Let it go. It'll be knee-deep in mud up there. Look up the acreage in the county office and the assessment, and let it go at that. You've done all the work anybody could ask." "We don't let things go in the regional office," Cribben said with austerity. I've already looked in the county book, 520 acres the Golsons own, but I want to know what Golson. Matt Heddle started to speak, hesitated, looked speculatively at Cribben, and then said, "It's Will Golson that pays the taxes." Love, who'd been leaning against the counter, a wise grin on his face, gave a whisky chuckle and remarked abruptly, "She was a witch and a bitch and a bitch and a witch. Ha! Gonna put her in the census." "Dave, love, this isn't the elite, it's the post office," Matt Heddle said, civilly. "Let's keep it decent in here." "Yes, Will Golson pays the taxes," Cribben nodded, "but the land's not in his name. The tax roll reads Mrs. Golson, just that. No Christian name. How do you people choose your county clerk?" "Mrs. Golson, old bitch Golson, old witch Golson," chanted Love. "You gonna put her in the census? She's dead as a dodo." "Will Golson's mother, maybe, or his grandmother. That's who's meant," Heddle murmured. "Nobody really knows the Golsons. They aren't folks you get to know. They're an ignorant bunch, good to keep clear of. She was old. I saw her laid out. Some of us went up there for the funeral. Only time we ever went inside that house. It was only decent to go up." "Decent hell," said Love. "We was scared not to go. That's the truth of it. Nobody with any brains rubs the Golsons the wrong way." "Scared?" Cribben sneered down at Love. "God, yes, man, she was a damned witch. And the whole family's bats in the belfry. Old Mrs. Golson have a Christian name. Hell, whoever heard of a witch with a Christian name?" "You start your drinking too early in the day," Cribben said. Love snorted, grinned, and fiddled with the post office pen. "What kind of county clerk do you have, Heddle, that doesn't take a dead woman's name off the books?" "Why, I suppose maybe the Golsons wanted it left on," Heddle sighed, placatingly. "And there was talk. Nobody wants to fuss with the Golsons. Sleeping dogs, Mr. Cribben." "If you really want to know," Love growled, "she cursed the cows, for one thing. The cows are the people she didn't care for, and the neighbors that were too close. The Golsons don't like close neighbors." "What are you giving me?" Cribben went menacingly red at the idea of being made a butt of a joke. This was the one thing his humorless valor feared. "You don't have to believe it, man, but the cows went dry all the same. And sometimes they died. And if that wasn't enough, the Golsons moved the fences and the boundary markers. They took over. They got land now that used to be 4 or 5 farms." Mrs. Heddle, having been listening, now came across the shop to say in her shy voice, "They did move the post, Mr. Cribben, the Golsons, and the neighbours didn't move 'em back. They were frightened silly." "It'll take more than a sick cow to scare me, Mrs. Heddle," Cribben told her, the flush fading from his cheeks. "You people don't have any system up here. What's wrong with your schools that people swallow this stuff? How do you hire your teachers?" "Barren Mill is a place to put a chill into a preacher, Mr. Cribben," said Matt Heddle meditatively. "There's a look to it. The mill itself is gone, but the big old house is there, seedy now, and the rest of the buildings. John Wendover, the lumberman, built it when this country was opened up, but the Golsons bought it after the timber went. Some people say the Golsons came from Missouri. I don't know. The stories, nobody knows the Golsons. They've got another farm down the creek. There's 5 Golson men nowadays, but I don't know how many women. Will Golson does the talking for them, and he talks as much as a clam." "He'll talk to me," Cribben declared. Over Matt Heddle came a sensation of pity. Leaning across the counter, he put his hand on Cribben's. Few ever had done this, and Cribben, startled, stepped back. "Now listen, Mr. Cribben, friend. You're a man with spunk, and you know your business, but I'm old. I've been hereabouts a while. There are people that don't fit in anywhere, Mr. Cribben. Did you ever think about that? I mean, they won't live by your ways and mine. Some of them are too good, and some are too bad. Everybody's grown pretty much alike, nearly everybody in this age, and the ones that don't fit in are scarce, but they're still around. Some are queer, very queer. We can't just count them like so many 15-cent stamps. We can't change them, not soon. But they're shy, most of them. Let them alone. Let them alone, and they're likely to crawl into holes out of the sun. Let them be. They don't signify. If you don't stir 'em up, the Golsons are like that." "They come under the law, same as anybody else," Cribben put in. "Oh, the law was made for you and me and the folks we know, not for them, any more than it was made for the snakes. So long as they let the law alone, don't meddle, Mr. Cribben, don't meddle. They don't signify any more than a wasp's nest at the back of the orchard if you don't poke them. Old Heddle was very earnest. A witch of a bitch and a bitch of a witch, sang Love mordantly. Oh, Lord, how she hexed him. Why, there's Will Golson now, coming out of the elite, Mrs. Heddle whispered from the window. A greasy, burly man with tremendous eyebrows that had tufted points was walking from the bar with a bottle in either hip pocket. He was neither bearded nor shaven, and he was filthy. He turned towards a wagon hitched close by the post office. Handsome specimen, observed Cribben, chafing under all this admonition, the defiance in his lonely nature coming to a boil. We'll have a talk. He strode into the street, Matt Heddle anxiously behind him and Love sauntering in the rear. Golson, sensing them, swung round from tightening his horse's harness. Unquestionably, he was a rough customer, but that roused Cribben's spirit. Will Golson, called out Cribben in his artillery captain voice, I've got a few questions to ask you. A stare, and then Golson spat on the road. His words were laboured, a heavy blur of speech, like a man wrestling with a tongue uncongenial to him. You the counter? That's right, Cribben told him. Who owns your farm, Golson? Another stare, longer, and a kind of slow, dismal grimace. Go to hell, said Golson. Leave us be. Something about this earth-stained, sweat-reeking figure skulking on the frontier of humanity sent a stir of revulsion through Cribben, and the consciousness of his inward shrinking set fire to his conceit, and he shot out one powerful arm to catch Golson by the front of his tattered overalls. By God, Golson, I'm coming out to your place tomorrow, and I'm going through it. I'll have a warrant, and I'll do my duty, so watch yourself. I hear you got a queer place at Barron's Mill, Golson. Look, I don't get it condemned for you. Cribben was white from fury and shouting like a sailor and shaking in his emotion. Even the dull lump of Golson's face lost its apathy before this rage, and Golson stood quiescent in the tall man's grip. Mr. Cribben, friend, Heddle was saying. Cribben remembered where he was and what. He let go of Golson's clothes, but he put his drawn face into Golson's and repeated, Tomorrow. I'll be out tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday, was all Golson answered. I'll be there tomorrow. Sunday's no day for it, said Golson, almost plaintively. It was as if Cribben had stabbed through his hulk of flesh and rasped upon a moral sensibility. I'll be there, Cribben told him in grim triumph. Deliberately, Golson got into his wagon, took up the reins, and paused, as if collecting his wits for a weighty effort. Don't, mister. It was a grunt. A man that fusses on Sunday, well, he deserves what he gets. And Golson drove off. What's wrong, Mr. Cribben? Asked Heddle, startled, for Cribben had slipped down upon the bench outside the post office and was sucking in his breath convulsively. Here, a nip, said Love in concern, thrusting a bottle at him. Cribben took a swallow of whiskey, sighed, and relaxed. He drew an envelope out of a pocket and swallowed a capsule with another mouthful of whiskey. Heart? Asked Heddle. Yes, Cribben answered, as humbly as was in him. It never was, Dandy. I'm not supposed to get riled. With that heart, you don't want to be going up to Barron's Mill. No, you don't, said the postmaster, gravely. She's a witch, Cribben. Love was leaning over him. Hear me, eh? I say she is a witch. Quiet, Love, the postmaster told him. Or if you do go to the Barrons, Mr. Cribben, you'll take a couple of the sheriff's boys with you. Cribben had quite intended to ask for a deputy, but he'd be damned now if he wouldn't go alone. I'm driving to the judge for a search warrant, he answered, his chin up. That's all I'll take. Heddle walked with him to the boarding house where Cribben kept his automobile. He said nothing all the way, but when Cribben had got behind the wheel, he leaned in at the window, his big, smooth, friendly old face intent. There's a lot of old-fashioned prejudice in Potawatomi, Mr. Cribben. But, you know, most men run their lives on prejudice. We've got to. We're not smart enough to do anything else. There's sure to be something behind a prejudice. I don't know all about the Golsons, but there's fact behind prejudice. Some things are best left alone. Here Cribben rolled up his window and shook his head and started the motor and rolled off. After all, there was no more he could have said, Matt Heddle reflected. Cribben would go to Barron's Mill, probably count everything in sight and bullyrag Will Golson and come back puffed up like a turkey. Misty notions. He almost wished someone would put the fear of hellfire into the special interviewer, but this was only an old-fangled backwater, and Cribben was a new-fangled man. On Sunday morning, Cribben drove alone up the road towards the Barrens. In his pockets were a set of forms and a warrant in case of need. Cribben left his gun at home, thinking the devil of a temper within him a greater hazard than any he was liable to encounter from the Golsons. Past abandoned cabins and frame houses with their roofs fallen in, past the sluggish stream clogged with ancient logs, past mile on mile of straggling second-growth woodland, Cribben rode. It was empty country, not 1/3 so populous as it had been 50 years before, and he passed no one at this hour. Here in the region of the Barrens, fence wire was unknown. Enormous stumps uprooted from the fields and dragged to the roadside or crowded one against the other to keep the cows out, their truncated roots pointing toward the empty sky. Most symbolic of the stump country, jagged and dead, these fences, but Cribben had no time for myth. By 10 o'clock he was nursing his car over the remnants of a corduroy road which twists through long swamp. The stagnant water was a foot deep upon it this spring. But he went through it without mishap, only to find himself a little later snared in the wet ground between two treacherous sandhills. There was no traction for his rear wheels. Maddened, he made them spin until he had sunk his car to the axle, and then, cooling, he went forward on foot. Love's garage could pull out the automobile later. He would have to walk back to town or find a telephone somewhere when he was through with this business. He had promised to be at Barron's Mill that morning, and he would be there. Already he was within a mile of the farm. The damp track that had once been a lumber road could have led him, albeit circuitously, to the Golsons, but, consulting his map, Cribben saw that by walking through a stretch of hardwood he could, with luck, save 15 minutes tramping. So up a gradual ascent he went, passing on his right the wreck of a little farmhouse with high gables not many years derelict. The Golsons don't like close neighbours. Oaks and maples and beeches, this wood with soggy leaves of many autumns underfoot, and sponge mushrooms springing up from them clammily white. Water from the trees dripped upon Cribben, streaking his short coat. It was a quiet wood, most quiet. The dying vestige of a path led through it. Terminating upon the crest of a ridge, the path took him through a stump fence of grand proportions. Beyond was pasture, cleared with a thoroughness exceptional in this country, and beyond the pasture the ground fell away to a swift creek, and then rose again to a sharp knoll, of which the shoulder faced him, and upon the knoll was the house of Barron's Mill, a quarter-mile distant. All around the house stretched the Golsons' fields, the work of years of fantastic labour. What power had driven these dull men to such feasts of agricultural vainglory? For it was a beautiful farm, every dangerous slope affectionately buttressed and contoured to guard it from the rains, every boulder hauled away to a pile at the bend of a stream, every potential weed jungle rooted out. The great square house, always severely simple, now gaunt in its blackened boards from which the paint had scaled away long since, surveyed the whole rolling farm. A low wing, doubtless containing kitchen and woodshed, was joined to the northern face of the old building, which seemed indefinably mutilated. Then Cribben realized how the house had been injured. It was nearly blind. Every window above the ground floor had been neatly boarded up, not covered over merely, but the frames taken out and planks fitted to fill the apertures. It was as if the house had fallen prisoner to the Golsons and sat, Samson-like, in bound and blindfolded shame. Cribben started. No, not a stump. Someone crouching by the stump fence, leaning upon a broken root and watching, not him, but the house. It was a girl, barefoot, a few yards away, dressed in printed meal sacks, 15 or 16 years old, and thoroughly ugly. Her hair a rat's nest. This was no country where a wild rose might bloom. She had not heard him. For all his ungainly ways, Cribben had spent a good deal of time in the open and could be meticulously quiet. He stole close up to the girl and said, in a tone he meant to be affable, "Well now, Ah, what a scream out of her. She had been watching the blind facade of Baron Mill's house with such a degree of intensity, a kind of cringing smirk on her lips, that Cribben's words must have come like the voice from the burning bush, and she whirled and shrieked, all sense gone out of her face, until she began to understand that it was only a stranger by her. Though Cribben was not a feeling man, this extremity of fright touched him almost with compassion, and he took the girl gently by the shoulder, saying, "It's all right. Will you take me to the house?" He made as if to lead her down the slope. At that, the tide of fright poured back into her heavy Golson face, and she fought in his grasp and swore at him. Cribben, a vein of prudery ran through his nature, was badly shocked. It was hysterically vile cursing, nearly inarticulate, but compounded of every ancient rural obscenity, and she was very young. She pulled away and dodged into the dense wood. Nothing moved in these broad fields, no smoke rose from the kitchen, no chicken cackled in the yard. Overhead, a crow flapped, as much an alien as Cribben himself. Nothing more seemed to live about Baron's Mill. Were Will Golson crazy enough to be peering from one of the windows with a shotgun beside him, Cribben would make a target impossible to miss, and Cribben knew this. But no movement came from behind the blinds, and Cribben went round, unscathed, to the kitchen door. A pause and a glance told Cribben that the animals were gone, every one of them, to the last hen and the last cat, driven down to the lower farm to vex and to lay him, and it looked as if every Golson had gone with them. He knocked at the scarred back door, only echoes. It was not locked, and having his warrant in his pocket, he entered. If Will Golson were keeping mum inside, he'd rout him out. 4 low rooms, kitchen, rough parlour, a couple of topsy-turvy bedrooms. This was the wing of the house, showing every sign of a hasty flight. A massive panelled door shut off the parlour from the square bulk of the older house, and its big key was in the lock. Well, it was worth a try. Cribben, unlocking the door, looked in. Black frayed blinds drawn down over the windows, and the windows upstairs boarded, of course. Returning to the kitchen, he got a kerosene lamp, lit it, and went back to the darkened rooms. 14-foot ceilings in these cold chambers, and the remnants of Victorian prosperity in mildewed love seats and peeling gilt mirrors, and dust. Dust. A damp place, wholly still. Cribben, telling his nerves to behave, plodded up the fine sweep of the solid stairs, the white plaster of the wall gleaming from his lamp. Dust, dust. A broad corridor, and 3 rooms of moderate size, their doors ajar, a naked bedstead in each, and at the head of the corridor a door that stuck. The stillness infecting him, Cribben pressed his weight cautiously upon the knob, so that the squeak of the hinges was faint when the door yielded. Holding the lamp above his head, he was in. Marble-top commode, washbowl holding a powder of grime, fantastic oaken wardrobe, and a tremendous Victorian rosewood bed, carved and scrolled, its towering head casting a shadow upon the sheets that covered the mattress. There were sheets, and they were humped with the shape of someone snuggled under them. "Come on out," said Cribben, his throat dry. No one answered, and he ripped the covers back. He had a half-second to stare before he dropped the lamp to its ruin. Old, how old she had been! Immensely fat. He could tell it in a frozen moment, but now the malign wrinkles hung in horrid, empty folds. How evil! And even yet, that drooping lip of command, that projecting jaw. He knew at last from what source had come the power that terraced and tended Baron's Mill. The eyelids were drawn down, but this only was their time before the lamp smashed. Ah, why hadn't they buried her? For she was dead, long dead, many a season dead. All light gone, Cribben stood rigid, his fingers pressed distractedly against his thighs. To his brain, absurdly, came a forgotten picture out of his childhood, a coloured print in his King Arthur, Lancelot in the chapel of the dead wizard, with the knight lifting the corner of a shroud. This picture dropping away, Cribben told his unmoving self silently, but again and again, "Old Mrs. Golson, old witch, old bitch," as if it were an incantation. Then he groped for the vanished door, but stumbled upon the wire guard of the broken lamp. In blackness, one's equilibrium trickles away. and Cribben felt his balance going and knew to his horror that he was falling straight across that bed. He struck the sheets heavily and paused there in a paralysis of revulsion. Then it came to him that no one lay beneath him. Revulsion was swallowed in a compelling urgency, and Cribben slid his hand sweepingly along the covers in desperate hope of a mistake, but no. There was no form in the bed but his own. Crouching like a great clumsy dog, he hunched against the headboard while he blinked for any filler drop of light show him what it would. He had left the door ajar, and through the doorway wavered the very dimmest of dim glows, the forlorn hope of the bright sun without. Now that Cribben's eyes had been a little time in the room, he could discern whatever was silhouetted against the doorway. The back of a chair, the edge of the door itself, the knob. And something moved into a silhouette, imperious nose, pendulous lip, great jaw. So much before Cribben's heart made its last leaping protest.